I'm going to go get one. I just might want it. These microphones are loud. We're all done. We started and finished, and you missed it.
Good morning, everybody. If we can be seated, we have a very filled program today, and the sooner we can begin, the more knowledge we could all gain from the very illustrious group of panelists for the 4 panels we have. Let me first give you a little bit of housekeeping concerning tonight's activities. The reception will still begin at 7:30 in the atrium. It'll run to 8:15, however, instead of until 8:30. And at that point, we will be moving to Global Ballroom B instead of Meeting Room A, which is identified on your agenda. Yesterday, we all had the opportunity to look over the various types of technological devices that are more and more becoming a part of our lives. We then built upon those technical demonstrations with the stimulating presentation made last night by Professor Greenberger. And now we continue that process with 4 panel discussions focusing on these various issues. The first panel concerns information processing in the future. And I have the pleasure to introduce our moderator. I am afraid I will not do him justice with the introduction because we are trying to keep the introductions very short so that we can have as much information transferred rather than just personal introductions. Joe Wyatt presently is the Chancellor of Vanderbilt University. Before joining Vanderbilt, he was Vice President of Harvard University and is the co-author of Financial Planning Models for Colleges and Universities. Finally, he also was a member of the Advisory Committee on Information Science and Technology of the National Science Foundation. And I think we're all honored to have Joe join us, and I'm going to turn the podium over to him now.
Good morning. I will take little of your time except to introduce the panelists very briefly, tell you who they are. I will introduce each one individually before they speak. Our topic is information processing in the future. Certainly a broad and indeed deep topic. Yesterday we have gained some perspective on the topic generally, and we each had an opportunity to gain some personal experience with the demonstrations, a remarkable experience indeed. The view of the future that will be taken by the panelists is each from his own perspective around the design, development, application, ownership of computer and communications hardware and software, and of course the processing of information. This is an area that has had a brief, robust and rather remarkable history, and each of these gentlemen has a view on it that I think you will find most valuable. The panelists are Christopher Burns, Chief Executive Officer of Christopher Burns Incorporated, Donald Devine, Chief Executive Officer of Trilog Incorporated, Ted Mclrvine, who's the Manager of Research and Development Planning at XEROX Corporation, and Frederick Weingarten, Program Manager, Communication Information Technology Program at the Office of Technology Assessment. We will have each of the panelists speak for about 10 minutes, and after that we will have a discussion entertaining questions from you and from the panelists. Our first speaker in this panel is Fred Weingarten. He's now Manager of Communications and Information Technologies Program at the Office of Technology Assessment. Before that was Program Director in Computer Science Section of the National Science Foundation, Director of Computing at Claremont College, and worked at the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Bachelor of Science degree in Engineering from Caltech, and a PhD in Mathematics from Oregon State. Rick?
Thank you, Joe. I want to first thank the Copyright Office for inviting me to speak here. I must say that as a staff member of a congressional agency, I feel it more appropriate that I sit out there and learn from this meeting than sit up here and play the role of expert. I assume that the reason I've been asked to talk is that the Office of Technology Assessment has been asked by both judiciary committees to do a study of the impacts of intellectual technology or on the information technology on intellectual property law. We're currently formulating a proposal that we expect to go to our board, our Technology Assessment Board, of which Senator Mathias is a distinguished member, in about a month. Now, at that stage of the process, we're not worrying about answers. We aren't even thinking about answers. What we're worrying about are the questions. How does one think about the relationship between information technology and intellectual property law? The linkage is not direct. Copyright law, patent law are not technology laws as such. They deal with something different. They deal with something abstract, intangible. At the same time, it's very clear that technology is having a major force on raising critical issues for these committees. So I would like to spend my time talking a bit about the question stage, exploring how we think about the relationship of technology to intellectual property protection. The first point I'd like to make is that somewhere in between the technology that you heard about yesterday and will hear more about today and played with at the exhibits yesterday, and the law and the policy issues that we're grappling with, is an intermediate step. There are a number of institutions, of market organizations, cultural values that all affect the way the technology is used, which in turn affects the kinds of stresses that are placed on the system of intellectual property protection. Let me go back a little bit into history to illustrate that. Currently, as you heard last night at the banquet speech, the protection of software is of major concern to the software industry. Well, 30 years ago, when computers were first entering the marketplace, software was free. IBM and the other computer manufacturers gave software away if you bought their machine. Users faced with these complex, new, incomprehensible devices were left to their own to develop the application systems that would make the computers do the work they wanted to do. And in response, a cultural or social value of sharing, cooperative effort arose. In fact, the IBM users group was called SHARE. Programmers, computer centers would get together, exchange code, exchange tips and ideas on how to develop the software packages that were needed. In the 70s, two events, actually a number of events, but I think there were two key events, occurred to change that picture. In early 1970s, the Justice Department told IBM that bundling the software together with the hardware was in violation of antitrust. So the unbundling decision that took place in the early 1970s separated software into a commodity that was sold by IBM or by the other manufacturers along with the hardware. The second event took place in the late 70s, early 80s, which was the explosion of the mini computers and microcomputers. Instead of a market of a few thousand, we had a market of several million computers out there. And most of those computers now use software that is indeed purchased from retail stores or mail order or whatever. Suddenly there's an entirely different process of exchanging computer software in our society. And it's that new process that creates the demands for protections of that as intellectual property. And I would submit that, in fact, it's the conflict between this new marketplace and a deeply held tradition in the programming and computer community of sharing that's causing some of the problems that we have labeled piracy recently. That's just an example of how it's not the technology, software, that creates intellectual property problems. It's the way that technology is used and brought into the marketplace. In fact, it seems to me that there are 5 questions we want to ask about any technology, 5 characteristics that we need to identify in order to understand how it's affecting intellectual property. How it will affect the creation of information products. How does it affect the marketing of information products? How does it affect the distribution or dissemination of those products? How does it affect the use? And finally, how does it affect access, public access to information? I don't think there's anything magical about these 5 categories, but I'll throw them out as something to at least think about. And let me give you examples in each of those 5 categories. In the creation of software, software engineers are working as hard as they can to find tools that can be used to shorten the step between the conceptualization of a piece of software and its realization in a program. Now, artificial intelligence experts tell us that within a decade we'll have what they call expert systems, which will provide intelligent help, guidance from the computer to the programmer or to the person trying to develop code to produce more sophisticated information products. That may have strong effects on what the producers of these programs need to have protected. If it's a simple and very economic step to move from the original concept to a new program, rather than what it is now, which is a laborious, time-consuming task, then protecting the end product may not protect much. And there may be increasing pressure to protect the idea rather than the product, and there are enormous ramifications to that. In the area of how does the technology affect the marketing? Broadcast television has developed a system such that it is a very profitable business, and yet we receive it free. I would submit that that is partly driven by the nature of broadcast technology, which means once the program goes out of the antenna, the producer or seller of it no longer has any control over it. So there's no way of getting a return. Or in the past, there was no way technologically of getting a return from the recipient. So the system of advertiser support, in some sense, had to develop to make up for this technological limitation. New technologies are changing that. They will allow the producers and disseminators of information to control it much further along the step of dissemination. That may have ramifications on intellectual property. The question of dissemination. How does the technology change the way information is disseminated? One of the trends is in the technology is towards an international communication system. Satellites don't observe national boundaries very well. The engineers are interconnecting all communication systems in the world together into one single network. That creates additional stresses on the international copyright agreements between nations, as I'm sure we're all aware of. Use, I think the video cassette recorder is a good example of how technology affects the way information products are used by the person who receives them. And finally, the question of access. And I don't quite have a good example of this, except to point out that the 3 major mass communication media in the past, broadcast, newspapers, telephones, have all provided us as a society with what is equivalent to universal service, either very low cost or free in some way, service. Some of the new technologies coming along, like videotechs, appear to be focusing on very narrow, very high income markets. If that's true, it may be that the new communication or information media in the future will increase the gap between those who have access to these products and those who don't. To the extent that intellectual property law draws some of those boundaries or referees in that marketplace, I think it's an important effect. Well, any scientist knows that you're 90% on the way to answering questions if you can identify the proper questions to ask. And I think that's the stage we're at in this area now. And I would encourage everybody, as they listen to the technological descriptions over the day, to think in their own minds what the characteristics of the technology are that are going to affect the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Our next speaker, Chris Burns, is president of Christopher Burns Incorporated, a research and development consulting firm specializing in business development issues within the information industry. He was previously senior vice president and associate publisher of the Minneapolis Star and Tribune, vice president of planning for the Washington Post Company, and a senior consultant at Arthur D. Little, where he directed much of that firm's research and consulting in the area of new technology and its impact on the media. A former member of the board of directors of the Information Industry Association, former chairman of its Proprietary Rights Committee, and former chairman of the Planning Committee of the board. Chris?
Thanks, Joe. The information industry, whose concerns I've been asked to comment on this morning, consists of creators, distributors, and publishers of information for scientists, economists, financial analysts, lawyers, credit managers, market researchers, and other professionals, primarily through loose-leaf publications, newsletters, special reports, and a variety of electronic information services. In 1983, revenues for this sector of the economy were about $12.5 billion, larger than either books or magazines, about the size of the whole television industry, half the size of the newspaper industry, and growing twice as fast as the economy. Although this activity is an old one, as a matter of fact, Abraham Lincoln was a credit reporter for Dun & Bradstreet. It's the most modern of the media, the most aggressive in its use of new computer and communications technologies, and the perpetrator as well as the victim of much of today's copyright confusion. We are the ones who, having successfully pried the expression free from traditional books and pamphlets so that it could be sold more efficiently, are now learning to extract the pure idea from an expression. And we wonder what laws, if any, will ultimately govern what we're doing. We are caught, as you are, between a commitment to the free exchange of ideas, which is the flower of our civilization, and the business notion of secure property, which makes that civilization prosper. The law no longer provides the unambiguous guidance that information companies need to avoid injuring each other during the rapid expansion period ahead. And we fear that it may no longer even be capable of prescribing a fair remedy. Consider how the industry derives and compiles new products and services from existing ones. An original report, well researched and perceptively written, often becomes itself an event to be reported. A Wall Street research report, for example, will create news. It will get quoted in the newspaper, picked up by a market newsletter, and circulated by clients who find the information valuable. While all this is meant to enhance the distribution of important ideas, it often ends up eliminating exclusivity, which was the one advantage the research firm intended to provide its clients. Meanwhile, an abstracting service writes a brief summary of the newspaper article and mails it to subscribers, even as an online financial wire service writes another abstract of the story and sends it out over the phone. Copies of the report go into private libraries, from which they freely circulate. And inevitably, the full text of the original report makes its way into the hands of a competing research firm, which then prepares a larger market study using these findings as a keystone. None of these efforts quote very extensively from the original material. Prose style is not the essence of the value here. But all of them try mightily to capture the central ideas. In due time, a new publisher strips the market forecast numbers from the abstract and includes them in a data collection, which is then sold to major corporations and to other investment analysts. The wire service abstract is added to an online database which can be accessed more easily by future researchers. An enterprising subscriber to the database signs on, starts up a search, and records it on his floppy disk, which we learned to call downloading. And in time, he transfers the content of that disk to the company's central computer archive, where others can retrieve it. In this very real but much simplified description of the information industry, a number of laws are imperfectly at work. In theory, all of these products are copyrighted, but in practice, they borrow liberally from each other without once paying license or royalty fees. The analyst who wrote the original report gnaws glumly on the bones of notoriety, vowing next time to say something really provocative, while his employer swears to restrict future distribution even more sharply. The journals that quoted him are emboldened to be more specific and more comprehensive in their coverage of such reports, and the abstractors who feed on the journals resolve themselves to take even bigger bites next time. In fact, there is no protection. A few years ago, this subsidiary distribution took time. Sometimes it took months, during which the original audience had an information advantage over those who were getting it secondhand. But today's technology allows us to abstract the New York Times, for example, and make it electronically available for browsing or for systematic searching by 8 a.m. the morning of publication. A market research study can be abstracted or summarized and stored in computer memory within hours, where anyone with a PC and a password can benefit from its insights. The law says that derivative works require permission of the original author, but the definition of derivative is ambiguous in this context, leading us to believe that rigorous abstracts, like brief plot summaries, may not be among the author's exclusive rights. And that old standby fair use now seems to cover a number of forms of reuse, even those that might erode the market for future sales. A family that can tape a movie off television is less likely to buy that tape in the future. If a subscriber to an online economic database retrieves the U.S. economic model from 1972 to 1982 for all the industries in his SIC code and records that retrieval on his disk as he does it, is that fair use? Even the copyright procedures for a database seem difficult and inappropriate, since the copyright seeks to protect the data set, which is ephemeral, not the rules that fashion that set into a usable form, which are the real genius of the publisher's effort. We look for protection under various unfair competition laws, and in fact there is case law, International News Service versus Associated Press, to discourage the systematic misappropriation of hot news. And yet radio stations rip and read the press with impunity, and some online services use others as unidentified and unpaid sources. We've developed elaborate leases and contracts that try to prevent subscribers from reselling database access or building compilation products in any form. But since many of the individual items of information are freely available from other sources, it's often impossible to prove that the contract was broken. We watch usage patterns and build software in the computer system to help identify the downloader. But as a matter of fact, it's very difficult to write a contract that prevents the user from buying too much without appearing to contradict our own advertising. Above all, the issue is how to encourage a rapid evolution toward more effective information distribution and access systems. How to follow where the new technology beckons without the business damage and litigation that ambiguous laws seem inevitably to reap. In the cases I've raised here, We are concerned not with the artistic creation of a work or even the costly invention of a new chip or a software package, but with the commercial process of using new technology to increase access to ideas. I'm beginning to suspect that the copyright law may not be the best legal tool for achieving the regulation we want, but that commercial laws like misappropriation or unfair competition may offer us a sounder and simpler foundation. In France, in Germany, and in Japan, the governments are actively encouraging the development of new information access systems because they believe that these systems will improve healthcare and education, accelerate relevant scientific progress, and make industry more productive. We also believe that. But in our case, we are not asking for interest-free loans, massive public investment, or a ministry for industrial growth. We're asking for laws that acknowledge a new technological reality, that strike a better balance between property and the public interest. We're asking for laws that we can understand. What is a derivative work? What is it about a database that we're trying to protect? The data itself, or the recipe that forms it, maintains it, and presents it? What shall we agree are the customary first sale rights when it comes to information? And what's fair use in this context? There are other questions, more mundane, more procedural, but just as knotty. In fact, there are too many questions. They can be resolved in legislation, or they can be resolved in the courts, and we're resigned to a little of each. But we applaud the third alternative, which the Library of Congress and the Copyright Office has begun here this weekend, the possibility that we can craft some preventive guidelines, that with your help and counsel, we in the information business who are on all sides of this issue can get some lines painted on the track before the sound of crumpling fenders gets to be too much of a distraction.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Ted Mclrvine, Manager of Research and Development Planning at XEROX Corporation. Ted has had a 25-year career in industry as an applied physicist and research and development manager, working for companies such as General Atomic in San Diego, Ford Motor Company in Dearborn, Michigan. A member of the governing board of the American Institute of Physics, he earned a PhD in theoretical physics from Cornell University in 1959. Ted.
More than 15 years ago at Xerox, the prospect of a future paperless office appeared to us as a potential threat to the photocopying industry. If there were no paper originals in the office, there would be no paper copies. We therefore established business ventures and also began research in an extensive way into the computer and communications fields. And as a result, we have had now internally, particularly beginning in the Palo Alto Research Center and spreading from there throughout research and into the administrative offices, the corporate headquarters, we've had now 12 years of experience utilizing a large network-based set of personal computers. Obviously, we were using them when they were not economically viable, but where we were subsidizing it in order to learn from that experience. Ethernet is now our commercially offered local area network, shared as a standard with several other companies, and the Xerox 8010 Star as a professional workstation offering arose out of that work. So the things I'm going to say really result from the research precursors of that activity. And one of the, from that experience and from our study, I'll offer really two summary observations. The first is that the use of paper will increase and not decrease as a result of the new electronic technologies. And the second observation is that, however, that the role of paper will change. As Daniel Boorstin said yesterday, new technologies change the role of older technologies. They generally do not render them obsolete. To be perfectly frank, many of us were surprised to discover the degree to which paper continues to dominate the desks of highly automated knowledge workers. But I believe we now understand why that is so, and therefore have confidence that that phenomenon is not transitory. Before mentioning those 2 points, I'd like to lay some groundwork regarding visual image quality in video display units and in paper. We heard yesterday in the teletext discussion the observation that the British standard with 4,800 picture elements was insufficient, and the NABTS standard with 50,000 pixels was pointed out, a pixel is a picture element or a resolvable and communicatable element in a video display, that 50,000 pixels in the NABTS standard was considerably superior. However, I think many of you who are in the display rooms noticed that the optical disc quality, for instance, of the Library of Congress system is considerably beyond that. In fact, it's on the order of 250,000 picture elements. And when I take a sheet of paper and hold it at a normal viewing distance, my visual acuity can resolve something like 10 million picture elements. So we have, from the past, conditioned ourselves in our society for much higher resolution than is generally accessible in video display units. The history of the burgeoning electronics, however, has been towards broader bandwidth for communication, cheaper storage, and therefore gradually relieving from what were originally, as you may recall from the early days of tab card equipment and early computers, you had to have all capital letters. You had block letters, no apostrophes, lots of things missing from the font. You moved from there to upper and lowercase letters and full fonts, diacritical marks, and now we're moving beyond that into techniques that allow you to have italics, boldface, to change the type font from Helvetica to Times Roman, to put in logos and letterheads, halftone pictures, and to add much, much more detail. It is allowed economically because of the reduction in cost of bandwidth for communication, the reduction in cost of storage capacity, and has resulted in what we now call bitmap displays, where every bit from a page is represented in the computer memory at some point. So we're working and have worked within our office systems towards high-resolution displays, and something which we call what you see is what you get, and that is that what is on the screen is also what will appear on a sheet of paper. We would have thought that the high-resolution displays therefore might have led to less paper among our knowledge workers, but instead it is more. The reason is that people will try several different formats. They'll change. Times Roman looks sort of like a typewritten letter. Helvetica looks as though it's coming off a lithographic press. You may want to try using some 10-point and 12-point intermediate titles. So you play with these and then print a hard copy of every one of them, take a look at it, and then decide what the document will look like. So there's a shift now, as my second point, which I'll come back to, there's a shift in the use of paper, but in fact the amount of paper does not reduce. Let me now speak briefly about the characteristics of a VDU. I'm assuming that we have a good visual display on the video display unit in the sense that there will not be a problem with flicker. I'm also assuming a high resolution CRT, many bits up there. Nevertheless, the following problems occur. You have a battle between room illumination and reflection from the screen. If I'm going to look at the other sheets of paper that are on my desk, I need some room illumination, but that light that is lighting my paper very nicely also reflects from the screen. I have a problem that I wear bifocals, and the bifocals, neither lens is right for the viewing distance of a screen, so I have to keep what an optometrist calls music glasses at my side. I put down my bifocals, don my music glasses in order to see the screen. Also, it is a psychophysical fact that it is difficult to focus on a self-luminous image in terms of depth perception compared to a reflected image. So there are some problems. Contrast ratios of 10 to 1 as opposed to something like 30 to 1 on paper. Also, as a baby, one learns hand-eye coordination, so that if you're holding something in your hand, not necessarily paper, but anything that you can hold in your hand, you can move your body freely and still retain the hand-eye coordination, whereas if I have a rigid display, I have to position my body in order to focus on it. So there are many aspects that mean it is not quite so good. As a result, one tends to accept these limitations of a VDU only in order to gain the other advantages that come with the electronic base, which generally means if I want to make a limited access of something which is a database, if I want to retrieve, and also during the creation process for interactive creation of text in word processing. So I'm willing to accept those limitations because it is easier to do these other processes. But the moment that I want bulk access to documentation, or if I want to browse through material, I discover that what I want is, in fact, a paper output. As a result of this, outside consultants such as DataQuest are publishing a very, very great increase in VDU usage from about 390 pages per year for each information worker in 1982 to more than 2,000 by 1987 to 8,000 by 1992. That is, each knowledge worker, professional, clerical, secretarial, managerial, will deal with 8,000 screens in the course of a year by 1992. It sounds impressive. However, paper usage is now in the office at 22,000 pages per year per information worker and is anticipated to stay approximately that, growing slightly over the next 10 years. So the predominant use in the office will still be paper. I have said, however, that the role of paper will change, and let me just quickly mention some of the ways in which paper comes out in an office environment. 40% of the 1 trillion pieces of paper that are produced each year in American offices, 40% of those come from computer printers. About 3% now come from what we call office printing, decentralized small printers or facsimile units. We expect that number will rise. The amount from computer printers will probably stay about fixed. At present, about 23% of the hard copy comes from press duplicators, primarily lithographic presses. That continues to slowly go down. Prints from xerographic copiers and duplicators is at about 22% and is slowly going up. The use of carbon paper is still there, and NCR sets, form sets, about 10%, but slowly going down. And typewriters, which used to be the only way to generate the originals other than handwritten, is about at 2% and will hold about steady. So we see, in terms of offices, that the goal of office automation is not really to reduce paper, because the cost of paper, in fact, is very minor. It is to perform the activities of preparation more efficiently. Martin Greenberger last evening called this the post-print era, and I would respectfully disagree. It is not the post-print era, but I would call it the post-Gutenberg era. The printing will no longer be done on the traditional printing press. And as that changes, you discover, for instance, right now that for the average book, it costs $229 a page for the editorial work and $43 a page for the composition work, which results in about 1/3 of the total cost, 1% for the printing and binding and 3% for the paper, and then 52% for the distribution and retail. What we see is a potential of reducing in books, as I say, $229 per page. In terms of our studies of office use, it runs anywhere from about $70 a prepared page for a technical writer up to perhaps $300 if he's dealing with equations. There's where the potential saving can come by using the new technologies, and as we do that, we will change the balance between the creation, the editing, and what used to be called composition as a separate function. Composition will get mixed along with the creation, and as Marshall McLuhan said some years ago, in the age of Xerox, every man is a publisher. in an era where every man is a publisher, the question of control of copyright, as Chris Burns has said, is a very different form because you do not have centralized publishing activities, instead decentralized publishing activities. So not only do we have a problem, as my co-panelists have pointed out, of the potential of copyright violation through a $2 floppy copying a $200 intellectual property of a program, but you also will continue to have the problems of a $10 print or photocopy job on a $30 intellectual property that is a book or an electronic representation of that book. We believe that paper will continue to play a very, very large role, but that it will be, as I say, in a changing form and one that interacts very definitely with the electronic technologies.
Thank you, Ted. Our fourth panelist is Don Devine. You heard Don briefly yesterday. He's the CEO of Trilog Incorporated, a software and data processing services company. In 1983, he was the first president of the new Microcomputer Software Association, a group that I understand went from 0 to 180 members in something like a few milliseconds. This year, he is chairman of ADAPSCO Software Protection Committee. Don?
Good morning. When I think about how things are changing today, I often remember my grandfather. When I was a boy, I lived with my grandfather. He was born in 1870 on a farm in Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania, a prosperous farm. And I got to know the old man very well. Like all grandfathers, he had the need to tell me how tough he had it when he was a kid. And so I learned a lot about what it was like growing up there. Of course, they didn't have central heat. They didn't have any telephones. They didn't have any electricity. A prosperous farm. There was a pump in the side yard for water. They had to bring it in by the bucket. And there was a small little building in the back with a half moon on the door. Well, he was already a mature adult when the Wright brothers flew at Kitty Hawk. He saw the beginnings of aviation. And I think about my grandchildren. They're going to see it commonplace for people to take their vacations on the moon. When my grandfather was 6 years old, Alexander Graham Bell created the first experimental telephone. He saw the beginnings of the communication revolution. My grandchildren are going to have access to a handheld, portable, worldwide, instantaneous communications device. You'll be able to call up anywhere, any continent, any person, from wherever they are. They'll be able to transmit pictures, words, data, voice, graphs. It'll be a computer in its own right. They'll talk to it, and it will talk back to them. We've got a lot of change taking place. And I'm in the middle of it, so are you. All of these changes, most of these changes, let me say that, will depend on computers, the ones that we're seeing in the next 50 years. Because we're going to see computers in spaceships and in planes and in trains and in boats and in toaster ovens. We already see that general purpose computers are in more than 7% of American households. We heard Dr. Greenberger last night say that there will soon be more personal computers in households than there are television receivers. The same thing is happening in businesses. There will soon be more personal computers in businesses than there are telephones. In fact, the telephones will become part of the personal computers. These changes depend upon hardware and software, particularly in the general purpose computer area. Software makes an important contribution, and software, together with the hardware, is the engine which is improving productivity of workers in the coming decades in America, which is one of the most important things that we have to pay attention to, because that's the growth of our gross national product. Software is somewhat different than much other intellectual property in that it is not aimed at human beings, whereas music and books, magazines, film are aimed at consumption by a human being who wants to be entertained or informed by those. Computer software is aimed at making a computer more effective in performing work, and it's not aimed at a human being. It's been suggested by some people that perhaps ultimately the copyright law is not the way to protect computer software because it has some unusual characteristics, being aimed at being read by a machine. I don't know the answer to that, but it's an interesting question. What we need to do now in order to accomplish these advances in productivity is we have to create an environment where it encourages and rewards people to be creative in developing computer software, where they get a good reward for it. I want to say that creativity responds to market demands. In the late 40s, in the 50s, and in the 60s, we saw a worldwide phenomenon where some of the greatest intellects in the world left their native countries and changed nationalities. And they came to America. They came to America because we had the opportunity here for them to be creative and to get the rewards of creativity, which are both economic and non-economic. There's more than just the economic rewards, but the economic rewards are important. Some countries, some of the leading companies in Europe were so concerned about this that many of their politicians spent a lot of time working on how to solve the, quote, brain drain, unquote. What we need to do is make sure that we have an environment which encourages these creative people to be building software, which is an engine of improving national productivity. Now, in order to do that, they need some protection. And I wish I was able to tell you what we needed to do, and I'm sorry I can't, because the problem perplexes me. I understand the question, but I don't understand the answer. The only answers I've ever heard anyone come up with so far are answers that a mathematician would call necessary, in that they will contribute to a solution, but insufficient in that they do not force a complete solution. The real cost in the software is the development of the product and the development of the marketplace, as Dr. Greenberger said. The cost of duplicating the software is insignificant. And we had a demonstration yesterday of how you can buy a piece of commercial software which will let you break the copy protection which is put on software to keep it from being copied. We may get a technical solution eventually, but we're not going to get it soon, in my opinion. I would think it'll be less than a decade from now, more than a decade from now, before we get a solution. And that decade is the decade in which we're going to see the great proliferation of personal computers throughout homes and throughout business. That's the decade where we have to be most careful about establishing the way we're going to operate. We must not make it acceptable behavior to pirate software. Otherwise, we'll never stop it a decade from now. There are three types of software pirates. Dr. Greenberger talked about them last night, and I would like to mention them again now, but simplify them a bit. But before I do, I'm always intrigued with words. Why do we call these people pirates? You know, some people in America have a romantic image of pirates. They remember the motion pictures of the 40s and the 50s where the pirates were the good guys. I don't like calling these people software pirates. They're really a lot more like burglars. They fall into three categories. The first category, and my categories agree with Dr. Greenberger's. The first category is in the home. People are making copies and giving them to their friends and their relatives. This is a carryover of the actions that they take with photocopying machines with written copyright works. The Betamax decision may encourage this. We should be concerned about it. Concerned about it because it creates an image of acceptable behavior for the community. And once that's established, it is very difficult to change the outlook of the people. The second group is in business. And here, either through omission, that is, the absence of a policy against burglarizing software, or commission, where they say, look, let's buy one copy, we have 150 people here who need it, we'll make 150 copies. As a result of omission or commission, businesses are illegally and improperly copying software and using it inside their own business to help them run their own business. We should be even more concerned about this violation. The third category is where a company essentially is stealing the software and repackaging it in some way and reselling it as their business. I sometimes think of these people as being like counterfeiters. Enforcement is the principal problem in this third category. The first two categories are much more complicated to resolve. We should treat each of these three categories individually, that is, somewhat differently. The personal computer software industry is a new one. And it's coming to grips with what it should do. It's a young industry, it's learning, and it's maturing. For example, last year it encountered software rental for the first time. And it didn't know what to do about it. And it still doesn't know what to do about it, but the first sale doctrine is of concern to us, obviously. We're reacting in other ways. Dr. Greenberger said last night some companies have 150 potential users in a department, and they don't want to pay 150 times the retail price for a piece of software. And I must say, with justification, they don't want to do that. And so what we're finding is in the software industry, we're coming up with volume discounts. We're coming up with what we call site licenses, where at a given location for a license fee, a company can use the software on as many computers as it wants to. If it wants to go to another location, it has another license. So there's evolution taking place in this area. However, we have tried every one of the technical approaches to software protection mentioned in his speech last night by Dr. Greenberger. And none of them work satisfactorily. So we don't have a technical approach. They can all be overcome, or they are all inconvenient, or the customers don't want them, or some reason that they don't work. I've made a couple of points here today. Perhaps the most important one for me to make is that education is the key. It's necessary, but I don't think sufficient, for us to educate people that software piracy, software burglary, is in fact inappropriate action. I've indicated that personal computers are proliferating, and it is incredible the rate at which they are proliferating. I've pointed out that software for these personal computers is the engine to increasing America's productivity in the coming decades. What we need to do is, through our action as a nation, not just as a Congress, but as a nation, all of the people, the industries, the businesses, we need to maintain an environment which encourages and rewards the creativity of people in making new computer programs. This is our best route to increasing national productivity.
The balance of our time, 10 to 15 minutes, for questions from the audience. Yes. Hello, Martin. How are you?
I'd like to respond to, is it Ted Mclrvine? Oh, to Ted. I appreciate your offer to make my phraseology more precise by replacing post-print with post-Gutenberg. But and I've been sitting here thinking about that, but I think I prefer to stay with post-print for two reasons. First of all, if by post-Gutenberg you mean post-hot metal, we're already there. So it really doesn't satisfy the desire to push ahead and characterize what's really going to be different about the way we do our business in the future as opposed to the past. By post-print, I think I made clear, at least I tried to last night, I wasn't talking about the elimination of print, or certainly not paper. I agree with you 100%. It's increasing in volume and that will continue, and certainly not the market for xerography. But simply the dominance of print in the way we get our information and perform our activities, and of course most relevant to our subject at this meeting, the dominance of print in the thinking about the need for protection and how the best way to implement it and enforce it will be. The point I was trying to make with that phrase is simply that we're going to have new criteria that will be replacing the copyright law that has been rooted in print in past years. But I appreciate the point you were making also.
Yeah, I think we're very close. There is always a pace of change, of course, and I was intrigued about a week ago about 2 weeks ago to receive a electronic mail message which very proudly was being sent by someone in Britain to every electronic mail system he could find. Martin probably also got a copy of it. There were 62,700 recipients of this. The following day I was in a meeting with the head of the Gannett Electronic Task Force, who happens to also to be the publisher of the Sioux Falls, South Dakota Argus Leader, which has a Sunday circulation of 65,000. It's going to be a long time until we can reach broad distribution. The newspaper business, while it will change, is not really in danger of evaporating overnight. The only growth area in the magazine publishing last year was in computer magazines. It turns out that the electronic media are in fact increasing the amount of print-based action that goes on. And I think that there will be a continuing role because of the economy of mass distribution for the paper medium.
Yes.
Jerry Bearman from the ACLU. For this question, for the last day and a half, I've heard a lot of talk about piracy and the need for new protection in order so that there will be an incentive for people to create new software, Mr. Devine. I have heard no statistics, no evidence, no case studies of anyone stopping producing software because of piracy. In other words, where is the damage to the incentive structure? Who's going out of business? Who's losing money? Who's not being rewarded enough to shown it to keep the arts and sciences progressing in the area of the new technology?
There's two things that are happening. There are some companies that are suffering economic loss from software piracy of existing products. There are no really big companies yet in the software production business, and we have seen some companies I'll use Micropro as an example. It's a company which decided not to put a copy protection algorithm on its disks, and they've suffered some problems. Some of it might have been management problems, and some of it might be because they're losing market. It's hard to tell. You know, when a company starts having trouble, what really is the trouble? Is the trouble because it didn't manage itself well, or is the trouble because it's suffering from software piracy? But let me give you the second aspect of it, which is different than the way you directed your question. The cost today of building a new piece of vertical market application software that might have run on a mainframe but could run on a personal computer, probably on the order of $2 million, roughly. And there are a lot of people out there today who are saying, I understand this, I could do it, whether they're companies or entrepreneurs. And now they're asking themselves the question, where am I going to get the money to do this? And granted that most of the venture capital money in America today may be in computers and software, they're still finding when they go to their bank or when they sit and think about it themselves, there's only 30,000 prospective people out there. They're relatively small businesses. Dare I build it? Will it get away from me? How will I ever get my $2 million back? And I'm sure there are some decisions that are being made today which are causing people to hold back.
But let me just, I don't want to dominate, but I think it can't be that, the answer can't be that elusive, because you're talking about extending monopoly protection or giving new kinds of licensing protections from software, and you're saying maybe there is some disincentive in the market. I think you really do have to say that someone wants to develop software and he can't get a bank loan because he can't get a return on that investment because everyone knows it's going to be pirated and he'll never recoup the $2 million.
I don't have a specific example for you, but I can probably get one.
Well, I think Congress is going to need some.
That's fine. Someday I'll volunteer to testify before Congress with a concrete example, but no, I don't have one of those right here with me today. Nonetheless, it is a serious situation. Let me just give you two statistics, which are questionable, which is why I didn't have them in there before, because we can't seem to do definitive research to prove these statistics. Very elusive. When you ask people if they're breaking the law, you don't get good responses to your surveys. But VisiCorp has done some serious studies, and they believe that there are 2 illegal copies of their products for each copy that they've sold. And some of the game software people, entertainment software people, believe that there are 30 illegal copies for every copy they sold. Now, in the VisiCorp situation, that might actually represent lost revenue. In the game situation, it does not, because if they had to pay the full price of the game, those 30 copies would not have been purchased.
Chris, you got a comment on this. It's a very provocative question. It's a fundamental question, I think, for this discussion.
And it's made more troublesome because if you search the past for anything like this to give us a model, you end up facing the library and books. And we've been selling books to libraries for hundreds of years, and libraries circulate that, and we've never referred to it as piracy. We've never sold books to libraries at a price higher than we sell it to individuals. It's an accident of history that we began with libraries because printing a book was so expensive and so difficult to do. And now in the software business, we seem to be going at it in the other direction and saying, no, we don't want libraries in this case.
Just a personal reaction to that question, and that is, after having spent the last 8 years or so in the venture capital area as a part-time avocation and participating in, say, 50 venture capital investments, about half of which were software, I did not see any effect from the venture capitalists of fear about the current situation. That is, trade secret protection seemed to be the way that people were relying on protecting the software, but I saw no investment that was not made because of concern for piracy. That may not be conclusive, but it is in fact actual experience.
Just one other side of it, the VisiCalc demonstration yesterday, where he was showing how it's easy to pirate that software. And what he said is that what we keep doing is we upgrade that product, and that keeps our market going. So in one sense, he was ironically saying that pirating was leading to more progress and more development and more investment in product.
I think what he was saying is that he's upgrading his copy protection technique continually in order to circumvent.
I thought it was both.
I know he is doing both. The one he does most frequently, he doesn't release a new version of VisiCalc anywhere near as often as he releases a new version of his copy protection algorithm.
Joe, if I could just add one quick comment. I've hesitated a bit here because it's what I'm about to say is speaking on behalf of large companies, and generally people are looking for the rights of small companies and new starts, which may not be so much at a threat by the lack of copyright. But from a large company point of view, where, as I say, we have put 15 years of research and we come out with certain protocols, we have a potential problem between the balance of implementing new protocols, for instance, something called Interpress, which is a format for communication between the creation of documents and between printers. If we publish that, then without spending on the R&D, anyone can come in with a printer and attempt to compete against us. If we don't publish it, it makes it much less useful. So we have a business problem resulting from some $50 million worth of investment.
Good point. Question, Becky.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to comment also on the software protection issue, since I happen to handle personal computer software for a parent company.
Excuse me for one moment. If you could speak more into the microphone, we will all be able to hear you better.
One of the, I tend to agree with Mr. Devine's statement that there isn't a hardware solution or an on-disk solution to the problem. Because one of the problems that we've encountered is that the utility of the program to the user may be seriously damaged by the attempts at protection. We have a very stringent policy of purchasing a copy for each user, so that isn't an issue. However, one recent problem we've had with it is with a program that is so heavily encrypted, you might say, in the manner that it's recorded on the disk, that the manufacturer is not solving operational problems because it's so laden with cross-checks and checksums and everything else that there are no simple patches to correct minor problems. You must wait for the next revision. The other thing we find is that it's protecting us from getting it onto our company hard disks, even though they're legitimately paid copies of the program.
Other question? Yes.
Alex Hoffman on Doubleday. I'd like to just supplement something Don Devine said in terms of the importance of education and the importance of, if it is all possible, prevent the building of a public attitude. If you look back on the experience of book publishers and periodical publishers, journal publishers, with the photocopying machine, I think one of the biggest sources of the difficulties we have now, both with the enforcement of the present law in the field of print, is that the law didn't get changed quickly enough. The question of systematic photocopying went unaddressed by the law for a long time, and by the time it finally did address it, the public understandably had come to take the use of a photocopy machine as a birthright. If the machine is there, so you use it. And by the time the law finally came around to saying, well, there really must be some reasonable limits on this, people took that as an unwarranted intrusion on their right to copy whatever they wanted. And it looks to me, from what I saw yesterday, that the problems that the software people have are, if that's possible, much worse than any of the problems we've ever had. And so if it becomes to be the public attitude that it's there to be taken and that there's no reason not to, as he said, if that becomes ingrained the way the use of the photocopy machine has become ingrained, the solution is infinitely more difficult.
Yes, here.
John Koenig in Columbia. I wonder if Mr. Devine could give us his slant on the effectiveness of some of the safeguards against burglary that haven't yet been discussed here this morning. That were mentioned last night, but
you're talking about some of the technical approaches to.
Yes. Burying code words or that kind of thing.
They fall into two categories. One of them is customer dissatisfaction, and that is one of the largest categories. And we heard it mentioned here a minute ago. Once you begin putting encryption techniques into your software, and once you begin putting other hardware-related requirements in, it makes the software less user-friendly and less effective, in fact, in doing its job. And the customer rebels against that. He says, I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to always have a communications modem on and always have to log in with a master computer that's 2,000 miles away every time I want to run this spreadsheet program in order to make sure that you've counted the number of times that I've used it. That was one of the techniques that was mentioned. Another one is putting serial numbers into the machines. One of the problems we're faced with here is that it may, in fact, be appropriate to be selling software for a single simultaneous use, but not only on a given machine. It may be that you will have the same machine at your home and at your office, and you want to buy one copy of the software, and this might be reasonable, depending upon the software publisher's attitude, to sell you one copy, and wherever you are, you can go to your machine, whether it's at home or at work, and use it. But if that piece of software could only be used at home or only used at work because of a serial number on the machine, you're going to be very annoyed. And then there's the high cost of embedding the serial number into the code. One of the things that was mentioned is that we can also uniquely identify each copy of the software so that if we find a pirated copy, we can trace back through record keeping of our distribution channels where it came from. That is largely being done, but it is largely ineffective. Because your distribution channels, when you go through hardware manufacturers into wholesale distributors, into retail people, and then the guy who sells his computer with the software run it to someone else. And then finally it gets pirated. So that one's a hard one. Another item that was mentioned is adding devices, whether it be plug into the joystick paddles of your computer, or whether it fits into a slot in the back of your computer, which you have to take that out and carry it with the software to another computer if you want to use that software somewhere else. In other words, this is a transportable device which plugs in externally, but it's a piece of hardware which enables the computer to use it. A few people have used that, but the problem is that the standardization, the variations that are involved in this are so complex that we haven't believed that it was practical for us to somehow be able, if you had 15 pieces of software, we wouldn't want you to have 15 of these hardware devices, one for each piece of software. It comes back to the serial number of the machine problem. I know I've rambled a bit. I hope I've answered it.
In one of the video game cases, the plaintiff had a marvelous case because it turned out that in the program, when you reconstructed the chip, there was something buried which would not have surfaced in ordinary use of the chip. But when you reconstructed the chip, there was the identification of the manufacturer.
Well, that technique's been used. There's also been a technique used that says after you've run the program 50 times, it self-destructs. And if you don't have it registered, and we know that when you register it, we send you a new version every so often. Those kinds of techniques are not looked upon with favor by the consumer.
One wag suggested a touch screen that recognizes fingerprints. Mr. Fish?
Hamilton Fish Jr., House Judiciary Committee. Pursuing this issue of alternative protection and reward, I guess I'm concerned about the difficulties with enforcement. One of the things we try to avoid doing in Congress is to create laws that cannot be enforced and that hence would only bring disrespect to the law. And Mr. Devine has told us that technical means won't work, and Mr. Burns, you indicated that commercial law may better protect intellectual property than copyright law, but that too will bring you to enforcement and the problems and difficulties there. So I just wonder what the panel thinks of possibly of rewards for the creator other than money.
I don't have a pat answer for that. I wish I did. Some of the things that we think are answers in the correct direction. We think education is important. That's not necessarily enacting legislation to create penalties or rules at this point, but education is something that people in the industry are doing, and I think that throughout our country we should be involved in. A second area is that we can expect that the people who own the property rights will be willing to take steps to protect their own property rights under civil law if they have adequate protection, adequate reward for doing so. Let's take Visit Corp, for example. If they have 2 pirated copies for each legitimate sale, and they go and a legitimate sale is worth $290, let's say, and they go and they find someone who has pirated 2 copies of it, and as a result of all of their research and investigation, they get $500 of lost revenue. It was not, in fact, very economic for them to do that. It may be that we can somehow structure things to make it more economic for them under civil law to get recompensed. Maybe it's treble damages. I don't know. I don't have a proposal for you today is what I'm saying, but the concept is that we need to help them to be able to, in the free market, to do under the law what they should be doing, protecting their rights. That's the best suggestion that I have.
Other comments on that question?
Well, I don't have a specific comment on the proposal. I do know that in the history of intellectual property in Congress, occasionally the concept of a reward rather than an instrument of property rights has been toyed with. But beyond that, I don't know much. But it does illustrate, I think, the point that it may be where we need to sit back and develop from on a tabula rasa our objectives, what it is we want the instruments of intellectual property to accomplish, what kinds of rights, what kinds of incentives do we want them to enforce, and re-examine the basic question of what kinds of instruments should be developed to do that. And that may be the only approach to drafting the wiser legislation that Congressman Kastenmeier referred to yesterday.
I have a comment and a question. The comment is directed to Mr. Burns' remarks, and I want to support the notion that some of the solutions to some of the problems, and I'm talking particularly about databases right now, may not be found within copyright. From the very beginning, copyright has tried to protect both works of high creativity, like, say, a great painting or an opera or a novel on one hand and informational works on the other. Databases are of a peculiar nature. As a matter of fact, they are changing so constantly, in many cases continuously, that they are never really fixed. So it may be that we may have to indeed look outside copyright to what I think Mr. Burns referred to as commercial law, but what has been referred to as the law of misappropriation. Now that's an amorphous doctrine. Brandeis didn't like it. Learned Hand didn't like it. All I'm saying is it may be that in databases, for example, we cannot force solutions. And by the way, this is assuming that we decide as a matter of policy that we want to accord some kind of protection. Assuming that, the solution may not always lie in copyright. Now I come to my question. In the case of downloading either programs or databases or parts of databases, the problem is common with other kinds of copying going on now by consumers in their own homes, which is to say out of sight. Assuming that some kind of protection were to be given against downloading for personal use, is there any way, systematic way of detecting how that occurs, so that it could be policed if liability were indeed imposed?
Chris?
Yes, there are ways of detecting downloaders by comparing their usage to the normal use of the database. And when you see somebody whose search encompasses the entire database from a certain point in time to another point in time, you can conclude, if he does this systematically, you can conclude that you then go interview the person and say, what are you doing? And database publishers have excellent records on who uses the database and with what frequency. Now, having said that, I'm not at all sure that we should try to protect databases in this fashion. The technology will change the way we distribute databases in the next 5 or 6 years by giving us, I envision the following procedure, that in 5 or 6 years, the database publisher will sell the user an optical disc that contains the database as of last year. And then he will sell him a second floppy, which is the last 11 months. And then he will provide him a service that updates the database. And by doing that, he will have avoided entirely the issue of downloading a substantial portion of the database. And we will begin to recognize that the service we're performing here is not a compilation, but an awareness service. Second, I'm troubled by the idea of protecting databases because, in fact, most database publishers got that material free. This is not an act of artistic creation. The very best databases in the country, Lexis, DRI, and others, are built on publicly available information. And what they've done is to build software systems that are clever and user-friendly that allow people access to information that was available to them anyway.
Well, let me respond to that. I don't want to take too much time on it. Copyright has for a long time protected works of diligence and industry as opposed to high creativity. Copyright, for example, has protected telephone directories for a long, long time. So, that's really not a distinction, but it does underline the point that the solution, assuming that you want to protect databases, may not necessarily lie within copyright where it's lodged right now.
Thank you. I am told that we are out of time. In fact, we are past out of time. We're running on a very tight schedule this morning. I thank you so much for your attention. I appreciate very much the efforts of the panel. Super. Good show.
Yeah. Let me again thank the panel and Joe Wyatt for moderating the very interesting and provocative discussion that we just had. Because of the time limitations, we can't always have the opportunity to get to all the questions that we all have. However, we would hope that during the reception and dinner tonight, there will be more opportunity to discuss many of these issues in a lengthier period. After yesterday, I get a little worried because of the time constraints when I hear the word download, so hopefully nobody will use that word anymore. Before we go on to the next panel, I would just like to note some of the distinguished members of the audience that we have today. In addition to Senator Charles McMathias, who is chairman of the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Patents, Copyrights, and Trademarks, and Senator Jeff Bingaman from New Mexico, we have many members of the House of Representatives concerned with copyright issues. And I would like at this time to have the chairman of the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Courts, Civil Liberties, and the Administration of Justice, Representative Robert W. Kastenmeier, to introduce his colleagues to us.
I thank you. I'm very pleased to introduce, there's actually 7 of us here from the House, 6 perhaps this morning. I'd like to introduce the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Hamilton Fish Jr. of New York, who asked the question earlier. And between us is John Conyers, chairman of the Subcommittee on Criminal Justice in the Judiciary Committee, who served on the subcommittee dealing with copyright during those stormy years, 1976 and thereabout. John Conyers, Michigan. And next to me, also from Michigan, served the last 40 years on the House Committee, on the Subcommittee on Copyright and the subcommittee we described, Harold Sawyer from Michigan. So, and at the end of the line down there is the ranking member of our subcommittee, member of the Judiciary Committee, member incidentally of the Congress Committee as well, down in California, Carlos Moorhead. Also, I think in the front row, member, perhaps one of the newest members of the House Judiciary Committee, in the Honorable Commission of Virginia, always had a member on the Judiciary Committee, is Rick Boucher. Rick. And our local, almost host, down in Florida, Justin Hendrick, Larry Smith, member of the House Judiciary Committee. Those are our 7 members, all 7 members this morning. I might, if I include on your time for a moment, and I'll keep Colonel Emerson's here, to suggest that a housekeeping question. We do need to know, those of us who are on the plane, the Air Force plane, who will in fact be going on the plane, and to tell them they must have their bags out. You'll get a memorandum on this incidentally during the course of the day, between 8 and 8:30 tomorrow morning. There will be a group going to IBM. We will need to know which of those persons will be on that plane and those persons who are not going to the IBM facility, they will be picked up here. Wow. We're looking right now at leaving here at 11:45. Incidentally, for the benefit of all those persons, there is a control room here in Building 3. The number of the room is 4133. And if for any reason you do not get information in the meantime, Google, please contact that group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kastenmeier. We will take a very short, and I underline short, 5-minute break just to allow the second panel to get on the stage. There is coffee available in the lobby, and please come back soon. Thank you.
Very good job.
It was originally triggered by the concern over Bell Labs. We opened that up to make it much stronger.
David, question
Any place in particular?
I don't think so. I'll match your card to you, I guess.
We saw various applications of computer and video disc and other technologies in terms of publishing, their educational use, as well as library use and access. The panel we have now will deal specifically with those issues. Our moderator for the panel is Dr. Toni Carbo Bearman, who is the Executive Director of the National Commission on Libraries and Information Science. After earning her degree, her doctorate degree in Management and Information Resources from Drexel University, Dr. Bearman worked in London as a special consultant for the Institute of Electrical Engineers. Dr. Bearman also has worked as an Executive Director of NFAIS, the National Society for Abstracting and Indexing Services. She is a member of the American Society for Information Sciences and the recipient of their coveted Watson Davis Award for 1983. Dr. Bearman?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you all this morning. We are running behind schedule, and I want our panelists to have the maximum time permitted this morning. I also want to make sure that you all have an opportunity to ask questions. There's one comment I would like to make, which I think might encourage some people in the audience. I happen to have living in my home my 5-year-old daughter and my 75-year-old mother, as well as, of course, my husband. And my daughter came home from school last week and said, "Guess what, Mommy? Now we're using computers in school." She's in first grade in the DC public schools. She then proceeded to tell us how it compares to our Osborne at home and the Syntrex Mommy has in her office. She's now about to help my mother, who's a little hesitant to use it. My mother collects angels, and Amanda is going to help her catalog her angels on our micro. So there, I think, is hope of the next generation coming along. We have a very distinguished panel this morning, and it is a real pleasure for me to have the opportunity to work with them this morning. What wasn't mentioned in my introduction is that I've been working in this field for 22 years now. I feel like a bit of an antique, but what's even scarier is thinking about working in it for 25 more when I think of what has already changed. Well, our first speaker this morning is Stephen Breyer. He is presently a judge of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit. Before that, he was a professor of law for 14 years at the Harvard Law School. He also served as chief counsel of the Senate Committee on the Fiduciary. He has written, taught extensively in the field of economic regulation, and he has practiced it too in staffing Senator Kennedy's study of airline deregulation. He claims that he was originally given tenure at Harvard on the strength of a single article he wrote about copyright. It's a very impressive article that's entitled "The Uneasy Case for Copyright." What we are going to do this morning first is hear from Mr. Breyer, who is going to present, I assume, the uneasy case for copyright in 10 minutes. We are then going to hear from each of our other 4 panelists. The other 4 panelists I have asked to devote their first roughly 5 minutes talking to you about the applications of the technology in their area. Their second 5 minutes will be devoted to the implications of these technologies and issues. We will then devote the remainder of the time to questions and discussion focusing on the issues. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning the article, which I looked at. In my way, I get sort of a schizophrenic reaction reading an article you wrote a long time ago. You read it, and I look at it, and I read, very good, how right. And then the opposite reaction I have is sort of the immortal words of Bob Bork. And he said that, because not all that many people followed what I wrote. So I looked back, he said, well, don't worry. He said, there are many people who've written articles and books, and they were totally, laughed at, prophets, nobody paid any attention to what they said. Then later on, history showed that they were rightly ignored. All right, so that's all right. You didn't come from Washington, the entertainment capital of the world, to hear my jokes. I have 10 minutes, and I'm going to make 5 brief points, which I've written down on a troglodyte. These are yellow pieces of paper. I write my writing. Caveman. All right. The points that I'm going to make, I'm going to make 5 points, and I'm putting them in a slightly controversial way. The truth is it's really shaded, and there are arguments on both sides, and I'm going to try to be a little controversial. And the truth is I do believe these points, but for complicated reasons, more complicated than what will appear. All right. Point number 1 is that there are basically 2 views of copyright, what I call a moral view and what I call an economic view, and by and large, the courts and the law over the course of the last 50 years have come down quite squarely in favor of the economic view. Now, what do I mean by the moral view? Well, it's well summarized by the legendary King Dermot, who said what copyright is every cow his calf. All right, that's right, it's a view. You can figure it out later, all right? The second view, I think, is that of Macaulay. Lord Macaulay, in speaking to the Parliament, said that copyright is basically a tax on readers for the purpose of providing a bounty to authors. Now, if I recommend that you read one thing in the history of copyright, although I'd love to recommend my art, the one thing I would actually recommend that you read is Macaulay's speech in the British Parliament, because it may have been about books, it may have been 90, 100 years ago, but it is topical and correct. And I strongly urge you to read that one well-written speech. All right, but I mean, the difference between these 2 views is, are you going to give the author the benefit that everybody else receives from his work? That's the moral view. Or are you going to give him the least he'll take to produce it? That's the economic view. I mean, let me give you an example. The Bible. Would you give the Bible, charge people what it's worth to them? Or would you charge them what it would take the author to produce it? I'm using that because I want you to see the vast difference that there can be between those 2 amounts. Now, by and large, we've opted in the courts for the economic view. And I think you'll find that as consistent with broad tendencies of the law in antitrust, economic regulation, in area after area where the law seems to fight against giving people more than it would take them to produce the product. Now, that isn't without argument, and but Betamax is very interesting philosophically from that point of view, because the five majority, they adopted. What do they quote over and over? The copyright law, like the patent statute, makes reward to the owner a secondary consideration. The sole interest of the United States and the primary object in conferring the monopoly lie in the general benefits derived by the public from the labors of authors. Again and again, that language. The minority of 4, but don't you see, the authors or the producers will get less money. Answer to that, so what? That's the beginning of the argument, not the end. People all over the world are not paid what their labor is worth. I mean, my goodness, do I have to tell congressmen that? Do you have to tell that to judges? I mean, and I don't even mean what we think it's worth. I mean, would somebody really pay us? I mean, think of the teacher, the man who clears a swamp. the person who invented the supermarket. Those people are not paid what their ideas were worth. What they're paid and should be paid is what it would take to get them to produce it. Or I say that's the economic view, and that's the view which, given the 5 rather than the 4 in the Supreme Court, I think is predominant in the law today. Of course, it's up to you to say what would be the law tomorrow. All right, so that's point 1. That distinction, the economic view. Point 2 is that the economic view requires balancing. Now, balancing what? Well, on the one hand, there are the evils of restriction. That is, the evils of stopping, requiring permission, going through a lot of red tape, because it's of enormous benefit to have people copy. I mean, you don't have to tell a teacher, everything I say, I want copied. It should be copied, if anybody will copy it. I mean, the problem is they won't. They do. All right. And maybe there's even some benefit. There are enormous benefits through copying, spreading everything around. And so on the one hand, you have to look to those benefits. And what do you weigh on the other hand? Well, here I've looked at this rather excellent study. I don't know about the conclusions. I'm not saying the conclusions, but the Library of Congress, I think this is a good document. I mean, it's a highly intelligent document that I felt they've done in analyzing some of these problems in this area. I don't know about, I'm not buying onto the conclusion. But what they say is on the other side is a minimal encroachment upon the rights of authors and copyright owners. At that point, I disagree. I say it's not that that's on the other side. That's the issue. What should the right be? What's on the other side is the need for the restriction to bring about the production. So my second point is that's what's at balance. The harms involved in restricting from the point of view of spreading information around versus the need for the restriction to get the work out there in the first place. All right, that's point 2. Now I'll become more controversial. 3 is that my third proposition is, lo and behold, in some areas, see, the answer to this varies from area to area all over the place. Trade books are not like textbooks. Textbooks are not like computer programs. The markets are different in all these areas. Therefore, what's likely to be necessary is different in all these areas. You can't just use analogies. Think of Walt Whitman sitting in the garret. You get one answer. Think of a university wanting to spread information. You get a different answer. Think of Kodak able to produce cameras, film, without any protection. They've never taken patent or copyright. You think of a third answer. What analogy grips your mind is the analogy that will control it. And so you better be certain that you have the right analogy given the economic conditions of the marketplace at issue. All right, and my third point is that sometimes the answer will be no protection. Now, even here, take the area, for example, very controversial, we're talking about now, scholarly libraries, etc. Well, the case for protection there is fairly weak. Why? Well, will the stuff be produced without any protection? A good argument that it will be. I mean, the people who produce it, by and large, are on somebody else's payroll. I wrote this article for tenure. I didn't write to sell it. Nobody bought it anywhere. But the point is that the need for to get that production is fairly minimal. And of course, you'll say, well, I've forgotten the problem, the cost of publishing it. No, the question of how you get the money to the publisher, well, copyright's one way of getting it. One way. But there are other ways. After all, scholarly journals are produced by scholars published primarily for the libraries. And so the libraries can't copy it, and so they copy it, and therefore the journal doesn't get as much money. They'll raise the price. They'll raise the price, if necessary, because the libraries want it. Then you say the libraries. Well, is it the case that what you gain on the swings, you lose on the roundabouts, the same money? Not necessarily. Because you at least, even if it were roughly the same amount, evaded and avoided all that enormous complexity of getting permissions, etc. So maybe you would in a sense, but you perhaps have produced a simpler way. Well, my point is not to go into the details there. I could go into them, but I won't. I just want you to focus on a question before you immediately jump to the conclusion that you have to have a copyright system to get to production, to get to deliver the money to the producer. Think imaginatively, perhaps, about alternative methods of doing it. So that's my third point. Sometimes the answer could be 0 or near 0. Not always and not even often. My fourth point is that new technology, of course you've heard how new technology means that all kinds of copying can go on, so we have to do something about it. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with that. That's a point. But I also want you to focus on the contrary point, that at the very same time, new technology makes restriction worse than ever. That may be the primary function of new technology. Now, let me give you the example. Look, remember there was a lot of stuff sitting around in Pennsylvania in 1910 that was black and sticky, and it was called oil. 1810. Now, suppose somebody had a monopoly of that. Well, people would have said, what a pity. It's bad. But really, who wants it? Now, bring into play the invention of the automobile and tell you that that same person has the monopoly of that black sticky stuff. You see, it's not necessary to gain all the monopoly profit from the telephone business that you own all the telephones. All you have to own is some little tiny bit of something that's necessary to go into a telephone, and suddenly all the profit from the new invention can be yours. And therefore, to the extent that there is a potential restriction, the addition of new technology with enormous benefit creates a special problem on the restrictive side that at least you must look at before you decide, aha, the root is protection. Now you can say, well, look, we're not talking about monopoly John D. Rockefeller. We're talking about little bitty monopolies over each little bitty item, and that isn't even hardly a monopoly. I say, yes, fine, then talk about that, and now beware, because there then tends to be a tendency to say the practical way of collecting the money is let everybody get together and fix their prices. And now suddenly, when you start talking about blanket licensing and clearinghouses and so forth, you're suddenly moving over towards the realm not just of little itty-bitty monopolies, but you're moving in the direction of rather grander monopolies. And the analogy becomes a little bit more apt. Well, you see, I'm emphasizing the restrictive side. There's another side to it too, but you've gotten plenty of the other side too. And I just want to be sure that that question's in your mind when you approach the problem. All right, my final point, that's the fourth, in other words. New technology brings new problems of copying. It also brings new problems, beware of too much restriction. And the final point is that your reaction, often in Congress, I say yours, my goodness, the only thing is having this job. I used to work in Congress, and I mean, I know, this, I don't mean this seriously, but gee, it would be awfully nice if the judges could have a congressman at their elbow. I mean, you can't do it because it's separation of functions. I mean, sometimes it would be nice if it could only be a judge sitting there. I see Senator Mathias, you were right. On one point, you were alone on one. All right. But my point is you learn something, I think I have in this other job, that makes some of my previous views a little less certain I was right. Now, what am I driving at? There does tend to be a tendency, when you face an intractable problem, at least as a legislative assistant like I was, say, all right, it's very, very complicated, we'll let somebody else do it, we'll create an agency. And the agency, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. Well, all I do is flag the following warning. What you're really talking here is about dividing up money. And the human beings who can think of how to divide up money, and that's what they'll be doing once the agency's correct, don't have some special gift of how to do it. And they tend to negotiate and then split the difference or some kind of a random result. All right, look at the tendencies. You get one tendency. We'll get around the problem it's very expensive to collect all these little permissions, and we'll do that by allowing clearinghouses and blanket licensing. Then somebody says, my God, you created a big monopoly potential. Don't worry, we'll regulate it. We'll set up a commission. So set up a commission. You know, they always remember the FTC and those old people used to say, let's try and label house plants in case somebody eats them. I mean, commissions don't always do sensible things. And here you've given them a job that is virtually impossible, deciding a correct allocation. And then you say, okay, don't worry about that. The courts will be there to watch them. Well, that's really the warning note. The courts will be there to watch them. I mean, you know, remember what Oscar Wilde said when he read Dickens' Death of Little Nell? He read Dickens' Death of Little Nell. He said, one would have to have a heart of stone to read it without laughing. All right, I mean, that's... but I mean, read Judge Ginsburg's opinion recently in a case involving a case from the Copyright Tribunal. And they say, here they've divided the money in some way, and a judge has a lot of cases, and so you say, well, you supervise that and see that it's right. And I mean, what are you supposed to do? How do you know if it's right or not right? I mean, all I'm saying is that if you think you can avoid the problem by saying, oh, we'll create a clearinghouse, we'll have a commission, and then we'll have the judiciary sitting there, and they're going to figure it out the right way or something, I don't think that we have greater expertise or knowledge, or that this route will produce a more sensible result than you're all thinking about it and deciding what it is you feel ought to be done. All right, so I've emphasized the problem of the restriction. I've given you the economic point of view. I've said what I think is the rough elements of the balance. I've given you at least two sides, I think, to look at with the new technology problem, and I agree the issue is difficult, and so I'm trying to avoid your asking the courts to deal with it. All right, I think I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That will not only lead into our discussion, but certainly into panel 4 this afternoon, which is on the administration of rights. Our second speaker this morning is from the publishing community. Karen Hunter is planning officer for the European companies and the U.S. coordinator for planning, research, and new business development. She formerly worked at the Baker and Taylor companies and at the Cornell University libraries. She has a bachelor's degree and 3 master's degrees, including one in library science and a business degree. And she's here, I understand, in part representing the Association of American Publishers. Karen Hunter.
Thank you. That's an extraordinarily hard act to follow. If Toni said she feels a little old of having been in this for 22 years, I'm beginning to feel like a dinosaur representing print publishers. I hope we are not outmoded, nor that we are something that will go by the wayside. What I would like to do is talk, as Toni said, a little bit about exactly what do publishers do now, how is that being affected by the newer technologies, and what issues do I see that affect by the copyright. For those of you, just briefly, for whom Elsevier is not a household word, Elsevier is a large Dutch publishing company. The scientific group that I'm a part of is one of the largest, if not the largest, English language scientific publishers. We do about 500 journals and about 500 new books a year. So what we're looking at is an international problem. We're looking at the international scientific community, the scholarly community, to a certain extent the business information. I can't speak to the question of consumer publishing, fiction, consumer magazines. Having said that, what is it that publishers do right now? Now, there was a comment a few minutes ago that with the Xerox machine, everyone is a publisher. I think there's another computer-related comment. If that's the case, and it's garbage in, garbage out. One of the things that publishers do in the very first place is to select, to provide an editorial and a quality control. That step means both identifying new areas for publication and potential authors, and then selecting among the various possibilities of things to be published. We edit the material. That means both in form and content. We design the physical format. We arrange for typesetting. In most cases, publishers are not typesetters. Typically, that's done by outside vendors. We make more corrections. We have the work printed, and again, sometimes there's confusion. I don't mean to be condescending, but most publishers are not printers. We get them bound. We keep them in inventories. We advertise them. We market them. We sell them. We fulfill the orders, and we administer the finances. Basically, we're a service organization, in other words. It happens to result in a manufactured product, but the manufacturing is done by others. Typically, if you look at that for a written product, you're producing one at a time. And each unit tends to stand somewhat alone, and it's pre-packaged for sale in that way. What's going to happen with new technologies, and how is that going to affect, or how is it affecting the way we do our business? There are many ways, certainly some of them just in converting and improving upon our present practices, others that will be totally new. At the most basic level, we should be able, that if an author has produced a manuscript, has produced a work on a word processor or on a personal computer, to be able to take that electronic product in a floppy disk or in a cassette and use it directly in one way or another to enter the publishing process without having to re-keyboard it. It's a very simple idea. It doesn't work most of the time right now. Why doesn't it work? In fact, right now, typically, if an author says, I have my work on a floppy disk, you say, okay, fine, great, like to have it, knowing it's going to take you more time and cost you more money than to re-keyboard it. Or you'll say, yeah, fine, but send us a printout as well so that you can use that to put into the process. Largely because we don't have standards right now. We have no uniformity. If I do something on my Apple Writer 2E on my Apple II and I want to send that to someone else, there are black box systems that you can go in and out of converting. But there is no real standardization to make this process simple. So right now, no one's saving much money on that, but that will come. The Association of American Publishers, the Council on Library Resources, and others are working together to develop standards so that we will get some standardization, so that we can use the electronic creations of our authors, the physical product, to try and save money and speed the process. That's a simple step. What are we going to do next? The big step that has to take place, and that's something that will take much longer among traditional print publishers, is to stop thinking in terms of producing one item at a time, one book, one issue of a journal, but to think about building, or at least theoretically building, databases. That is, not just structuring one article, but structuring all of your information so that it has sufficiently common orientation and structure that you can merge it in one way or another, either with other things that you have published or with things which other publishers have published, to have a much more accessible, flexible kind of environment. What do I mean? Let me give you an example. At Elsevier, as I said, we do more than 500 journals. Very roughly, that means that we do about 600,000 pages a year of journal literature, that we do about 60,000 articles, 70,000 articles. That might involve 150,000 authors. Right now, as that material comes in, it comes into a factory, in effect. And you want to publish that information very quickly. Otherwise, it is no use to anyone if you don't get it out fast. You haven't really got time to do a lot of changes with it, nor necessarily to think too much how it's going to relate to a journal that's done in another Elsevier office 50 miles away. You should, but you don't. What we have to do within Elsevier, and what we are doing, is to make sure that we are doing each of these parts the same way, so that electronically we can fit it all together if we want to, or at least that we can electronically search and access from one to another. And ideally, we want to do it in such a way that we can go from our files in physics to the American Institute of Physics files in physics using the same access mechanisms, and go to the American Chemical Society's files, etc. It's an enormous project, but the potential of what it will mean for information access is great. So, database orientation, trying to structure our material in a retrievable way. And here I'm talking really still just about text. Right now, the technology is still not ready to handle graphic material, critical types of photographs the way we want. We have areas in biology, we have areas in geology where people won't even accept a photocopy. They have to have the printed page for the quality they need of the reproduction. We're anywhere from 5 to 10 years to having that on a widespread scale. I don't mean technically, but I mean widespread in use. All right, so you get that far. That's still transferring present product to a different way of accessing the present product, or a different way of organizing the present product. What else can we do with technology? Well, then we can move from thinking about structure to thinking about the intellectual content. Is there a way we can link the intellectual content a little bit better? Again, I'll give an example from what we're doing. We have a cluster of reference books in biochemistry and related areas, not just biochemistry, but in the biomedical area. We're starting to rethink these. We're not thinking about them as just as books. We're thinking about them as paragraphs. And as paragraphs which from that whole group of books should begin to come together and be accessible and relate to one another electronically. To do that, to think about how you structure at the paragraph level, to think about how you link words from one. In other words, creating, again, a large database among a whole lot of words means a lot more intellectual effort has to go into how do you organize your work, and you just can't take a manuscript from an author and edit it and publish it and get something that you can use beyond that hardbound book. Ultimately, if we can accomplish some of those things, I would say probably within 8 to 10 years, publishers like Elsevier and some of the other big scientific and business publishers will have some electronic databases or archives in which all of our material automatically at the time it's created is also stored electronically, even though we're also printing on paper. Now, I do think that print on paper will be continuing. Even though we print now in very short runs, in a way you can't believe the things. We print a lot of our material in 200, 300 copies. 1,000 copies is not unusual. To be under 1,000 copies of a book is not unusual. In the world, there are only about 500 places that want, information on a particular sub-level of neuroscience or something, and there are only so many copies you can sell. So it's automatic. The cost of printing is not in itself that great, but you can't sell very many copies. The high price stays there. If we can store it all electronically, and if we can begin to manipulate the data far more, then we can print on demand, and we can print smaller units, and we can mix and match. That's going to happen far more than it ever has in the past. We're going to be selling paragraphs of information. We're going to be selling a chapter from this book matched from a chapter from that book, or an article from this, on demand and available. Now, part of that's going on right now. If you look at the copy shops that exist next to universities, where they will, on a professor's request, photocopy a chapter from this book and a chapter from that book and bind it all together and sell it to the students. That's something that we object to as publishers rather strenuously without royalties. On the other hand, we're sympathetic to the need. The way we package information is not necessarily the way somebody wants to use it. So one of our jobs as a publisher is to make sure that we can do the same thing, that we are able to provide the flexibility that the market demands and has a reasonable right to ask for, that the technology makes possible. Finally, there will be certainly, as far as new technology for publishers, the kinds of new products that have nothing to do with what we've been publishing in the past. Software is the current example. I don't know of any large publisher that isn't also trying to publish software. They go into it with fear and trepidation, but they're trying to do it. I should say, by the way, a comment as to one of the things that was said before as to how much information or not. Our first big software programs, which are coming out now, they're being announced at a scientific conference next month. We are giving full source code. We're going to tell the person who buys everything they could possibly want to know about it. Part of it, and with the idea that they can modify, maneuver, do whatever they want with it internally on their own machines. It won't be cheap, and we're also aiming at commercial markets where we assume that company A won't copy it and give it to company B because they're competitors. But we are trying to do it that way. Okay, very quickly, implications for copyright. Interestingly, I thought I would disagree with more of what Judge Breyer said than in fact I did. I agree with a very large part of what he said. Certainly, from our standpoint, and I'll come back to this in a moment, we are economically motivated to get sufficient revenue to justify going on, not everything it may be worth. That's a whole separate question, but just enough to keep us going. Thank you very much. Working for a Dutch company where you can't fire anyone, it's very critical to have enough money to pay the bills. Okay. One thing on copyright and on new technology. It's not changing overnight for us. It's going to take time. The issues that we're dealing with are critical, but most print publishers that I know are still concerned about photocopying. They're not so terribly eager to say we can't live with the present copyright law or it isn't providing for our needs. Second, and that's a related change, there are a lot of changes going on in relationships among players. One of the things that these electronic databases will do, in order to make good use of them, it's likely that you'll have far more sales directly to the end user. Instead of going through a chain that goes from publisher to perhaps bookseller to library to customer, you may go far more directly to the end customer. That upsets a lot of people, including some librarians, not all by any means, but some are not sure what their role will be. It also upsets a lot of publishers because they're not sure they can handle that, and they're not sure someone else is going to step in realistically and take over that whole job of information processing. What does that have to do with copyright? Only in the sense that you're going to be hearing from various people who have vested interests, including myself, and who are trying to protect our roles in the future. And I think some of the people who used to wear white hats may or may not be wearing them always. Or at least you have to be a little wary, including me. Third thing, and I have to just stop briefly, there are people who are saying that electronic publishing makes copyright obsolete, and the example they use is what I consider the extreme example. That is, gee, I enter a piece of work in a computer, it's on an electronic mail network, somebody else comes by, they adjust it, they change it, a third person comes in, they adjust it, they change it. How can I protect possibly this thing? It has several authors and it's changing in time. And therefore, and I have seen this too often now from some reputable people, therefore electronic publishing must not be copyrightable. It must be just too hard to get a handle on. I would say the kind of situation that's described to begin with, this iterative electronic messaging, may or may not be copyrightable. I have my feelings that there are methods that could be done, but I admit it's difficult. At the same time, no one puts a gun to the head of the person who starts the process. No one says you must put your information in this system in such a way that its particular identity is lost. That's a choice. Just as someone who puts out public domain software makes a choice that they want to put it out and freely copy, someone can put their choice that they go into a system like that. In order to make a choice, though, you have to be able to also put it into an electronic system where it's protected. And I don't want to see that protection lost. I think it would be ironic at a time that we are stretching and using copyright to protect any number of different things to remove it from the protection of words simply because they're there electronically. The two quick points, and I know I'm out of time, in addition I would make, are only twofold. One, because they're repetitions of other things. One, it was said last night that we should perhaps focus on use somewhat more, or at least the sense of copying, maybe not entirely true for copyright law. I certainly would agree. I think that we have to think about compensation for use as much or more than compensation for making a physical copy or an electronic copy, and what use should be compensated. Second, and that's the big question, is investment. Building databases is not cheap. It's costing us more to do this than it costs to print and to publish normally. The intellectual effort that has to go into it is great, and we can't do it if we don't have some reasonable expectation of a return. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very frustrating this morning because I want to hear all of the speakers for an hour. I only wish we had more time. Our third speaker this morning, we're going right back to the source, one of the people whose intellectual property we are talking about. Joseph Lash is the author of 8 books. In 1972, he received the Pulitzer Prize for Biography and the National Book Award, and also the Francis Parkman Prize. He was presented with the first Samuel E. Morrison Award in 1976, and he is here speaking on behalf of the Authors Guild.
Thank you very much for including the Authors Guild in these discussions. At breakfast this morning, Dr. Burstein made a very important distinction. He said, we have been talking about information, but there is a difference between information and knowledge. I would think that, I better get my water, excuse me. Thank you. There is, of course, a link, and the author may be the link. And it is important when we consider copyright that we not operate in such a way that we protect the holders of copyright, who are chiefly the vendors of information, and that we forget the author. Somebody yesterday leaned over and said to me, where is the author in all of this? And indeed, it was a very relevant question, and I appreciated it. Because this morning we have heard the word author used by Judge Breyer only to have the whip applied to our backs to suggest that that we are a mercenary lot and we should be made to work for whatever it takes to persuade us, and the less it takes to persuade us, the better off the consumer is. Well, I freely acknowledge that we are a mercenary lot. I don't deny that. I don't know whether it distinguishes us from congressmen and judges and others. I think perhaps we all have that kind of self-interest, and perhaps it is part of the virtue of the American system that we do have laws that protect that particular aspect of human nature. I was reminded of Winston Churchill's statement about democracy, that it is a bad system except all the others. And as I was hearing some of the statements about copyright this morning, I wondered, well, what are the other systems that would work better? I think that I've been sent here, now this is going to seem to some of you anecdotal, because I wrote my last book on a word processor, and when the Authors Guild was invited by the Librarian of Congress and Dr. Ladd to send a representative, they said, well, we'll send Joe Lash. He knows how a word processor operates. I've had some other personal experiences that seem relevant in terms of the discussions we've been having here. I did a book about Roosevelt and Churchill, the partnership that saved the West, and that ended at Pearl Harbor. And my publisher said, well, why don't you go on and do a book about Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin? And I said, sure, and he gave me a good advance. And I went up to Columbia, where Marshall Schulman made me a visiting scholar so I could have use of the library. And they have a very good library at the Russian Institute. And I would read these marvelous books about Stalin, and I would take them upstairs to be copied for me. The cost in economic terms was probably a little more than what I would have had to pay if I had gone out to get the book, except that a lot of them were out of print. But afterwards, I said to myself, well, now I'll make use of this, and I'll give him a footnote. And something in my mind said, he probably would say to you, the author of the book, I can forget the footnote, pay me $100 for the citation, except that he didn't know about it, and my guilt feeling was not strong enough to make me volunteer to send him the $100. So there is a problem, of course, as we've all been acknowledging. Well, I had experienced the opposite of that. I wrote some books about Eleanor Roosevelt, as many of you may know, and we did a television program, Eleanor and Franklin, and then somebody had the idea of doing a television program about Eleanor Roosevelt in the years after FDR's death that would focus on her human rights work. And so they went ahead, and some of you may have seen that film, which had Gene Stapleton as playing the part of Eleanor, doing a very, very good job about it. Well, Gene Stapleton's agent I saw later, and he said to me, he said, you know, I said to them, we ought to use your book, The Years Alone. And everybody just set their jaws grimly, and we decided not to pay any attention to it. But I, of course, knowing my book very well, and watching this film very carefully, saw lines that were similar. They obviously worked on the principle, this is all in the public domain, and we'll see to it that it is not copied in such a way that it makes us liable to a libel suit on the thing, or infringement of rights. So it's both sides of the picture, and I understand that this is a very complex problem. I appreciated very much Dr. Ladd's analysis of the problem before the World Intellectual Property Organization, because it was so sensitive and sensible about the problems of authors. And I do think that our interests tend to get lost in this very revolutionary technology that is developing, in which the money and the battalions are really on the side of the people who are creating the floppy disks and other software, etc. But I do think that it will be a shame if the knowledge part, as distinguished from the information part, is lost sight of in the situation. And someone this morning talked about the brain drain and of the migration of great European intellects to the United States after the war. Well, there was another brain drain. It wasn't a brain drain. That before the war, some very great European minds migrated to this country, fleeing from fascism in one form or another. Their names were people like Einstein and Fermi and Szilard, and they were the ones who had the idea of the splitting the atom. And during the course of the development of the atom project, they became very exercised at first because they felt that the generals who had taken over an overall supervision over the project, General Groves and others, were not sufficiently attentive to the need for haste in splitting the atom and getting the atom bomb, and that the big companies that were brought in to develop the atomic facilities were more concerned with their patents after the war than they were with getting this weapon in time of the war. They were wrong on these points, as was shown later. But later, at the end of the war, when Fat Boy was developed and the issue came up, should the bomb be dropped on Hiroshima, people like Szilard and Fermi and others said, let's do it in a demonstration way, let's not drop it on Hiroshima. And I have thought afterwards that here were the people with the long vision, that if indeed we had not dropped the bomb, well, you don't want to lecture on nuclear energy, but I'm trying to get at the difference between knowledge and information here. If these seers, so to speak, had been listened to at that critical juncture, we might have been saved this great, terrible race that we're now facing in the world. So don't be forgetful of the people with knowledge, not that I'm for the moment comparing the authors and the authors' guild. 2 minutes. I haven't started. Well, anyway, with minds like Szilard and Fermi, etc. Someone asked me yesterday, well, how many authors use word processors? And I had to confess that I didn't know. That in the Authors Guild Council, we have talked about it, and there are a group of authors who are sort of elite authors who have word processors. There are a group of authors who are very distinguished authors who wouldn't go near one with a 10-foot pole because they say it interferes with the creative process. But the fact of the matter is that we at the Authors Guild don't know, and we should know, how many authors are using word processors, what the experience has been, etc. The publishers have set up a thing called the Electronic Publishing Project, in which they're trying to get a set of standards for coding manuscripts that could facilitate the procedure of composition and putting a manuscript into the works. We are a part of the project. We're one of the stakeholders. The assumption is that we should master these codes when they're finally developed, and when they send back a thing marked for electronic processing, we should know what to do with it. Well, the Authors Guild has taken the mercenary view that if the publishers are to get economic benefits out of it, they ought to share it with the authors and not load this thing on the authors on the assumption, that this is the way things have gone traditionally. Indeed, speaking personally, it seems to me that if publishers want to move into the computer mode and they would like us to prepare manuscripts on disks and send us back the disks coded by the new code that they're developing, that perhaps publishers should consider that when they sign a contract with us, that they also make available to us a word processing machine on which we can do the manuscript and send it to them. After all, in newspaper offices today, and anyone of you who are familiar with a city room, there is a word processor at every reporter's desk. If a newspaper publisher can supply a word processing machine to his reporter, a publisher can do the same with his writer. Well, I see the time is gone, but let me just say that it is easy to forget the author, that we ought not to kill the goose that lays the eggs. Some of our eggs may not be golden, some of them may even stink, but don't kill the goose.
I think the only thing criminal is having to cut short such excellent speakers. We are obviously going to go at least till 12, and those of you who don't mind delaying your lunch may wish to stay and ask questions. We will move along as quickly as we can. Thank you very much, Mr. Lash. Jay Lucker is an old personal friend of mine, I'm delighted to say, so there's a familiar face to me on the panel. He has been director of libraries at MIT since 1975. He previously worked in senior positions at Princeton University and at the New York Public Library. He's active in many professional societies, is past president of the Association of Research Libraries and a member of the American Library Association Council. Mr. Lucker.
Thank you. I'll take the 2-minute warning in 8 minutes. Computers have revolutionized the way that libraries operate and continue to change the ways that libraries do the things that they have to do. Just to itemize some of the impact of computers internally, the advent of computerized networks has increased the speed with which libraries can catalog information and decrease the cost by enabling them to cooperate in the cataloging of books, journals, and other materials. The transmission of this information through bibliographic utilities also enables libraries to use that same database to exchange information on what they own. So the same database that provides cataloging information provides information for interlibrary loan and photocopying requests. Within the libraries themselves, computers have been used and are being used to automate the way the libraries are organized. The integrated library system is a thing of the present, where libraries now have a single computerized system that will enable them to catalog, acquire, process, catalog, retrieve, and display to their users all of their holdings. Libraries are the principal users of online bibliographic databases. Libraries are using microcomputers for their own internal operations. Libraries also are the purchasers and disseminators of electronic information and other new forms of technologically stored information, such as full text on video and optical disc, videotapes, discs, audio tapes, and so on. Libraries, academic libraries particularly, are also part of a larger organization, usually the university. And the electronic revolution is now reaching onto the campus into what has been called the wired campus. There are at least a half a dozen institutions that are presently in the process of wiring their campuses so that there's one large network. 3 of them, Carnegie Mellon University, Brown University, and MIT, have received large amounts of support from computer companies such as IBM and Digital Equipment Corporation. The concept is that eventually, and within the next 5 years, every individual on a university campus will have access to a large range of information. The information will be information stored in a variety of places: the central computer facility, individual databases, and the library. The proposal is that individuals could access the library's catalog, could access external databases through the library. Now, obviously one of the problems here is the control of the right of that information. It is unlikely that libraries will be distributing full text on the campus. People have been saying with the advent of the computer, it'd be very easy to send somebody the information they want. Well, with 4 million items stored in our library, for example, it is uneconomical in my view to transmit full text that is not already in electronic form to somebody on the campus. What we see as the most likely outcome of the electronic revolution on the campus is that individuals will be able to know what the library has, where it is, and perhaps most important, whether it's there or not, and then to be able to request that information. But the delivery of that information will, in my view, most likely be through conventional forms, at least for the foreseeable future. And I've identified 8 issues that I think affect libraries in the context of new technology and copyright, and I'll try to itemize them briefly. And these are no particular order of importance. The first is the circulation and control of software and other easily reproducible information. Libraries have been and will be acquiring not only books and journals, but software, videotapes, audio tapes, cassettes, and perhaps even chips. The traditional role of the library is to make material that they own available to anybody who is authorized to use that library. The difference, I think, is, as people have said, each person is his or her own publisher. And one of the problems I see is the problem of control of duplication once the material gets into the library. We have only limited ability to control what we have. Either we lend the material or we don't. It's as simple as that. Once we lend the material, what happens to that material once it leaves our premises is totally out of our control. It's probably even out of our control within the premises, as has been seen in the case of coin-operated photocopying machines. But I would suggest that it will be impossible for libraries to control the duplication of material that it circulates. And I would suggest that the most advantageous method of addressing this problem is in licensing arrangements. That is, the right to purchase should also include the right to duplicate. It seems to me that that's one way of taking the burden off the libraries and also recompensing the publisher or creator for some portion of the cost of doing it. I would say that we are already doing that, although the publishers would probably not admit it, in the fact that libraries, somebody said earlier, I think, that publishers don't charge libraries more than they charge individuals for books. That may be true, but they do it for journals. And libraries now pay 3 or 4 times the amount of subscription price individuals do. And it might be reasonable to say that the price of subscription might also include the right of copying. Second problem in the area of electronic journal publishing, questions are how to finance library subscriptions in a bimodal arrangement. As long as the items are being published in both print and electronic form, the libraries will continue to subscribe to the print form. What happens when someone wants an electronic article quicker than they can get the print article? Who pays? And how much do you charge? Another problem with electronic publishing, as I see it, is what do you do with the hard copy output? Now, people have said there will be no hard copy. I can't conceive, for example, of receiving information in electronic form and trying to deliver it to somebody who doesn't have a terminal. So inevitably, if we subscribe to electronic journals, we have to produce some sort of hard copy output. That hard copy output is in itself reproducible, and the problem, for example, of the proliferation of a copyright item by the ultimate recipient is not out of the realm of possibility. It is my view that libraries will deliver the hard copy to the user and not store the hard copy and create a file of individual articles. Third, optical and video disc technology. This seems to me to be has tremendous potential for libraries in the area of preservation. I understand yesterday there was a presentation of the Library of Congress Optical Disc Project, of which I am a member of the advisory committee. I think it should not be underestimated of the importance of this technology for preserving deteriorating library collections. We've reached the stage now where we can't even let people look at things that we own, because every time something is handled, it accelerates the deterioration. I think the preservation function of optical video disc technology will both enable us to hold on to things that we have that are no longer usable, and also to be able to have the public make use of them. Fourth, the role of the library as a purveyor of information is now being expanded into the role of the library as document delivery. one of the things that I'm concerned about is libraries taking on the commercial role of document delivery. That is, libraries providing photocopies and copies and doing database searching for individuals not connected with their organizations and not paying the necessary fees and not paying the royalties. I think as it becomes easier to provide these services, there's a danger that libraries, both public and academic libraries, will not be aware of the legal requirements. There is, as you probably know, a great debate in the library world about fee versus free. By and large, the public libraries stand on the side of everything being free, and the academic libraries realizing everything has a charge connected with it. How does somebody in a public library who's paying taxes, how do they access online full-text databases when there's a per-unit charge for the service? Who pays for the copy? Do only people who can afford to pay? If the library pays, where does the money come from? Fifth, telecommunications. One of the major problems in the adaptation of technology to libraries cooperative activities, including catalog interlibrary loan, will go up 60% this year, and that is that's a large percentage. And I'll give you just one example. In the case of the library that I manage, the annual cost would go from $15,000 per year to $25,000 per year, just for the cost of telecommunication with our bibliographic utility. Again, the question is, with all of this telecommunication on the campus and in the towns, who's going to pay? Sixth, the basic economic issue as I see it is that this is a zero-sum game. I think there's an expectation on the part of some people that whatever is put out, somebody will buy. Unfortunately, libraries, particularly academic libraries, have only a certain amount of money to spend, and it gets increasingly difficult to get more money from our administrators. If we must spend money for new things, we will not spend money for old things. And I think if there are electronic journals being published, then something else will not be acquired. I don't think that there's an infinite supply of money available to us, and therefore I think that any program, any change that requires, for example, the payment of royalty fees, the payment of licenses, the payment of additional charges, the cost of doing that will come out of the current budget, and that something else will not be done. And if you think that that's going to be personnel costs, I think you're probably deluded. Seventh, I think as the university as publisher and other publishers should be concerned about the problem of deposit for copyright purposes of information in non-conventional forms. We publish about 15,000 theses a year. Within the last 5 years, the number of theses that have been deposited in the library that are not in print form has increased. That is, the entire thesis is now on a videotape. The entire thesis is on an optical disc, no longer a print version. The university will accept that version. What will the Copyright Office accept as a deposit copy? And finally, we are concerned about copyright protection for unpublished manuscripts. Most large research libraries are the repositories of manuscripts and archives of their faculty and of other authors. And we are increasingly concerned about the rights both of the library and of the person who deposited the material and of the heirs and the estate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay. Our final speaker this morning is Warren Spurlin. Dr. Spurlin is Deputy Superintendent of the Sarasota County, Florida Public Schools, and has 26 years of experience in public education, 22 of which were at various levels of administration, ranging from assistant principal in a junior high onto the positions, onto various other positions. He has an earned doctorate, education specialist, master's and bachelor of science degrees from Wayne University, Detroit, Michigan, Michigan State University, and the University of Michigan, and the University of Miami. His recent experience includes participation in the NIE National Conference on Producer-Educator Perspectives on Educational Software in DC, and he's authored policy statements to control copyright violation of computer software and mandated staff development in this area for the Sarasota School District, which has drawn national attention. Before turning the lectern over to Dr. Spurlin, I want to make one correction for the record. Although I had been told by one or two of our speakers that they were representing particular groups, apparently that is not the case. They are here completely as individuals and are not speaking on behalf of any organization or agency. Well, Dr. Spurlin.
Thank you. My first point is to file a disclaimer. I think the structure of the panel was that I was to be representing the National School Board Association point of view or the administrator's point of view. I'll try to do that as best as possible, but it's really my interpretation of their point of view, and that's what you'll get. I'm going to trying to condense the impact of what's been talked about in this past few days and tomorrow into 10 minutes is irresponsible, so I'm not going to try to do that. I am going to give you a little different dimension about what's happening in public education as a result of the growth in computers, both from the mainframe time down now to the micros. If you'll recall, if you had anything at all, or if you're paying any attention, it wasn't too many years ago that the advent of television just hop-skipped right across education. There were a few lame efforts, sponsored mainly by federal funds, to bring television into the classroom on a massive basis, and it failed miserably. You all remember the planes that flew around over Indiana trying to broadcast into Detroit and Chicago and some things like that. But by and large, public television was the beginning point. Public television broadcasting was really the beginning point of bringing television into the classroom. It did not emanate from the schools or the school people themselves. The same thing was just about to happen with microcomputers. Microcomputers, in essence, had leapfrogged the school systems into the homes. And it was only through, I think, several coincidental things that brought the schools alive in the aspect of using microcomputers for instruction and for management. One was the availability, unbeknownst to the schools, the resource where people just literally dumped microcomputers on the schools. The academic mindset is not to grab something like a microcomputer, throw it into the classroom, start instruction with it, and say it's a good idea. The mindset is to run a pilot, to do experiment, to collect data, to review the data, to verify the data, and on and on and on. The public did not allow that to happen. Computers, the legislators from California to Florida and back and forth mandated things like computer literacy. Corporations like IBM and some of the others just literally unloaded microcomputers on the schools. There was legislative, and still is, legislative activity to try to get tax breaks and so forth for people, what we call the Apple bill. These things impacted upon education in such a way it couldn't be ignored. So we were not necessarily a willing participant in this mushrooming of the microcomputer, the software that goes with it, and its impact. And it was particularly humbling to educators to have it coming off of the game format into the classroom. So you can see now you've got a mindset out here that may not be as open as it appears if you listen to advocates of microcomputing from education. And along with that, about a year and a half ago, all these reports began to come out about how poorly education is doing and a lot of things. And aside from that, that really created some excitement in education. And that was good for education. So with that excitement, with that history, then it brings us to a point on a Sunday morning in Fort Lauderdale where we're talking about things like copyright violation, the types of protection for authors, a lot of things which frankly educators have paid little or no attention to. Now, we have taken, in Sarasota County and other counties, we're not that unique, we've taken the opportunity to use this copyright issue to work for us. See, we have a tax spender's mentality, and I think you don't want to use public education as the vanguard for making determinations about copyright issues. Because very honestly, the issue of whether you try to protect someone's copyright or you spend a few dollars or you try to get around that, if you're spending tax money, that is different than when it's coming out of the private sector. And I don't mean that in a negative way, it just is different. The easy answer is to pay for things. The better answer might be something else. And to try to get a few points across in this brief time, let's not forget that microcomputers are, in a way, an advanced or a significant redevelopment of the mainframe computer that's been around forever. The mainframe computer was a very positive and powerful tool for education, just like it was business. And we used that mainframe computer for classroom-assisted instruction, curriculum-assisted instruction, just like we're using the micro in a way now. But the way the software came about was through a licensing process. And the copyright issues for software has really only developed in the educational sphere since the micros have become so available. So maybe we need to look back a little bit into history, at least in the field of education, to take a look at how we licensed the software or the driving ware for those big computers. Because it worked, and it worked fairly well. And something must have been right because, as you all know, the development was astronomical in terms of time. I was asked to take a little bit of a look at the future. We do a lot of things right now with computers, mainframe, micros, and even there's a resurgence of what we used to call the mini computer, which went out of favor. But there are right now school districts in the United States where there is a computerized relationship between television, computer, that has two-way communication. And with all these mandated programs where there's a low incidence of student participation, where in fact legislatures are demanding that you teach something that you don't even have a teacher in your district that can handle, or if you do, you have one and you have 4 schools that they have to serve. There's no question about the possibility, a strong possibility, of delivering these mandates through networks of television, networks of microcomputers, networks of heavier computers. So that's happening. You have programs right now, we participate, many others do, where the information about college entrance, about scholarships, about changing requirements, all this is computerized and can be accessed daily by the youngsters themselves and counselors' offices. That's a growing thing. That can be, your imagination is your only limit to what that kind of networking can do. Another area is the area of responders. I haven't heard that mentioned. I'm not a technician, so I don't know where that all fits in. But if you could think of a lecture hall like this, with all your microcomputers set up and a responder system, where the instructor can stand up here, make a point, ask how many people got that point based on something he'd written down, they punch a button, he knows immediately. That type of thing is going on. We use it a little bit now in training for our medical people in adult ed. But that type of technology is tied into the computer because the printout that comes out gives the teacher 100% information on their level of understanding and so on and so forth. But that's all right there. It's just a matter of expanding the technology, bringing it into the classroom. This idea of downloading, I hate to use that term because I guess it wasn't a nice term somehow, but we have situations set up now, and this is a real problem with the copyright. We buy programs, we bring them in, we put them on what we call a master computer. Out there sits 15 or 20 what we call slave computers. Every 55 minutes, a new youngster comes in, sits down. He has an individualized program programmed into the master computer that's downloaded to that little unit, the slave out there for that computer. 6 periods a day we do this, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now we do this under a licensing arrangement, but that's going to happen. More and more that's going to develop. We go out and buy our software now. We have a policy in our district that we have to negotiate with the vendor before we'll allow anyone to buy software. And they have to show evidence, there's a regular process, that they've tried to negotiate. At the point that we can't negotiate a copyright release or relief, or at the point in time we can't license in a different way, before we purchase that, that has to go through administrative review. It just happens to be my office. Sometimes, even if we can't negotiate a deal, we go ahead and buy the stuff. If there's no equivalent, if it makes sense, we'll do it. But this marketplace idea is working very well. And it's the larger companies, quite frankly, that are willing to negotiate with us more often. These kinds of things are happening. One of our biggest problems mentioned here, as educators on a national basis, we subscribe to journals by the hundreds. And we pay heavy fees to subscribe to those journals. And then the journals come out with articles that are germane to something that we're doing, have widespread application, and we feel we have a right to make some reasonable copies and distribute those. And we're having a battle. We're having a battle with the School Board Association or the School Board Journal, with the administrative group over their magazine. So there's got to be some licensing arrangement if, in fact, the school districts are not going to become dishonest. My last point, it was said several times today, and let me say that I just don't see any other way around it. We're talking about something called education. In our school district's policy on copyright, we require every teacher and every student to go through a program that we call computer literacy. A big component of computer literacy for our teachers is the understanding of the copyright laws and the ramification of those laws as it's applied to education. A large component for our youngsters in computer literacy is an understanding of the law around computers, what it means, the software, the hardware, their values, their relationship. And if you get to the point where you have a computer in every home as you have a TV set, and you get the schools working with software that can be interchanged, libraried out, sold, however you want to do it, you've got a hell of a relationship between home and school that we never could have had otherwise. That relationship is going to develop. Along with that relationship, you're going to have a gap if we're not careful, because every home isn't going to have a computer terminal, and every home isn't going to have a TV set. So if you began to design your instruction based on that mode, then somewhere you've got to provide for filling the gap for the haves and the have-nots, the gaps between the haves and the have-nots. I'm sure I've distorted everything, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we have heard 5 excellent presentations from producers, distributors, and users, and looking at both private sector and public sector concerns. We would like to take questions first from the members of Congress, our primary audience, if you have any of those. Any member of Congress wish to ask a question?
Yes, John Conyers here. I'd like to ask Mr. Spurlin whether he considers the use of computers the way of the future in public education. All of us in the Congress have been deeply involved in educational issues. In some communities, it appears that there is a pressure put on by sometimes parents, sometimes people that think it's the way to go and they're disturbed that their school system isn't doing it. There is that gap that is being discussed between those poor communities where there is no preliminary effort. And then there's always, as you mentioned briefly, the game syndrome and what that might do to a youngster. I was just thinking that many of them hang out in arcades, but when they come to using a computer in school, this may seem something that they may not want to indulge in. So I'd like to get your feel for where this thing is going in the education area.
Very quickly, if I go in reverse order a little bit, we're hoping that the game syndrome will be reversed. We're hoping that the fact that the game syndrome brought it on, but we feel strongly that the computer is a powerful enough instructional device that will overcome that. Now, jumping to your first question, there's no question that the microcomputer is the trend right now. It's really too early for me to have a personal feeling about its value as opposed, let's say, to a teacher in the classroom or to a textbook that the youngster can take home. But the data has turned around. The data from 1960 and 60 through 68 did not indicate that computer-assisted instruction made significant differences in learning. The most recent data using the different programs, the better software, I didn't even get to how poor the software has been up to the last few years. So anyway, my point is I think it's turning around. I think you have evidence now that computer-assisted instruction is as good or better than traditional instruction. I think it's something we have to watch, John. I think it's going to be a powerful, powerful tool in the classroom.
I'd like to add one short comment to that. Having worked in all of the areas you've heard about this morning, the concern that I have is that we harness the technology to do what we want it to do. It bothers me to think of an author who must sit in front of a terminal who would prefer to take his yellow pad outside on the hammock or something. In many cases, we are restricted by the technology. I think we should go back to the original Greek root of the word techne, which is a systematic interweaving of arts and crafts. Says nothing about hardware. And we must make sure that we're in control of that technology and not let it come in and tell us what to do. I think we were hearing a little of that where the computers have come into the school and nobody had set the goals that they wanted to use these computers for. Another question. Yes, sir.
I'm wondering about the equity for consumers in all of this. You have a certain group of captive consumers who are going to pay, who can't get away from paying. But now we're talking about promiscuous copying, which will provide another class of consumers who will not pay anything. What will be the effect on the captive consumers? Will the cost be uploaded on them?
Would any panelists like to take a stab at answering that one?
I hope not. Certainly that's what has happened in our area. I don't know of a publisher who publishes journals who can say and defend with fact that photocopying has in fact resulted in significantly fewer subscriptions, but we certainly feel that it's a contribution to it, and the end result has been those who continue to buy pay a higher price, yes. Now, what I hope is, and as I said in the future, we should have more flexibility in how we sell, and I hope that we can develop pricing mechanisms and market mechanisms that mean all users pay a lower but fairer price. Yeah.
One of the questions that has been raised to the library community is about the non-captive consumers. What about the widening gap between the information rich and the information poor? Those who can't get access to material in electronic form only. And I think that's an important question to keep in mind here also, as an issue to distinguish among cost and price and value. We can determine what a product costs, and maybe that cost will go up. We can determine what the value is to society, which is one of the major concerns before Congress at all times. What is in the interest of society to do? The pricing can be handled in many ways, either passed on directly to consumers, subsidized for certain groups, etc. I think often those three get confused, and it's essential to keep them separate from one another. Other questions? Yes?
Well, if the consumer is going to pay a lower but fairer price, and we have all this pirating that's going on, and there's no real protection for the author and for the people that produce the materials, is there going to be the incentive that's necessary to put out a quality product to begin with?
I don't know for sure. I can only give you an example. I hope so. Otherwise, well, I don't know. Yeah, I think so. We're considering right now a package in the scientific area that every group of scientists we talk with in a market test about it absolutely agrees it will be a dramatic improvement over what's available now. It is not clear to us at all that we can afford to put it together, or that the amount of non-compensated use, that we can structure it in such a way that the amount of non-compensated use will cover our cost of building it. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that.
Jay, you wanted to add something?
The motivation for publishing at least scientific, scholarly, technical information is not financial. First of all, the rewards are, as Judge Breyer said, are different. Secondly, rather than receive payment for publishing, in many cases you have to pay to be published. Page charges, for example, are still a way of life in many scientific and technical areas. In addition to which, the cost of doing the research, in many cases borne by the United States government. A great deal of basic research and applied research in this country is funded by the United States government, and therefore the output, the publication is in a sense being funded. In fact, I've always found it somewhat ironic that in this area of sponsored research, where the cost of doing the research is paid for by the taxpayer, and the fruits of the research are being disseminated by the publisher, a lot of the taxpayers are paying the second time to get that information. I don't think that, at least in the area of scientific and scholarly publishing, that it will inhibit output.
Yes, sir.
Hamfish, New York. Mr. Lash, yesterday we saw a slide that, if I recall the figures roughly, the author got about 5% and the publisher 35 to 40, and the distributor the second largest share of the profits. Your message to us was, don't forget the author. I wonder if you care to elaborate as to what we should have in mind so as not to forget the author.
Yes. What should you have in mind so as not to forget the author? You said.
Excuse me, Mr. Lash, didn't hear the question.
What should you have in mind so as not to forget it? How do you not forget it?
Is that not clear?
I was thinking, Congressman Fish, basically in terms of the electronic publishing project, that if there are savings to the publisher as a result of our coding these manuscripts according to the standards they now set up, that part of the savings be passed on to the author and not just held by the publisher. I do think that this is not can't be answered by general principles, anyone who's read the history of the struggles in the code authorities as to whether the consumer was going to be forgotten between the determination of the administration to raise prices and the trade unions to raise prices so they can get higher wages, and the industries will remember that the consumers had a chance only because they were well organized and represented by Mary Harriman Rumsey. And when she died, and the consumer thing it fell apart, the consumers were forgotten. Now, I think it's in part a challenge to the Authors Guild that there is this onrushing technology, and we have to be aware of it, and we have to be represented at meetings such as this and other comparable meetings in Congressional committees so that we are not forgotten. But I don't have any particular formula for the purpose.
I'd like to make one other comment on that. If the slide that you referred to was yesterday morning, I was not here for that, so I regret that I can't respond, except the figures you quote don't make sense for the kind of publishing that we have done. I had worked out, if you took a typical $40 professional book, that was the list price. Indeed, the largest section of that, perhaps 25%, would go to the next step in the sales chain. So that's your wholesaler or your bookstore or somewhere else, somewhere in that range. About 20% for physical paper production, binding, printing, 15% for other marketing costs, 5 to 10% for your editorial R&D kind of development, your cost of handling and thinking about and acquiring the material, 10 to 15% for general overhead. In other words, 80% approximately are direct cost items. That leaves you with something that gets split between the author and the publisher, and typically it is 60% author, let's say 40% publisher. That's maybe 12% to the author, 8% to the publisher. So the 35% figure, I'm not quite sure who's getting that, but it's not most publishers.
I believe I could clarify that. That was actually software publishing that was being quoted yesterday. It turned out not to be totally in consonant with book publishing, but...
Thank you. Congressman Smith.
Yep. I'm curious, after having heard some of the panelists give their competing philosophies, and they are, in fact, in the judge's presentation, I'm curious whether anyone would hazard a guess on two issues. The first issue is whether or not we can write a comprehensive law which would, in fact, be sufficiently broad yet sufficiently specific to be protective of the area we're trying to protect. And secondarily, if that's not the case, would we then have to break down copyrights like we have never done before into specific areas of knowledge or information or use, and literally deal with the subject on different levels for the different dissemination modes?
Who's the brave panelist to start this response?
Well, I mean, between you and Congressman Moorhead, those were the questions that I wanted to raise. And he says the issue, an issue is, will the stuff be produced? And you, I think, which distinguishes what Mr. Lash, I saw Mr. Lash as Walt Whitman. And my point is that what is appropriate for Walt Whitman, the kind of protection for the trade book author, could be totally different from the kind of protection that you might want to give to the areas you're thinking of. You ask, can you break them down? The way I'd go about breaking them down, or trying to, is to get Professor Lucker and a list like those 8 things and simply go through. Indeed, you saw here everyone's sympathetic to that point of view. And seeing if it's possible at a staff level to go through area by area and break out the strongest core for protection. And then either that's going to prove to be possible or not. I suspect from what I hear it won't be.
Let me ask you,
and if it won't be, then you wait and see if a big problem develops. And at the time the big problem develops, then you try and focus
assuming it
on
would be
that.
possible to break it out, how would you get around equal protection?
No, I mean, that if you can break it out, the reason that you're breaking it, I'm not giving a legal opinion, but I mean, the reason that you're breaking it out is because you'd feel in area X, the need for the protection to get the stuff produced is unusually great. the risks that the protection will interfere with dissemination of material is unusually small. And if that's your reason, it's a reason. And what you need for equal protection is a reason. You see?
Thank
Jay
you.
or anyone else, would you like to comment on that? I guess we're all hesitant because we're not lawyers. The question is whether a single piece of legislation can cover it. My hesitancy in looking toward one piece of legislation is that so much of what we've been hearing about, and from what I know from database producers, must be protected by licenses and leasing arrangements. The other problem I see is that we have so many different segments of society. I think what Dr. Spurlin was saying about we cannot treat the users all the same way. We cannot treat the types of information all the same way. Knowledge and information are indeed very different. So I guess my response is a tentative no to the first part, and I think it's going to take a rather large coalition to come up with alternatives to do that. Yes, Dr. Borston.
I might just add a word, a comment on what Judge Breyer said and on what Congressman Smith said. Judge Breyer was observing on the need for restrictions to bring about the production of the product, the imaginative product. I would like to suggest that that might be a usable principle in the case of the less important, the less revolutionary, the less basic artistic creations. But if we look at the history of the great works, imaginative works in literature, I think that the one thing we can say about them is that their production was unpredictable. Perhaps if we would produce a tyrannic czarist society, we might produce some Tolstoys and Dostoevskys. That wouldn't be worth the price. And what I suggest is that what we really are concerned with here is to create a society, an atmosphere, and this goes back to something Mr. Devine mentioned this morning, create a society in which we will encourage the unpredictable, that is, encourage productivity for reasons we can't quite understand, which means then that what we're doing with the compensation is not to provide an incentive to the great creative artists, but rather we're creating an atmosphere of freedom and spontaneity and reward for creativity, and the rewards for that compensation go to the whole community. Because a community which values creativity and which has the satisfaction of rewarding its artists is a richer, more productive community than one which measures the compensation in a more purely economic way.
Can I just ask you, as we bring it up, because it relates to what Mr. Lash says, you might have thought of this too. One idea that's always intrigued me is the notion of the moral right of the author. I mean, that's a line that European countries have taken in order to help, that we've never really taken. And is there some possibility there to get at some of the things that Mr. Lash...
I'm just suggesting that the whole society profits when the community rewards those people who produce creative work, even though they didn't produce the creative work for economic reasons.
I might say, in support of your position, Dr. Burstein, that the Institute of Advanced Study that was set up primarily to house Einstein was not based on the copyright principle, except that it was to create an atmosphere in which a mind like Einstein's could work congenially. And the most important part of it may have been that there should be peers, so that there was an intellectual test and creative test for the other kinds of people that were brought in. Now, I wouldn't for a moment seem to disparage that incentive as part of it, but I do think it is fundamentally based on the copyright system as it exists in the country, and that if we throw that out, we may be throwing out a lot more.
I think we also have that question of what is it that we're protecting. If it is an idea, that's one thing. Are we talking about now protecting electrical impulses? So the technology that we originally set copyright up to deal with was developed in the 15th century. And now we're dealing with quite different technology. Yes, sir, one last question. I understand we are to close at 12:15, so please.
Yeah, John Koenig in Columbia. I found Judge Breyer's presentation very stimulating, and I agree with him that differentiation between kinds of copyrighted materials is absolutely vital. I sympathize with him on having to have reread his article.
I think that it might also have been useful if he had read further in Macaulay, whom he cited in support. And I'd just like to read for a moment what Macaulay did say in 1856, still relevant to copyright revision. He says, "The advantages arising from a system of copyright are obvious. It is desirable we should have a supply of good books. We cannot have such a supply unless men of letters are liberally remunerated, and the least objectionable way of remunerating them is by means of copyright. You cannot depend for literary instruction and amusement on the leisure of men occupied in the pursuits of active life. You must not look to such men for works which require deep meditation and long research. It is then on men whose profession is literature and whose private means are not ample that you must rely for a supply of valuable books. Such men must be remunerated for their labor, and there are only two ways in which they can be remunerated. One of those ways is patronage, the other is copyright. I can conceive no system more fatal to the integrity and independence of literary men than one under which they should be taught to look for their daily bread to the favor of ministers and nobles. We have then, I'm reading something out, only one resource left. We must betake ourselves to copyright, be the inconveniences of copyright what they may."
I agree with it.
Well, with that wonderful demonstration of information retrieval, thank you, sir. May I thank you all very much, and please join me in thanking our excellent panelists this morning.
Before you all leave, first I'd like to thank the panel again and Dr. Bearman, who did an excellent job as our moderator. A few more housekeeping notes. We will be reconvening promptly at 3:30 this afternoon for two more panel discussions. The first concerning the distribution of programming in the various types of distribution markets that are emerging. The second panel, which will be adding more knowledge based on what Judge Breyer already talked about concerning the administration of rights and the new technologies. Tonight's dinner, again, let me remind you, is going to be at 8:15 in the Global Ballroom B, and our speaker tonight is going to be Frederick, who is an author of more than 20 novels in the area of science fiction, and the winner of all the major awards in that field. His most recent novel is Midas World, and he is, in addition, in 1982 was elected by the American Association for the Advancement of Science as a fellow because of the accuracy and authenticity of the science in his science fiction stories. So we will learn more about what is going to happen in the future this evening. Before everyone leaves, those that are part of the CODEL delegation should please contact Lieutenant Colonel Mike Emerson concerning the arrangements on returning to Washington tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. That was pretty interesting. Yes, I thought it was great. I enjoyed listening to you.
Well, there he is.
All right. We're ready to begin this afternoon's program. This morning we heard about information processing and also the importance that technology is going to raise in terms of new questions concerning education, librarying, and publishing. This afternoon we're going to begin more in the vein of the entertainment industry, in a sense, concerned with the distribution of programming, either films, broadcast programming, sports programming, and the like, and the questions that are going to be raised in these areas as we move on towards the 21st century. We have an excellent panel and an excellent moderator. Our moderator today is Harvey Zuckman, Professor Harvey Zuckman, who teaches at Catholic University Law School, the Columbus School of Law in Washington. He also serves as the director of the law school's Communications Law Institute. And in addition, he is a part of the Montgomery County Cable Advisory Committee, Montgomery County being in the state of Maryland. And without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Harvey.
Good afternoon, and welcome to panel number 3, which is Mass Media Distribution in the Future. Or it might be entitled, What Has Modern Technology Wrought to Our Audio and Video Terminals? Because of rather severe time constraints and the desire to have plenty of time for cross-discussion and questions from the audience, introductions of our distinguished panel will be brief. Again, the caveat, not to slight them in any way. This is an extremely fine panel of experts. Before I begin, however, normally I don't tell stories in opening programs and that because, one, either I can't think of an appropriate story, or two, I mess up the punchline. But I want to share with you a story that is, God is my witness, is true. Last night, in walking down the corridor toward the reception, I happened to notice 4 waiters in their waiters' tuxedos outside the ballroom where I believe the Jewish Federation of Greater Fort Lauderdale was having its dinner dance. And much to my amazement, I heard one waiter say to the other with some passion, "No, you're wrong. The copyright stays with the author." And the other one says, "No, that can't be. It belongs to the publisher." And, you know, I was just sort of dumbstruck by this, and I guess because of that, I didn't intervene in any way, and I went down to the reception and told a few of you this story. Later that evening, I called home to find out how everything was, and I shared the story with my wife, and I thought she would just laugh and be amused. She said, "Why didn't you intervene? Why didn't you go in there and answer their question?" And I said, "Well, one reason is I'm not sure that I would have known what to say until I've heard all the panels today." And so if those 4 waiters are out in this audience somewhere, let me just say that after this panel, I would be very happy to discuss the situation with you. The panelists, and I will just list them briefly now and then introduce them at a little more length as they come up to speak, are, to my immediate left, Brian L. Burns, who is Director of Broadcasting for the Office of Commissioner of Baseball, Mel Harris, President of Paramount Video, Gus M. Hauser, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Hauser Communications, William Lilly III, who is the Vice President of Corporate Affairs for CBS Incorporated, and Clyde Washburn, who is Chief Scientist for Earth Terminals Incorporated. The topic for this panel, again, is mass distribution, the future. More specifically, the panelists are called upon to discuss the impact of the new and future technology systems of mass distribution of news, information, and entertainment upon the traditional rights of the creators or owners of intellectual property. Perhaps the model for copyright protection that began sometime after the development of the printing press no longer serves the needs of either the property owner or the public generally in this post-industrial technological age. That, of course, is not for any one particular person to say, but I think a collective judgment ultimately will have to be made. But if this is so, what are the Congress and the courts to do over the long run to mediate conflicting interests? Before I pose the first specific question to get things moving, I just want to, again, admonish the panel that we're going to try and stay on time as best we can and to limit your remarks to 5 to 7 minutes. The one general question that I would pose at this time, and we may have others during the cross-discussion, is what will your industry look like technologically in 5 or 10 years, and what intellectual property issues do you foresee? Our first speaker is Brian L. Burns. He is Director of Broadcasting in the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball. And I would venture to say there must be at least 10,000 people out there that would love to have Brian's job. And almost all of them have contacted him about that. Prior to joining the commissioner's office, he worked with the Kansas City Royals in public relations and as director of marketing and special events. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in communications. Mr. Burns.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I was at DePaul yesterday reading this magazine. I would think that most of you are probably familiar with it. It's called Channels. It's a bi-monthly publication that provides some in-depth, interesting reading about the communications industry. I ran into an ad inside advertising the publication itself. It has a little tear-out thing for you to send in and subscribe. And it lists various topics that it covers, including public television, computers, music video, and among others, video sports. In the little video sports subsection up here in the corner, it says in part, what does it say about a society when a club owner refers to his team as software? Well, what does that say? Let's talk about that. It quite simply says that this hypothetical team owner who's made a financial investment, a creative investment, an organizational investment, and among other things, a management investment, he should have the right to be offered a measure of protection against another party's desire to take the final product of that work and reoffer it in the marketplace. What makes this statement that refers to a club owner's view of himself as software so emotional? What makes it valuable to be used to sell this publication? Why is that supposed to work? Why is it supposed to motivate me to take this card and cut it out and send it in? It's the terminology. And the terminology is a function of the technology of mass media distribution in the future, and that's why we're here. My seeing that yesterday was, to say the least, quite timely. What we are dealing with here is some incredibly simple, and yet every day it seems increasingly complex topics. The complexity comes from the technology which we can use to better facilitate the usage of our products. However, the technology at the same time opens the door for others to take advantage of the works our efforts create. I've heard this area described in terms of the movie folks and the satellite distribution of HBO, Showtime, Movie Channel, Cinemax, and so on. Some say the effectiveness of satellite distribution outweighs the downside of piracy. I guess we in sports are somewhat in the same boat because we use the technology too. However, we really have a hard time understanding why there has to be any downside at all. It is obvious, however, there's no really simple solution to that problem. We in sports have been very alert to the new technologies. In baseball, we're very deeply into it and taking advantage of it. We are striving for a broad variety of choices. Choices between our products on national network television, local conventional television, and local or regional pay television. Amidst all the concern about sports franchises taking games off conventional television, we continue to advise our clubs in baseball that it is not in their best interest, and all the clubs agree. They are in total agreement. Preservation of our telecasts on conventional television is exceptionally important to the marketing of our game. We do, however, have at least 7 clubs who in 1984 will start in some way in a local or regional pay television operation. I think you'll find it interesting that we will add over 500 telecasts this year and lose less than 10% of that number on conventional television. Our new contracts with NBC and ABC that last for the next 6 years allow the display of more games than ever before on national, conventional, free television. Our bottom line in 84 and the short to medium range future is that we will see little change, and we will continue to rely very heavily on conventional television as a vitally important part of the marketing mix. During this period, I think you will see most of our franchises find ways to utilize all of their games, I guess I should say maybe all of their software, that they were not using in the past. We strongly believe that the consumer in the end will be better served than he is today. But what happens when a new technology comes along and captures product for distribution without the owner's control? This discussion today should really not at all address later compensation to the authors or publishers or producers of various works. We should consider as a premise that an author or producer's work is recognized and should not be controlled or distributed by outsiders. Our current recourse is rather sloppy, rather abrasive. To call attention to a piracy situation, we usually have to get involved with the consumer and enforce the ownership rights of the producer. It's somewhat like allowing a locksmith to stand outside the bank and sell keys to the vault, and then when somebody comes outside with the money, we turn to the police and the courts to assess blame and penalties for the wrongdoing. As we head to the future and all of the complex choices and opportunities that technology will bring to us, it seems there is a need to refocus efforts toward those that allow the proprietary rights of program producers to be circumvented. This is kind of a crystal ball weekend for you to look ahead to the future and visualize what opportunities will be facing us at the end of this decade and on into the next one. As with regard to the sports product, I think we are somewhat in a swing period with regard to the shaping of our sports business by technology. Does hardware drive us to pay-per-view? Or will the programming opportunities that are available drive the local operators and MSOs to step forward and take the capital-intensive step to addressability? Our baseball club's actions have spoken, I think, for themselves. We're not particularly going to wait for the wheel to be invented. We have 20 of our 26 clubs in the pay television business in '84, and all but one are involved with a local or regional sports channel of sorts that combines various programming for a monthly fee, not unlike the movie channels with which you're all familiar. Most of those contractual arrangements that are in place call for 4, 5, or more years duration, and that is the lead to our feeling about being in a swing period. We fully expect this period to last 6 to 9 years. Past that, the consumer's choice will be greater. Built on the top of the base of local and national conventional television will be a virtual plethora of choices for the viewer, monthly, by event, by sport, by day of the week, with potentially lesser cause for viewing on a delayed basis. The list of possibilities will go on, and the list will be regulated by the available technology. The focus for today's proactive look to the future should thus be somewhat simple. For the marketplace to work and allow the choices that will be available to the consumer down this technological road, there is a need to build upon a base of protection for the program producers. It is not only financial and creative interests that will be at stake, but really also the marketing decisions that are made as they decide how to take their products to the marketplace. If you recall our banker from a moment ago, his decisions as to what financial products to offer to the consumer in the marketplace will be a lot more realistic if he knows the locksmith won't be at the door with a sign that says, "Buy your keys here." We really are no different. The sports interests will only be able to realistically decide how to go to the marketplace if we have reasonable assurance that we can control our product without others having the right to take our products and compete in the marketplace, and compete without incurring the upfront costs that we will continue to face. In short, let's stop the locksmith by now considering measures that will deter him from going to the bank's front door. In behalf of all the sports interests, we thank you for the opportunity to be here, and be on the panel, to interact with you, and to help you analyze your thoughts on the distribution of our software in the future.
Brian, can I ask you just one question? Sure. What is MSO? What you referred to that?
MSO stands for Multiple System Operator, which is normally a company that owns a number of cable systems, either regionally or throughout the country.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let me just suggest that the panelists will try to avoid the alphabet soup of mass communications. There's some of us who don't recognize all the letters. Our next speaker is Mel Harris, who is president of Paramount Video. Mr. Harris has worldwide responsibility for the programming, production, and distribution of pay television, home video, and supplemental markets. He holds a position on the board of directors of several major corporations, including USA Cable Network, CIC Video, that deals with international programming, and United Press International Pay Television, which is based in London. He came to Paramount in 1977, and before that was engaged in commercial broadcasting. He holds 3 degrees in mass communications, including a PhD. Mr. Harris?
Thank you. One correction, that's United International Pictures Television, which is our international pay television organization. Let me first say that Mr. Spock, John Travolta, and Jennifer Beals are not databases. So we start from somewhat a different point of view in terms of copyright. It has been a concern for motion picture producers and television producers for a long time before databases were invented as a phrase. Copyright has never been more important than now, we feel, and the public has a great interest in it because as we move from an industrial society into an information society, more and more people are going to have their jobs dependent on copyrighted material. And when a person's job is at stake, they get very interested. So we think copyright is very important at a very prime and basic public level. The impact of the new technologies on my industry, and therefore the impact on copyright, has been very immediate and very far-reaching. My job didn't exist 4 years ago. We had a time when motion pictures went from the theater to network television to syndication, and that was it. In the past 4 years, we have inserted in between there home video, pay-per-view, subscription pay television, and in many cases, those now are larger revenue markets than some of the older ones were. Price for that has been a reduction in revenue coming in from some of the old markets, such as network television, which no longer consumes motion picture product in the same way it did in the past. Our sequence right now is theatrical, non-theatrical, which includes such things as the exhibition that takes place here in this hotel each evening, where you see them being done for public performance, and I trust those are licensed performances. Home video, which comes before any of the exhibition modes of electronics, because if you don't do it first, it gets copied off the air and pirated, and the home video market creates itself. That's video cassettes and video discs. Pay-per-view follows very closely. Subscription pay television follows about 6 months to a year later. It then goes to network television, then back to subscription pay television because of its enormous appetite for product, and then into syndication, and probably back to pay television once again, because many, many motion pictures are needed to keep 24-hour services occupied. That's the impact simply in the direction of our distribution. The recoupment of investment for video products, film or tape today, requires that all those markets be there also. This is not newfound money. Costs are up primarily because, one, labor. We have a lot of organized labor organizations that get increases, and it takes a lot of people to make a movie, and it's still somewhat an alchemy. You don't know when you start whether the cake's going to be good when it comes out of the oven or not. One of the other primary reasons for increases in costs is the fact that it's so much harder to get people's attention today because of the proliferation of media. It's hard to get their attention, hard to market. So marketing costs have gone up extraordinarily just to get the people's attention to come see a motion picture. So it is very important that we have the ability to recoup our investment from each of these markets, old and new. Key future issues that I would like to focus on just for a moment. One is, I think we have to be very careful that whatever fair use is today does not move over into an area of public performance. And this hotel, I think, is a perfect example of what I'm describing. If you walk by the disco, you see a big ad there for big screen television. Come in and watch the videos. On your little social calendar, it says you can watch Victor Victoria in the movie room. Well, those are very close together, and it's a very easy move to say, why are we licensing those movies to be shown to our guests when we could just run them on that videotape player there in the disco and play them back there? I don't think anybody questions that there is a difference between private consumption and public performance, but it gets real shady these days when you look at bars, hotels, restaurants, so-called preview rooms that are really public performance, and copyrighted material must be compensated for that exhibition. Secondly, I would focus on the international copyright problem. Film and tape are one of the most valuable export products I think that we have in this country. We have a very favorable balance of trade with that product. And when we start looking down the future with the satellite signal stealing, the home video piracy, and the public performance abuses that take place internationally, that very valuable balance of trade could easily be thwarted because we don't receive the compensation back from it. And as my final point, I would stress again, and as I listened, I wasn't here yesterday, but today, to the discussions of computer software and libraries, all of which are very, very important issues. It is easy to get caught up in the jargon and in the software and in the gadgets, software nomenclature and in the gadgets. But the point is that intellectual property is property, and it's subject to the same abuses as any other form of property. Some of the exchanges made this morning made me want to restate this again. Theft is morally wrong whether or not you can prove that you had a specific damage at the time that the property was stolen from you. And severe punishment, or the threat of severe punishment, makes administration or policing of those kinds of laws fairly easily. When we finally got a good piracy law in this country with the president signing it, it helped a great deal. People police themselves when they know there's a real threat. And piracy, or more properly stealing, as was pointed out this morning, does do economic harm. It's hard to demonstrate many times because piracy occurs on the best product, not on the worst product. They don't want to pirate my bad movies, they want to pirate my good movies. And the good movies are usually in profit. So it's easy to point and say, well, you've already made your money somewhere else. What difference does that little bit that's being pirated off there matter? Well, the fact is that the profitable products are what subsidize the unprofitable products. And any time the thief can steal any of the profit, it reduces the ability of the creator to keep on creating. It's like a story I've heard of a gentleman driving down a country road and sees a pig with a wooden leg hobbling in the farmer's field. And he stops to ask the farmer the question. He says, why does this pig have a wooden leg? The farmer said, oh, that's my favorite pig. It's a wonderful pig. Last winter he saved my wife and myself during a fire. He came in and woke us up. It's okay, but what about the wooden leg? I said, well, he's really a wonderful pig. My tractor turned over me last spring and I was trapped underneath it and the pig came and dug me out and I was saved. I really love that pig. Once again he asked, well, what about the wooden leg? I said, well, gee, if you had a wonderful pig like that, would you eat him all at once? And the point is that I don't want to be looked upon as a pig, but if we get eaten a little bit at a time, it does make it a lot harder for us to run. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gustav Hauser. He is chairman of Hauser Communications, an investment and operating company in cable television and engaged in other electronic communications operations. He is vice chairman and will be the next chairman of the National Cable Television Association. For 10 years, he was chairman of Warner Amex Cable Communications and is present and has recently founded Orion Satellite Corporation, in which he is also an investor and director. Mr. Hauser.
Thank you very much. In the relatively few minutes which we have available here, I'd like to address myself to some of the perspectives on cable and satellites, which I would say in tandem constitute the major new development in the distribution of information or intellectual property. And these distribution techniques, along with telephone lines, of course, are involved in all of the issues which were raised here yesterday and today as we leave the traditional physical embodiments of intellectual property and print and movies, and we move to electronic versions of these intellectual properties, some of which are totally new. So we're delivering through cable and satellites in tandem information electronically to an ever-changing universe of new terminal devices. There's another new word. I think that's what this is all about. These terminal devices enable the recipient to store or manipulate what he has received electronically. And the problem is one of control of the receipt and the usage of this information by individuals who have terminals that are really not passive. The TV set was passive. What they have now is really, truly active. It enables them to do all sorts of things. I thought I'd take a crack at the word downloading because it's generic to what we're talking about. Downloading is really a word that has recently been created to describe some old things and some new things. It's the electronic delivery of information to an intended recipient, and in my opinion, for an intended purpose, which may, of course, be perverted. It's an alternative to the traditional method of delivering intellectual property in a physical form, such as a book. We're now sending it down a wire or over the air, and if you think back, broadcasting itself was downloading. It was downloading electronically of programs intended for everybody. Now we get more select, and cable and satellite are continuously downloading material, including movies, including now computer software, including games, which people may manipulate in their home and use. And we're sending this material not to the public in general, but to paying customers, and for a limited purpose. Now, so in effect, the law has, in this whole area, which I'd like to describe in terms of what it's done for cable and satellites, it sought to promote, obviously, the widespread dissemination of information and to protect the copyright owner's right to obtain compensation. But the practical basis for doing this has shifted with the technological developments in our industry. And we're suffering greatly from signal theft and, of course, from copying of programs. Now, there I would ask that further attention be given to signal theft particularly because we are attempting to get legislation at the local level to make this a crime, to make the public aware that it is a serious problem, that they are taking somebody's property. It doesn't seem to be seriously treated out there. The number of people stealing signals off cable and satellites is vast. And in the general public, in the culture, it isn't being regarded as a serious misdemeanor or any kind of crime at all. But I think that what is today a problem of policing rights may actually be resolved at some future time by further technical developments. Now, Senator Mathias has said that our ability to maintain the principle of copyright may be in question. And I don't really believe that we're facing such a cataclysmic kind of decision. We're at an interim step in technology, one that still permits thievery and copying, and we're evolving to something else, if we can only wait for it. And what we've done in the meantime is actually quite ingenious, in my opinion. We've managed to provide compensation and to permit the public to get at the material which they deserve to have. At a certain technological level of mass media distribution, we issued compulsory, and there were issued, I should say, the cable industry didn't do it, compulsory and blanket licenses as a way to strike a balance between the constitutional desire to get the information out there and the right of the copyright holder to be paid. Now, this has been widely used, obviously, and we could control the dissemination or at what was called last night the bottleneck. You could get the money from the person or company distributing the information, the cable operator. Now the problem is one in the home, and it has shifted to the home, and we can't adequately police any blanket license or any sort of privilege for which payment is to be received, because we can't deal with what goes on in the home. So, of course, now there's consideration being given to a tax at the source of the terminals or the equipment that make this copying or theft possible. A tax on a VCR, a tax on tape. But as the technology develops, I think these licensing alternatives will be supplemented by other options, which will permit a very reliable segmentation of uses and the collection of money on an individual basis. So we are really evolving from an era based on the technology of mass distribution to a progressive ability to segment and to monitor individual uses of programming. And we then have the ability to distinguish between types of use, quantity of use, the amount of time, and to differentiate our fees on the basis of the quality of the programming. Already we've seen this in the telephone business, where computers permit phone calls to be charged to individual users, and of course in an office even the XEROX machine is charged to an individual client. Why not in cable and satellite delivery? And there really is no reason why not. We're getting there. In cable, we went very quickly from a license to retransmit off-air television, which in effect was a compulsory license, and we also accepted a duty to carry local and network signals, the must-carry rules. Not everybody was happy with that, but in any event, that has been a way of dealing with the dissemination of those signals. When we began carrying distance signals, a compulsory license was issued for that purpose, to make sure that those programs were available on a widespread basis. And there is some sentiment that has been substantially curtailed by the ruling of the Copyright Tribunal, making it very expensive. Now, with subscription pay television in the late 70s, we began installing additional technology to secure individual channels of programming. Then we went to pay-per-view and something which is very important called addressability. Widespread addressability is now occurring in the cable industry. That means the ability to address specific programs, whether audio or video, to specific intended users and to secure it at the premises, at least to a large extent. Yes, there's theft. Some equipment is better than others, but it's a direction, and we're getting there. And I think pay-per-view of all kinds of material, as it's called, is a very great horizon for the industry. So, in short, we are evolving into a very much more sophisticated era in which we will have a la carte and on-demand programming seen more and more, rather than mass media distribution to everybody. And I think the copying situation will get worse before it gets better, but we are on a track which will permit us to secure programming and I think bring about a resolution to some of these issues if we can wait long enough for it. They will resolve themselves technically. There's much more to this I can talk about later, but I'll stop at this point. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker is William Lilly III. He is Vice President for Corporate Affairs of CBS Incorporated and is the co-author of the New Technologies Affecting Broadcasting. Before coming to CBS, he worked as a Vice President for Governmental Affairs for the American Express Company, and before that, he served in several high-level positions with the federal government, including Minority Staff Director for the House Committee on the Budget, Director of the Council on Wage and Price Stability, and Deputy Assistant Secretary of then Housing and Urban Development. In an earlier period, he was a professor of government at the University of Virginia and an assistant professor of history at Yale. Mr. Lilly.
Thank you. Glad to be here. And I've worked in different government jobs, and I can't remember two committees of Congress ever being so serious about an issue that they really went on a retreat and shut the doors and took a look at it, but maybe it's happened and I just didn't know about it. What I thought I would do, maybe it's the only thing I know how to do, but what I thought might be helpful would be to try to tell you how we at CBS, from a business planning point of view, looking forward to what investments we ought to be making and what investments we ought to be getting out of, and what investments we think our competitors will get into and get out of in the future, that I might approach the relevant copyright problems from that point and tell you how we have tried to make our investment decisions regarding your problems. I'd like to first talk about the big change that has occurred in all the businesses sitting at this table. CBS is probably more emblematic of them. CBS is the biggest broadcaster in the country. We're the biggest recorded music creator and distributor, the fifth biggest publisher in the country, fifth biggest manufacturer of toys and games. We've started a major motion picture studio with Time Inc. in Columbia, and we have the largest home video company just ahead of Mel Harris's Paramount, CBS Fox Home Video. So we are in all of the markets that are being discussed today. But if you look at these businesses, it has really been the change that has swept these businesses is really only about 8 years. And I just can't resist telling you the degree of change. If you look back on all of those businesses, they were characterized less than 10 years ago by 4 things that are very important to the copyright issue: stability, scarcity, solvency, and market segmentation. All 4 of those things: stability, scarcity, solvency, segmentation. Every one of those 4 is gone now, whether it's by technological change, business entry, or government deregulation. All kinds of business entry and business exit are characterized. You've got tremendous growth opportunities that have occurred. HBO did not go on satellite until 1976. It has now been more profitable than the NBC television network for each of the last 3 years and will surely be this year. Diversity, abundance, but most of all, volatility, instability. And across these, that whole big change focus, 2 things have emerged that did not exist before that we have to deal with. That is product substitutability. It's a key thing for a businessman. Product substitutability, and also distributional substitutability. Now, if you think of those things and everything that's represented here at this table, whether it's news, entertainment, whether it's series or movies, entertainment, sports, music, magazines, books, toys, and games, these are all now, you've got all kinds of product substitutability as well as distributional substitutability. For the consumer, which is what you people should be worrying about, this is basically a terrific environment because it offers the consumer all kinds of choice that he or she did not have before, that you now have a kind of unsegmented multimedia marketplace where the consumer can move in and out at various points, whether he or she wishes to intersect. There are pricing points, obviously, and all kinds of things that might force them out, whether it's free television versus pay television, video cassette rental versus sale, but you've basically created an environment which is favorable to the consumer. What you should not worry about, unless you've caused it inadvertently, and you're going to get more of it, is that there will be an increasing rate of business failure. And you're talking about media businesses, and the media loves the media. The media loves the media more than they love the Senate or the House or the presidency. They love to write about themselves. Ted Turner announces a new business that employs 50 people, and it's on the front page of every newspaper in the country. Citicorp rolls out a new line of business with God knows how many people, and it's on page 47. I mean, so the attention that new business and business failure get in the media, and I include in that the entertainment world, is enormous. And you should not be worried about people saying that because they will fail, you should make some adjustment. And I'll explain that in a minute. The the examples of sort of risk failure are just starting to emerge, and you're going to see bigger ones. CBS had one of the first early ones. We had a cultural cable operation we started. It failed. It was $50 million loss. This year, Time lost $50 million, I believe, on a magazine that was going to marry publishing, computers, and cables, and the cable industry, and that has died. This year, Time closed a $25 million effort in teletext. The newspaper in your own city, Washington, last year pulled the plug on a narrow sports magazine and has now bought a sports pay channel. The biggest potential risk, success, failure will be this year with RCA and the video disc. This is clearly the last year of trial. The company has put $400 million into this effort. It is the largest new high technology new effort by a company in the last 10 years, and this is the trial year. Now, in terms of taking this very different business environment with people who spend a lot of time lobbying you people, what we think at CBS is that the government, in terms of copyright, ought to really have three goals, because you've really got a copyright world that reflected static, solvency, stability, all the kinds of things of 8 or 10 years ago. And you had the creative and business elements interacting with you, but basically it was a fairly stable world, and things really haven't gone awry or become problematical until the last 5 or 6 years. What we think in terms of the best things to do are that you ought to have a regulatory structure that will allow companies to price their products as close to cost, as close to marginal cost. That's a clear consumer goal. It's more abundance, more acquisition of product. That you shouldn't have a copyright strategy which deprives incentives, dries up compensation. Everyone's mentioned it here. The classic things have been audio taping. Another one is the whole trans-border television thing, the whole mess with Canada, examples like that. And that you ought to have a copyright structure that tries to encourage innovation. The best example, and since we're not lobbying here, is the FCC's change, and this is sort of like a copyright change, where they went from allowing people to go up on transponders, on satellites. They used to be tariffed. It used to be a tariff kind of process. And what they've gone in the last year is they went to an auction, basically a marketplace thing. You've got 10 times more satellites up, 50 times more service. Now, the difference between that kind of approach, which we really think at CBS serves us best, because then we can make the most rational decisions. What you don't want to get into is a sort of copyright regulatory structure where the regulatory lags create, because of their disincentives, vested interests, which then group competitively around the vested interests. And the classic situation there is the audio taping, which isn't serious yet because you don't have record rental, but has become classic in the whole videotaping. And that is obviously disadvantageous to companies that would like to move investment around and disadvantageous to the consumer. Finally, I want to reiterate the point about international problems. The head of our company is a member of the United States Trade Representatives Advisory Board and represents communications, entertainment, advertising, publishing. And we have interviewed 55 heads of companies in those areas, the biggest companies. Their biggest problem in terms of the whole trade services issue, they tell us, is the failure for both existing products and, more importantly, for new products that they want to bring online, is the failure to get internationally adequate copyright protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. We'll have more time to talk about the international problems during the cross discussion. Our last speaker is Clyde Washburn, who is Chief Scientist of Earth Terminals Incorporated, a manufacturer of satellite telecommunication reception products based in Cincinnati. He's serving his third term as elected Director of SPACE, the Society for Private and Commercial Earth Stations, and is also a Governor of the Television Viewing Rights Superfund organized by SPACE. He has served as technical liaison to government agencies and satellite program suppliers. Mr. Washburn.
Thank you. When I was asked to participate and prognosticate a bit, my first thought was one of our board members at Space is Professor Taylor Howard from Stanford, who was asked in the, I guess, the late 50s to predict the future of electronics for space, and at the time the best that they could muster up was a prediction of very small vacuum tubes. So with realizing our limits and looking into the future, I'll try. One of the major things that we see going on is the shift toward digital formats for most entertainment products. Just now starting with music, with the Laserdisc, and also video, and of course teletext and things of that sort. What's so significant about that is that once you have fairly widespread digital formats, you have the ability to sell and distribute a wide variety of what you might call background services. Once you've digitized the information, you can transmit it at any data rate that you can conveniently handle. So that, as an example, you could subscribe to a Record of the Month club that might come in via your cable, and quietly, while you're watching cable, over a period of perhaps a day, accumulate a record's worth of digital audio information, which could then be played back as normal audio. So this door is opening as all of the formats are going to a digital factor. Cable and DBS are going to be the biggest players in that from our perspective, because basically if you're going to send a lot of services, you'd like to have a lot of bandwidth. The premier contender is satellite distribution in general and DBS, direct broadcast satellite, because there's quite a bit more bandwidth available than almost any other medium. When we think about these services being this type of service being distributed, and the ones that we presently have, the first issue that came to mind is one that Fred Weingarten touched on this morning. We have a notion in this country of universal service for things like telephone and broadcast and newspaper. The idea that basically anybody that has the price and the interest should usually have access to copyrighted material. Unfortunately, we seem to be losing that with some of the new means of communications, and we're developing a problem of what you might call a two-class society, of the urban and the suburban that have access to cable and other forms of mass media, modern mass media distribution, and the rural or economically uncableable American family, who basically isn't being touched by any of these things. And our telephone system is capable of only such very low rates of data handling that it really doesn't significantly, it isn't a significant portal to the household for new information services. DBS, direct broadcast satellite, that we read so much about, is not going to be a full solution. And there's a number of problems that I could tick off. One is, of course, that it's not in place yet. And what we read most recently tends to be in the nature of small and large setbacks for the schedules that everybody had originally envisioned. There is a very high startup cost involved because it's a whole new technology, and that's going to tend to limit the number of services that can afford to get involved at this point, and therefore the number of services that can be distributed in that manner. For the rural American, there's a technical problem that isn't too widely appreciated, and that is the direct broadcast satellite service tends to be bothered by rain. Perhaps not so much of a problem for watching a television broadcast, a video broadcast, but if you're using it like a high-speed data line, like a dedicated telephone line to, as an example, bring commodity quotations into your farm for the business end of your agribusiness activities, that lack of reliability isn't really fully addressed. And other problems of initially limited programming and the apparent inability of many of the participants to get together on some sort of format standardization, technical format standardization. What's interesting is that while all this is going on, there's a parallel system in place right now, and that is 4 gigahertz satellite reception. There's been a few references earlier to it, unfortunately, usually in the context of piracy. But what's interesting is that we're talking for the copyright holder about a lot of money that's sitting on the table yet. The trade association that I'm on the board of has a standing offer of over 3 years duration to do whatever is necessary to make the financial connection between the people that hold the copyright on the entertainment material and the people in rural America who have satellite television as their only means of getting the programming. We have made every other overture we can think of, one of which is offering to serve as a clearinghouse for standardized program encryption. Good, mil-spec, you might say, high-grade, modern encryption that can guarantee the integrity of the program material and can solve problems like local blackouts for sporting events. We're quite sensitive to all of those issues and would be happy to technically coordinate them. I'd also mention the Caribbean problem, where American satellite communications and entertainment is being intercepted without authorization. We as an industry are sensitive to that and are very happy to help the copyright owners close the gate. Everybody, I think, knows deep down in their heart that there won't be quality programming to watch unless the people who make it get paid for doing it. So we do wince a little bit at the references to piracy. There's a lot of the Dakotas out there. There's a lot of people in this country 100 miles from a movie theater. We're really asking them to live in a very unmodern fashion unless we can address this issue. Thank you.
Two of the panelists touched upon some of the international problems of interception of particularly satellite transmissions, and I wonder if we could start in the 15 minutes or so we have for cross-panel discussion with some further commentary on the international problems. Hopefully be of interest to the members of Congress and their staff. Bill Lilly, I wonder if you would pursue just briefly that problem you finished up with.
Well, the problem is, it's enormously interesting from an academic or analytical point of view, but the range of problems and the severity of problems that companies in the communications business, the entertainment business, the publishing business, and the advertising business, which are 4 enormous segments of the services part of the GNP in the country, are really beginning to have serious problems abroad, whether it is unauthorized distribution of ET video cassettes before ET was on video cassette in the United States. Apparently they sold over 100 million of them in Great Britain. The whole problem is exacerbated in almost every country, and everyone in the Congress knows this, because we have such different laws and constitutional protections governing the way whether it's news or even entertainment programming is delivered. Also, in many of the particularly the European countries, and I guess most countries, many of these businesses are run and often owned by the government, so that the range of problems, the stripping of advertising, the one in Germany where they take ads that have been done, and a lot of American ads involve children, and they have a law in Germany that children can't be used in advertising. It's sort of sick, but they have used up all the dwarfs in Germany are now used by ad agencies where they shoot adult dwarfs for the ads. But I mean, it is an extreme problem which is further exacerbated because they don't protect the old kinds, the segmented businesses that I talked about first, but the new businesses that represent merges of types of technologies and products. They don't even have copyright type laws governing those types of things, like the whole Caribbean basin where HBO's signal has just been lifted. I guess Jamaica is the worst example. I don't know if it's been cured yet. You know, I don't know what more I can say, except that it is a very serious problem. The one effort that Congress made with Canada to try to remedy it has become more inflamed because we retaliated on the tax side and they retaliated by toughening up their law. And it's a very serious problem and will begin to affect, I mean, Mel Harris had a very good example that the things that are being stolen or somehow deflected or diverted or drained are the things on which we make a lot of money. They're not stealing the things which are the dogs. So you know, it's hard to prove the harm, but it will become an increasingly serious problem. It is already a serious problem. Those four industries, we don't work together usually. We're not good at dealing with the government, and that exacerbates the problem further. And usually we're fighting with each other before we go to the government, as everyone in this room knows.
Anyone in the panel have any other comments about the international situation before we move on? Yes, Gus.
Yes, just a brief comment that as cable and satellite developments move forward overseas, particularly in Europe, I think there'll be a greater and greater appetite for American programming, which will get over there somehow, and possibly the theft problem will be even increased on that basis. I was thinking, though, of programming coming inward from foreign locations. We have the ability now not only to present a lot of programming that never otherwise would appear in this country, but because of channel capacity, but also to provide separate audio tracks behind video programming simultaneously, so that, for example, you could show a French motion picture with 3 different language dubbings, English, Spanish, and whatever the audience that's watching it. I'm not a copyright expert, and I don't know what the rules are about manipulating the information that has been received here by a cable operator and, in effect, inserting another language track. But it would be certainly advantageous to do that.
Clyde, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think manufacturers would tend to see the problem as a failure to monitor technology. I'd liken it to the deliberations of the Federal Reserve Board being broadcast in the AM broadcast band, and then noticing that there was a problem that people were eavesdropping. The technology of reception has become so commonplace, and I think the technology of control was developing alongside, but we were very late in recognizing the need for the control.
Fine. All right.
Well, if I could add just one thing, and this is a real dozer bureaucratically, but one of the problems that really makes this international situation worse is that there is no home for it in the government. It is divided between the State Department, which has different interests, the Federal Communications Commission, the USTR, the Commerce Department. There's an office in the White House that fools around with it. And I don't know I guess there's a lot of congressional committees that are involved in it, but the thing is just all over the place and nobody really focuses on it.
Yes, Mel.
I just might reinforce the point that more and more of our exports are going to be copyrighted material instead of wheat, beef, automobiles. And the jobs that provides in this country are going to increase sizably, and that's why I think this focus beyond just the immediate drain is a good long-range one in terms of our long-range economic interests as a trading partner in the world, because we haven't been particularly good at making money off of the new technologies yet. Somebody else has been doing that, and our money's been going to different countries for it.
All right, thank you. One of the panelists touched upon the problem of lateness and reacting to some of the development of user interests and some of these new technologies, and and has been alluded to throughout this symposium. And so I'm wondering what the panel's reaction is to this. Given that legislative and judicial solutions to copyright problems created by these new mass technologies may not be sought until after user interests are created, do you have any suggestions for the Congress, for the Copyright Office, on monitoring these developments and perhaps getting ahead of some of these problems before they become problems? Anyone care to comment on that? Gus?
Yeah. I'm glad you used the word monitor instead of legislate. One of the things that I think has characterized the development of law in this country is that it is reactive and tends necessarily to follow what is rather than hypothetically what may happen. It's very difficult to predict the future and to legislate about things that have yet to be developed, and the risks of really terminating all development or in effect freezing things into a mold are very great. I think the developments that we're talking about here at this conference are largely due to a system that has permitted a totally free development process essentially without serious restrictions on the ability of people to innovate and take chances and try new things, step on somebody's toe, but nevertheless, it's all worked itself out in time. So my thought is, please don't overreact, have patience, monitor, but let some of these things correct themselves.
Would you agree then with Bill Lilly about not being too concerned about the failure, even substantial failures in the marketplace of some of these companies dealing with new technologies, new delivery systems?
Well, the so-called failures in the marketplace are normal to every kind of industry, and I don't think that's a matter of concern to anyone except those who failed. It's their money, and if they were foolish enough to invest it and make a mistake, there's no way the government or any legislative process is going to protect them.
Yes, Bill?
I'm distressed that Gus thought what I had said was an encouragement for a laissez-faire approach on the part of Congress or the Copyright Office. I think that, perhaps because my training is in economics, but I think that one of the jobs that you have to do is that you have to realize that the kinds of apparatus that copyright represents is a regulatory apparatus no less powerful than the most important EPA rules or OSHA rules or Federal Reserve rules. And it is well known, gosh knows we heard all about it in the 70s, how regulations drive up costs. And I think it is imperative that people that are charged with being responsible for copyright see it as a regulation of some kind, and that it be administered with a sensitivity to its cost and pricing impacts that it's having, particularly because it's, you want to have a regulatory structure that is pro-consumer, and you've got to be sensitive to that. Coming down on the plane here, I read the Senate committee report on the audio taping bill. And I'm reading along, and at the end there is this blithe one-sentence impact submitted by CBO saying that this bill has no regulatory/inflationary impact. Well, we all know the law that was put in, and nobody really pays attention to it. But of course it's going to have real impact. And it's probably going to be salutary, but it shouldn't just be an afterthought. That should be a very important part of your business.
Yes. Yeah, all right, Clyde, and then...
Something from the floor?
Yes, Mr. Bearman?
Yeah, I had one question for Mr. Hauser. I think I'm concerned about the solution. First of all, no one's answered my question, which I think is on the minds of some, about whether we need new copyright protection. That's the injury question, or the incentive question. But then on the other hand, let's presume you do, and the question is, what kind of scheme do you put in to protect copyright with the new technologies? One is the technical solution that was discussed this morning, and no one seems to think that's in the near term, that technical solutions are possible. The other is a licensing scheme which raises price questions for the consumer. It's going to cost more for a lot of products. But then Mr. Hauser was getting to another set of controls, which is called monitoring, segmentation of uses. You were saying that some of the problems could be worked out, and I'd like you to elaborate. Is that to keep track of how each use that a consumer makes of his television set or his audio equipment or his cable or his telephone or his computer, so that you can bill that person, but you would also be maintaining a record of every one of their transactions?
Yes, we were talking, I think, about monitoring in a legislative sense, developments in the copyright field. You're addressing yourself back to the technical question of how individual use of program material can be, quote, monitored, which is just a way of describing keeping track of usage, and therefore charges made on a per program or per use basis. And there are technical developments that we probably don't have time to get into that are very encouraging, that will, and some of them were discussed last night, involving self-destruction of material after a period of time, the use of particular decoders, and we've come a long way already in the cable-related business in terms of traps and computer addressable equipment that permits this kind of billing, so that at the end of the month you would send the consumer a bill just like the telephone company does for long distance calls.
Let me just make my comment for the ACLU, which is that it's in this area that we're really concerned about the privacy questions that are raised by, it's a policing mechanism which is going to police the individual user and their uses of this technology across a range of media uses, banking transactions, shopping. You're putting together the potential for really computerizing and recording total life transactions of people.
Yeah, may I just say one word?
One quick response. And then
Yes, I think it's a subject we
segue.
have to be very sensitive to, and I believe everyone is. It's not a new subject, but I don't think there's necessarily any invasion of any personal privacy on an involuntary basis.
I see we have the interaction beginning with the audience, and at this point I want to entertain questions and comments from members of Congress and their staffs. Senator Mathias?
The question of timing has arisen in this panel, and I think that's an important question for the Congress. We could obviously act too soon and act on the basis of insufficient knowledge, insufficient experience. On the other hand, we might wait so long that it becomes really politically impossible to do very much. Take the Betamax case. It's, I suspect, marginally possible to do anything about the Betamax with 10 million machines operating in the United States. When there are 50 million, it'll become much more difficult. Now, what is the time frame? Should it be a graduated scale for different elements of this whole technology, or is there some point at which the problem becomes so massive that there really can't be anything done?
Mr. Washburn.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on this one, especially because we have a lot of what you might call software people represented, but I'd like to take the perspective of the hardware manufacturer. I think it's maybe more important for the hardware manufacturers to see regulation of problems occur, if possible, ahead of the fact, or at least not long after. And the simple reason is that we deal with physical inventory. We can have millions of dollars worth of hardware that is suddenly unsaleable because some problem was recognized that the hardware contributed to. In the case of the software vendor, the legislation tends to improve his revenue recovery. Particularly from the point of view of our industry, it's enormously important because it's one of the few areas of electronics that is American-dominated today. And it would be hurting almost exclusively our own to not legislate early enough to get orderly compliance.
I think the tragedy, Senator Mathias, is that what's good for the hardware industry is probably, and for all the people that work for it and are employed by it, is probably not good for the software companies or for the consumers that by the software. What really drives all of these businesses is not the hardware, but it's the software that they get, and that's what the people really buy. We've done all kinds of surveys at CBS, and people don't know the difference between cable, pay cable, network television, independent stations. They all think they're watching something called television, and they acquire the products. And we have seen, take television in this country, we have the worst television service, 525 lines. Even British and the French have much better television because they don't have the rigid standards that were put in early in this country, 1953 standards, around which the whole industry grouped and builds terrifically cheap sets. But you depress the level of quality. I think you want to act later rather than earlier to let the people, to get that software online, because that's what the people are going to buy. And in that regard, I would go back that you would want to monitor for these kinds of price enhancement or sort of dislocation effects. That when you begin to have a regulation in one area of the copyright affecting either a new product or an old product that becomes harmful to the consumer for either of those reasons, I think then you've got empirical evidence that regime should be adjusted in some way. Not for the software or the hardware person, but for the person who's trying to acquire the product. And I think that the video cassette, the split between sale and rental of video cassettes, where inadvertently a 1909 law has distorted pricing in that area, is the kind of thing. And if you read your report on the audio taping, you say that it is a very good thing to pass the audio taping bill now, because with the compact disc coming online this year, which is going to cost $20, which can be played indefinitely, millions of times, without any impairment in quality or sound, that you would have a record rental business springing up like that. So you adjusted fast there, but you've got really already the same distortions that you're guarding against in the video field.
Mel, did you have a comment?
In terms of timing, I think I will agree with Mr. Lilly that some things are going to have to be dealt with as they occur or expose themselves broadly enough to need to be dealt with. But I am concerned that in that waiting period, there not be a reinforcement with the American public that copyright is a property right, and it is very stylish in America today to steal cable television signals. As Gus will tell you, maybe it'd be as high as 30% in New York City by itself. Between 15 and 20% of the homes do that now, and it's almost stylish. It's, you mean you're paying? Well, fool, why are you doing that? And I don't think that if we let that kind of attitude become pervasive, that we'll have much success with whatever we choose to do on future issues that are more segmented, finite, and perhaps even special interest serving.
I'd like for other members of Congress and their staffs. Congressman?
Yes, I might say that I'm very sympathetic with Congress, not rushing into something, but the Betamax case is very much an exception. Up till then, the federal courts rush in if we haven't acted, and then with our natural disinclination to get involved in controversial things we don't have to get involved in, we let the court legislate. So I just think we can't, there's a fine balance between how long we can wait before the federal courts activistically view this as an area in which Congress has not acted, so they legislate.
Anyone like to respond to that comment?
Yeah. Yes, this is a matrix of problems. I was suggesting that perhaps no wholesale approach to copyright be taken at this point to change what is without knowing what's coming. And yes, the courts may step in, that's a peril, but the perils of moving in and doing something wrong are equally great. There are certain things perhaps as a factual basis that need attention. Signal piracy on cable, we're asking for legislation, we're getting it in state legislation largely. You might well ask yourself whether home video and VCRs would exist today if legislation had been enacted years ago in some direction maybe this industry would never have happened. You never know if you're right. You may do something, and perhaps even in the question of audio taping and whether or not a rental business will spring up, we don't know. And perhaps we would stifle some business by acting in some direction now with the future unknown. So there's really no answer, except to be cautious.
Are there any other questions or comments from members of Congress or their staff? Yes, sir. Would you identify yourself, please?
Yes. I'm John Podesta from the Senate Judiciary Committee. I wanted to address a question to Mr. Lilly on the international copyright issues. You mentioned the fact of retaliation against Canada and suggested that that was a counterproductive strategy, although I don't think there's actually been any retaliation in either the tax or copyright policy. There's been suggestions of it.
Well, I'm sure all the congressmen know about the convention tax change that we put in, what was it, 4 or 5 years ago, where we disallowed the number of conventions that you could go to and have tax deductible per year in North America. What, it's down to 1 convention now? It used to be unlimited. Apparently it was very damaging to the Canadian tourist business.
Okay.
That's what they say.
That doesn't seem to have worked. You talked about Jamaica. We've tried the Caribbean Basin Initiative. That seems to be potentially more successful. And you also described the problem of the separation of authority amongst the various agencies of the federal government, and that no one has the lead on these issues. Could you suggest what the congressional role that you think ought to be in trying to pull this together and focusing attention on the growing problem which you described as being at the forefront of the 55 corporate executives that you dealt with?
Well, let me give you the good news and the bad news. The good news is that I think that the problem that we just all of us alluded to briefly here at the end is one of the most politically glamorous, politically sexy, interesting, because it's about parts of the media. The media is very caught up in it. It's very pro-American. It is one of the areas, all of these products we're talking about, that we are clearly the world leader in, have been ever since, because we do things because of the First Amendment and everything that other countries don't do. And this is one of the things this country is just passionately, consumers consume these products, they're intensely proud of them. So it should be an area ripe for political leadership. There isn't a visible downside because everyone is really proud of these things, and Lord knows the Europeans and the South Americans want to consume them. Even the communist countries want to consume these services or products. That's the good news. The bad news is that the companies that make these products or distribute these products usually spend most of our time fighting amongst ourselves in your offices. That's problem one. The second problem is that historically the executive branch is badly divided over this thing, and the State Department, which has the lead, has another agenda, which is usually making the countries feel better about themselves and not worrying about getting these products distributed. And I think it's, organizationally, it is a very difficult. I don't know who is the congressional, what committees have responsibility. I guess Finance and Ways and Means have responsibility, but they don't exercise it, and they don't have any intellectual interest in it like your committee has. So it's a wide open field. You've got these big companies that are employing a lot of people to do these kinds of things, that are trying to distribute them, that are getting screwed distributing them, and no one is sort of doing much about it. You're the guys that can do something about it.
All right. Yes, Congressman Sawyer again.
Yes, I would just like to ask Mr. Lilly, I'm unaware of any law that limits the number of conventions somebody can go to. I know there's one that limits it to the Western Hemisphere, but I'm not aware of any numerical limitation. Do you have something specific in mind?
Bob, tell me if I'm wrong, but isn't that Northern American restriction still in it? You can only, if you go on a business convention, Congressman, you can only deduct in North America.
Well, I said within the hemisphere, but not the number.
You can, outside the United States, in North America, you can only go business deductible to one convention.
Well, I'm not aware. I never heard of that before.
And it was put into
Learn
retaliating.
something every time I come to one of these. Thank you.
Let me open it up.
The Canadians are very bitter about it.
We only have a very few minutes left. Let me, yes, the gentleman in the blue coat.
I just have one simple question to ask of Mr. Washburn, who seems to be soliciting both an early resolution of his problem, namely to submit his hardware industry to some form of royalty or some form of agreement, if he can get it. And yet there doesn't seem to be any response on the part of the proprietors.
You noticed that too.
I say that's what you asserted. And that seems rather curious in a sense. There are a number of legislative proposals on the table, but that's not one of them. I wondered, Mr. Washburn, what the state of affairs was and why proprietors are unwilling to subject direct broadcast satellite systems to copyright to some form of agreement wherein they can derive some royalty.
I won't try to explain for them what the reasons are. I can only say that with some certainty, since I've been continuously on the Space Board of Directors since the offer has been open, that we have never received a serious proposition to accept or reject, and the offer is continuously open.
Who do you consider the owners, the proprietors of material with whom you ought to be dealing?
All of the suppliers of, well, let's put it this way, the major suppliers of high-grade entertainment products on satellite, which would include HBO, Movie Channel, Showtime, etc.
Let me just apologize, Congressman Kastenmeier, for not recognizing you by your name. All right, we have time for.
I do believe that's a question that deserves an answer from a product supplier, at least. Yeah. I think as you phrased the question, there is not a problem when you say direct broadcast satellite. The difficulty that has existed in the near-term past has been that these were not direct broadcast satellites. These were intended to be point-to-point communication vehicles going to head ends of cable systems or to broadcast stations for dissemination when they were received. And the rights for direct broadcast satellites have not been granted to those program entities, the HBOs, the ESPN, whoever else they were at that time. Direct broadcast satellite is now here. We have one in operation. Yes, it has a rain attenuation problem, but that's because it's operating on a low power. There are several other direct broadcast satellites. I don't think that you would find that any product maker or program supplier wants to deny any portion of the American public access to their service. But it is a manner, and part of what you said, Gus, and that is you wait for the right thing to get there to get it to serve them. Is that any help?
Well, I think to some extent. I was just wondering.
I would make one comment on that, and that is that we understand that the existing providers may not have DBS rights to the product. However, as long as about 3.5, probably 4 years ago, we were asking the people who are handling it now to resolve that, to request those rights, to let us know what the price was. We appreciate that the chain has to go back to the original creative rights owner. And we would like to do whatever we can to forge the links.
Prerogative of the last question to one of our hosts, Mr. Ladd.
I've decided that I don't understand my own questions, so I yield.
All right, one very quick question and one very quick response. Mr. Abbott.
Yes, there's a lot of reference to signal piracy. Well, as you may be aware, there's a proposed Brussels Satellite Convention, which the United States may or may not eventually enter into, which arguably could solve some of these problems, whereby each potential signatory would agree to protect from piracy the signals of co-signatories. Of course, it remains to be seen what will happen there. Quick question, Mr. Lilly mentioned marginal cost pricing. Of course, marginal cost pricing of videotapes would be the price of copying. So I wasn't exactly clear to that reference. I mean, if you're talking about marginal cost pricing of a copyrighted product, you're talking about the price that won't cover total cost. And I just wanted to clarify, I mean, it may be socially optimal in some sense, but it's not a price, marginal cost pricing won't cover total cost.
I must have misspoke. I think that you would want a regulatory structure in place that would foster the kind of marketplace competition that would tend to drive price as close to marginal cost as possible and not create either an artificial barrier to that downward pressure. Clearly, when you go below marginal cost, nobody's going to make it.
Well, I promised the chairman of the next panel that we would vacate as close to the mark as we can, and we're at this point. Let me thank very much the panel today, but also Mr. Ladd and his staff for persuading these extraordinary gentlemen to come together with us today and give up their weekends away from their homes. I think it's just been extraordinary. Yeah, I think about 3 minutes. About a 3-minute break to allow the panels to change.
Sorry, you're going to be leaving soon, aren't you?
Mel, very nice.
10. I'm glad you were able to attend. I'm glad we were able to steer away from Superintendent.
Thank you. These guys are, I knew it was going to be good. I talked to them on the phone and they were so thoughtful. You know, a lot of people are just entrepreneurs and that, but these guys.
This morning, Judge Breyer began to open the Pandora's box of questions concerning the administration of rights and new technologies. There are various types of administration systems now in operation, from individual licensing, blanket licensing, government intervention, private licensing. Today's moderator was supposed to be Professor Alan Latman from New York University Law School. Professor Latman, unfortunately, was not able to join us today. And it is a great loss for all of us that he is not here to share his wealth of wisdom with us. There are very large shoes that have to be filled. However, we have our rapporteur, Professor Paul Goldstein, whose feet are rather large too, and we hope we'll be able to try to fill Professor Latman's shoes. As you heard in the introduction to Professor Goldstein yesterday morning, he is a professor from Stanford University Law School, a noted educator in the intellectual property law field, and is the author of the textbook Copyright, Patent, Trademark, and Related State Doctrines. He is also a former winner of the Nathan Birkin competition when he was in law school, and I was fortunate when I was a law student to take 4 different courses with Professor Goldstein, and I am very grateful for the knowledge that he gave to me, and I'm sure that we will have more knowledge to give to all of you. Professor Goldstein.
Thank you, David. That was very kind. The subject of our last panel for this session is the administration of rights in copyrighted works in the new technologies. The members of our panel, moving from my immediate left to the distant left, are Thomas C. Brennan, Chairman of the Copyright Royalty Tribunal, Harlan Cleveland, Director of the Hubert H. Humphrey Institute of Public Affairs, University of Minnesota, Alexander Hoffman, Senior Vice President, Doubleday and Company, Professor John Kernighan, Columbia University School of Law, John C. Taylor III, Chairman of the Carnegie Corporation and a partner in the firm of Paul Weiss, Rifkind, Wharton, and Garrison, and George Willoughby, Vice President and General Counsel of King Broadcasting. Let me begin quite briefly by describing what the members of this panel are not going to talk about. They are not going to talk about how, if at all, the information created by the new technologies should be protected. That topic has already been considered in some of the earlier discussions and will be excluded here. Rather, our panelists will address the problems that the new technologies create for copyright owners of all forms of information, both traditional subject matter and new subject matter. The problems the new technologies create for them in policing the uses of their works by such undetectable, decentralized, and frequently uncountable acts as photocopying and performance, to take 2 of the more traditional examples. Now, in this context, the central question that the speakers will address is whether the common perception that the new technologies have rendered copyright in many respects obsolete, whether this common perception is in fact a misperception. Do mechanisms exist, and can mechanisms be created in and out of the marketplace that can overcome the problem of decentralized uses both effectively and fairly? Our first speaker, as I indicated, is Thomas C. Brennan, who is chairman of the Copyright Royalty Tribunal for a second time after having served as its first chairman at the inception of the commission in 1977. After earning his J.D. degree at Georgetown University, Mr. Brennan served as chief counsel to the Subcommittee of Patents, Trademarks, and Copyright, U.S. Senate Committee on the Judiciary, during the time that the new copyright legislation, the 76 legislation, was developed. He is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Copyright Society of the D.C. Bar Association. He serves as chairman of the Committee of Patents in the ABA. Tom?
The former Register of Copyrights, Barbara Ringer, in a 1977 Law Review article, posed the following questions. Does our experience in the development of the 1976 Act suggest that in the future, whenever a new right is granted by Congress, it will necessarily be subject to compulsory licensing? Does this mean that eventually compulsory licensing will supplant traditional copyright, and that all rights under a copyright law will in time consist entirely of the right to collect royalties? Ms. Ringer continued, these troubling questions must be asked in the light of another, even more portentous development. The Copyright Royalty Tribunal, she wrote, is in many ways a sensible and ingenious device for making the various compulsory licensing schemes work efficiently. At the same time, the existence of a government body that is paying out royalties, settling disputes among copyright owners, reviewing royalty rates, and deciding the terms and rates of licenses seems an open invitation to further government control. All this bears close watching in the months and years ahead, end of quote. It might make for a more exciting session, but I do not have any fundamental difference with that portion of Judge Breyer's remarks this morning relating to regulation and government involvement in licensing schemes. Government intervention should not be seized upon as an easy answer and a convenient solution to dispose of complex problems. But the more difficult question remains: are there circumstances in which some government role is appropriate as a necessary last resort? And what is to be done with the many details inherent in licensing schemes that neither the Congress nor the courts wish to handle or should be required to handle? I was surely not invited to take part in this program because of any jurisdiction of the Copyright Royalty Tribunal relating to new technology. I shall limit my remarks to some observations on the Tribunal's experience with the fixing and distribution of copyright royalties in those situations where user industries discharge their copyright obligation by a single payment. A useful starting point is the relationship between private licensing and collection agencies and the existence of some form of governmental mechanism. Nothing in my tribunal experience suggests that private agencies cannot assume the dominant role in the administration of rights. Where such private agencies did not exist, the tribunal, in performing its royalty distribution functions under the compulsory licenses, has found it extremely useful, indeed essential, to encourage the creation of ad hoc collective agents. If the tribunal was not able to coordinate its distribution functions with informal coalitions of program suppliers, sports leagues, and commercial broadcasters, it would have been impossible for the tribunal to perform its distribution functions within the rigid timetable established in the Copyright Act. After a period of testing and experimentation, the distribution system is functioning, and now many matters are routinely processed. While the existence of private agencies has been essential to the viability of the tribunal's operations, it is also clear that the compulsory licensing scheme could not operate without some form of government mechanism. For example, sports leagues and commercial television stations have fought for years before the tribunal over their respective entitlement to that portion of the cable television royalties assigned to the carriage of sporting events. How would a cable operator have been able to confront this issue in the absence of some governmental mechanism? I believe that the most appropriate role of any government function in this area is to be available to resolve rate and distribution matters only when the parties are unable to do so. Through its procedures, the tribunal has encouraged voluntary agreements. In doing so, we have built upon the approach taken by the Congress in the Public Broadcasting Compulsory License. Any licensing arrangements negotiated by the parties should supersede any rates adopted by the tribunal or any similar government agency. Policymakers should take particular care in making decisions concerning the structure and scope and the jurisdiction assigned to a body such as the tribunal. Perhaps some useful lessons may be gained from the tribunal experience. As to structure, when the tribunal was created in the Copyright Act, the Senate and House had differing views on the structure of the tribunal. The Senate bill provided for ad hoc panels that would be established as necessary for particular proceedings. The House bill, which prevailed, provided for a continuity of membership. There are pluses and minuses to either approach, but I believe in the actual operations of the tribunal, a hybrid has developed whereby within a formal permanent structure, informal dispute resolution has been encouraged. During the consideration in the Congress of the establishment of the tribunal, various user industries were successful in placing certain limitations on the jurisdiction of the tribunal. The tribunal's rate jurisdiction has been limited to reviews at 5 to 10-year intervals, with no provision for relief petitions or any possibility of making adjustments to account for significant new developments. Presumably at the time, such limitations were viewed as helpful to certain industries. I suggest that a case can be made that such limitations have backfired on their proponents. It is only stating the obvious to declare that policymakers, to some extent, have either not anticipated or have chosen to ignore important technological advances which have impacted greatly on intellectual property rights. It is not sound public policy, on the one hand, to say that the future cannot be predicted and is fluid, and then, on the other hand, to create arbitration or dispute resolution mechanisms that are established in such a fashion as to effectively preclude consideration of developments which are essential to the determination of matters within the assigned jurisdiction. If such mechanisms are to make a useful contribution, it is essential that they have the necessary jurisdiction and be provided with the required resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Our next speaker is Professor John Kernighan. He's I indicated, is a professor at the Columbia University School of Law. He was executive director of the Council for Atomic Age Studies from 1956 to 1959, and a member of the President's Commission on the Status of Women from 1962 to 1963. He presently serves on the board of directors of Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts, and he was chairman of the board of Galaxy Music Corporation. Okay.
I am.
You are. The information sheet says you were. Perhaps it knows something.
My view of copyright concerns is a worm's eye view. From the angle of the composer, author, artist with whom I deal constantly, especially in Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts, where I regularly see and have to try to cope with the plight of the individual artist and small arts organization that can't afford effective legal service. I was going to say that in trying to do this and protect the copyright owner's interest, the creator's interest, one sometimes feels, as Mr. Justice Holmes said, indicated that he felt in trying to deal with Mr. Justice McReynolds. He said, how are you going to argue with a man whose major premise is always, God damn it? And that's the kind of problem you run into when you are trying to deal with, for copyright owners, with people who don't understand how intangible rights can exist in something that they hold in their hands. In any case, I want to offer you a few points to mull over. Incidentally, I hope that at some point, in accordance with what Ms. Hunter suggested this morning, we can stop talking about copyright in favor of using a broader term, author's rights. The Constitution doesn't use the word copyright. And copyright is coming to be a more and more troublesome word and concept. So maybe author's rights would be a better label for the whole thing. I have a number of points to make. Number one, let's look back to first principles in the Constitution at the start to clarify what we are really after with copyright. A narrow majority in the Betamax decision, it seems to me, went astray on this matter, saying that the interest of the artist is secondary to some general and presumably distinct public interest. In my view, that's a license to drive holes in authors' rights under the name of fair use, or First Amendment, or non-infringement, or whatever, whenever there's a loud public clamor for a particular use. And I think the cases demonstrate that. But most importantly, the Constitution says nothing of that kind. The power given to Congress is a power to promote progress by giving authors rights. It's a power to do X by doing Y. And the only legislative history we have on that provision, written by its originator and proponent, James Madison, says that in this area the public good fully coincides with the claims of individuals. Individual authors was what he was talking about. What is now given authors generally is not the fair return for use of their work that David Ladd quite rightly says they should have. And on this point, also, the Congress, I think, was deluded in teleprompter, which was quoted again in the Betamax case, where it was said that the immediate effect of copyright is to give the author a fair return. All the evidence I'm aware of is that that is a false statement. Now, if you're talking about the aim, okay, that's something else. But the effect, no. I agree a fair return is a desideratum, and I would suggest as a basis for our thinking that the ultimate goal of authors' rights is that of assuring a worthy author whose work appeals to a significant public that he is decently paid for its use, so he can stand on his own feet without dependence on government or patronage. Those of you who are here this morning heard me read that statement of Macaulay's, where he said pretty much the same thing. We underpay and undervalue our teachers and lose quality in the process. Let's not do the same thing to our authors, and for that matter, let's stop doing it to the teachers. Point 2. I suggest our eye should be on the creative individual. That's where the Constitution puts the focus. It talks about authors, and Madison equates them with individuals. I'm not downgrading collaborative art made possible by new technology, from movies to TV, but courts and perhaps Congress can be misled by the big companies, movie, television, cable, or manufacturers who are parties in the copyright litigation that we read about and who do the most lobbying in Congress. It's easy to forget that the individual, the creative individual, is the key concern. We want more Mark Twain's, Walt Whitman's, Aaron Copland's, Cole Porter's, Gary Trudeau's, that kind of thing. But we must support many lesser talents to grow the top of the crop represented by the names I've mentioned. So, for starters, don't give away to the rights of authors, to everybody who asks for them, from veterans to fraternities to dance halls to jukebox owners. Do mend the holes in the old sock in which authors keep their pay, and do provide for them to share in new revenues on their work. Okay. Point 3. We must not bury our individual creators in conditions where they can't bargain credibly with the behemoths and large economic powers across the table. Since individual licensing only works in a few situations, artists must be able to organize, to monitor, negotiate, license, audit, collect, distribute effectively for the use of their work, and to make themselves heard in the halls of Congress. We want artists' organizations that maximize creativity, self-sufficiency, individual autonomy, and allow for diversity and multiplicity. Now, today, if artists organize in guilds or join organs that maximize individual autonomy, they are clobbered with antitrust suits and possible per se violations and treble damage consequences. For 20 years, the blanket license of the Music Performing Rights Societies has been in the courts, and I think after 20 years that it's still standing and still useful, but stop to think about how much money, how many arts dollars went into preserving that device, which still is with us today, without much movement. I venture to say that, totting up the expenses for both sides in that litigation, you would have something in the 9-figure area. And much of that money winds up in whose pockets? The lawyers' pockets, and not the artists' pockets. And that's it seems to me a crowning irony that Congress pours money into the National Endowment for the Arts, and it leaves standing laws that create arterial bleeding of arts money, art dollars, and to the lawyers with little result, it seems to me, in proportion to the time and the money spent and much loss to the arts. Now, what to do about it? Authors can escape antitrust consequences by unionizing. But if they unionize, what a price they have to pay. As union members, they are employees for hire. And the copyright law takes away their authorship status under the work-for-hire doctrine, which is far broader than needed, in my view, for the health of the producers who get that favored status of being the author, and certainly far broader than is necessary, desirable for the proper functioning of the creative process. In a word, authors are between a rock and a hard place, and a legislative remedy is needed. And here I come. I'm not an antitrust lawyer, but I think I know bleeding and waste when I see it. And I suggest that you give consideration, A, to allowing artist guilds and organs a sui generis, quasi-union exemption from the antitrust laws. Now, if you do this, there must be safeguards for the public and for users, so that unreasonable restraints in rates or conditions do not result. And this should be realized through some speedy, expert, impartial umpiring agency. We have a model in the ASCAP consent decree. ASCAP's rates can be taken to the district court, and the court will decide whether the rate ASCAP is quoting is reasonable, and ASCAP has the burden of proving that it is. There are other possible solutions. Mr. Chairman Brennan's CRT is another one. There may be other solutions, whether it's arbitration or some still other separate tribunal that I haven't thought about. Part B of what I'm suggesting is also that you consider exploring, apart from antitrust, a cheap, speedy, expert dispute settling procedure or tribunal for copyright controversies. I think in almost all the major law schools of the country, it is coming to be realized that the litigation model for dispute settlement is terribly costly. The fact is that it's too costly for the individual creators and even for their organizations. Again, you have the bleeding of arts dollars. In a particular copyright stake, the economic considerations may be small, but the principle may be big. And the non-author party may have greatly disproportionate resources to litigate and capabilities to do it. And another point, the concept and the required proof of harm, which the courts seem to be developing against the good advice of David Ladd, should be revised down legislatively where infringement can be shown. Now, those are concrete things for the new era of technology with which I think artists cannot cope unless, as individuals, they can organize properly without antitrust prosecution. It isn't something new I'm suggesting here. There are bills pending before the Congress now which permit companies to get together for R&D, and which in the intellectual property field would exempt or would take away the per se violation rule and take away the treble damage remedy and rest with actual damage. That's as far as I'm going to go now. Modes of identifying other uses and users, of identifying, users and uses, and modes for clearing licenses will be dealt with by others who follow me. I'd like to leave you with a thought and a story. And the thought is a restatement. Our goal is to assure through our law on authors' rights that authors whose work appeals to a significant public are able to live by their art, to stand on their own feet, independent of handouts, whether by government subsidy or private patronage. My closing story, which I confess I borrowed from a law professor colleague. It's about a wealthy businessman who was hit by the recession. He's going over his household accounts and budget to find savings. He says to his wife, "You know, dear, if you could learn to prepare meals properly, we could fire the cook." And she, a bit nettled, says, "Yes, dear, and if you would just learn to make love properly, we could fire the chauffeur." So it is for us all. If we could all learn not only just to be our own individual publishers in the new technology, but to be our own authors, painters, and composers, we could fire them from the payroll. Fire the chauffeur, as it were. But most of us will never be able to do these things. We desperately need our authors, the best we can get. And even if they have a little extra reward on the job, like our chauffeur, the worthy ones must be assured a fair living from carrying out their professional tasks, and Congress must help bring this to pass. And I think some of the measures that we will be proposing today should move in that direction. There are others too. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John C. Taylor III, Chairman of the Carnegie Corporation and a member, as I indicated earlier, of the firm of Paul Weiss, Rifkin, Wharton, and Garrison. He earned his law degree at Yale, where he was a member of Phi Beta and COIF. He is a member of the Association of the Bar of New York City and its Committee on Copyright and Literary Property, and of the American Bar Association.
I had originally thought that I would start today by using as an example a conversation I had with Jack Kernigan last night out here in the hall about a legal matter in which I was insisting very vociferously that the copyright belonged to the publisher, and he was insisting that it belonged to the author. But after hearing Professor Zuckman today, I decided that would not be diplomatic. I'm also going to refrain from a great temptation to deal directly with the two very immediate matters which we all spend a lot of time talking about, the Betamax case, the home taping matter, and video cassettes. It was not mentioned that the way I happen to be here has nothing to do with my law firm or the Carnegie Corporation, but happens that I was invited to come here just so there's no false pretense here by the National Music Publishers Association, for which I've acted for many years. And they are obviously the two matters that are of most importance today in copyright legislation to the National Music Publishers. What I'd like to do instead is to look at some of the principles and basic approaches that can be used toward trying to solve the problems that are created and presented by the new technological developments. I think there's a tendency to take each problem as it arises, try and react to it in an ad hoc way, and as the new developments come with increasing frequency, that approach is going to make it impossible to arrive at a cohesive and consistent pattern of dealing with intellectual property. As has been said here over the last couple of days, there are two principal objectives that have to be achieved. One is to encourage creativity, and the necessary elements of that basically are to give the author some fair control over the use of his work and to compensate him fairly for his work. And I think the example that Professor Kernighan used of what we have done to teachers in this country is an apt one. It's true that you really don't have to give an author $1 million for writing a successful book, probably to compensate him fairly. But authors as a group are always going to be undercompensated. And it's necessary to do something to preserve for authors a recognition and a status in our society so that bright people will continue to be authors. And what we've done with the teaching profession in primary and secondary schools, by paying them too little, is to put a profession which is regarded very high in the eyes of every other society in a position where that profession is not well regarded in this country, and as a result you can't get enough really first-class people to go into that profession. The other objective is to facilitate access to the public to the copyrighted material that's created. It seems to me the legislative objective should be to create and encourage an environment in which licensing of those works can be handled in an easy, fair, effective, and quick way so as to make the material available to the public quickly, fully, and at an economic price. There are a couple of dangers, I think, in legislation that have been mentioned here, and I'd just like to mention them briefly. One is the danger of over-legislating. Legislating too quickly is perhaps one aspect of that, and creating a rigidity in the legislative structure which prevents the knowledgeable people dealing with the problems on an everyday basis from being able to work out patterns of licensing and then to modify those to adjust them to the changing processes and the changing channels of delivery to the public as they develop. The other was mentioned by someone yesterday and I think is equally important, and that is that a high priority be given in any legislation that creates rights or creates restrictions to the method of enforcement. The creation of rights and restrictions without a really clear and effective means of enforcement does nothing but create confusion in the entire environment and doesn't protect the rights of anyone. And I think there's a great danger, particularly as these new technologies develop, of doing precisely that. And not all of the new developments are going to be subject to the same type of approach, and I'd just like to use the examples, 3 different types of new delivery systems for copyrighted material that develop by technology and talk a little bit about how they're each dealt with. The first one is the easy one. The first one is the new technological development that requires licenses which are big ticket items. There aren't many licenses required. There's a lot of money involved in them. They fit within more or less a standard pattern that already exists. And they don't require anybody to do anything. The marketplace can work those negotiations out on an ad hoc basis. It's economic to do a special negotiation. Examples of that are when motion pictures came in and people started buying novels and plays and even music for motion pictures. That's worked fine. The second is the most difficult one, and it's the one that's coming up more and more frequently. It's by far the most difficult to deal with. They are the instances where there is no practical way to make the user pay for his use, and there is no practical way to identify the specific use of a specific copyrighted work and to enforce a remedy against the person who uses it without obtaining a license. And of course, the classic example there is home taping today. I would submit that it's not the only one around, and if you think about what's been said in the last few days, you'll find quite a number of other ones that fit into that category. Now, there are only two ways to deal with that. One way to deal with it is to wait and see if further technological development pushes it over into what I'm going to discuss as Category 3. It makes it possible to identify the use and to identify what was used and who the user is and to create a remedy to keep him from using it without a license. The second way is to some way create a pot of money to be used to compensate the copyright owner and then to devise either a formula or a process for dividing that fairly. That's a big order. It's a tough thing to do, but it can be done, and other countries have taken a crack at that. The rationale for compensating the copyright owner, I suggest there are at least two. One is that you have to replace for him the revenue he's losing from the channel of delivery which is being preempted by the new technology. And it's real. I don't think there is any question, and I think there have been any number of studies. In fact, I think the Senate committee itself, if I'm not mistaken, concluded that the home taping of audio material has resulted in lost record sales of about $1 billion a year. Now that's lost money to the composers who are losing those mechanical royalties. The other is that they should simply be given a fair share of participation in a new industry that's developing and out of which other people are making commercial profit. Then there's the third one, and I think the third one is the one that is overlooked most often. It involves licenses which have 6 characteristics that I'd like to go through, but in order to give it some body, I would like to suggest that a classic example is the licensing of music for use on video cassettes, and I use that example purposely, and I'll indicate why in a minute. The characteristics are these. The use and the user can be positively identified and tracked. 2, there is a remedy which makes unauthorized use dangerous. There is a real deterrent to unauthorized use. 3rd, there are many users and there are many copyright owners involved, many of whom necessarily are unsophisticated about the economics of the industry they're dealing with. 4, many licenses are required and they involve relatively small amounts of money individually. 5, there is no existing pattern or established framework which is appropriate for that licensing. And the 6th, very often is there, very rapidly changing market conditions and variance in the delivery channel itself. That fits the video cassette. I think it also fits a number of other things. One being, occurred to me this morning, is a use of software in the public schools. Now, what do you do with that kind of situation, and what are the dangers involved? If you have those characteristics, there's no way that licensing can occur on any kind of sensible or effective basis until you create patterns and a framework for that licensing. Let me give you an example of video cassettes. there are lots of questions that have to be decided as to how you're going to license. Is it going to be a flat fee? Is it going to be a percentage? And if so, of what? Is it going to be worldwide? Is it going to be for a term of years? When do you license? When the film's produced or when it's released in video cassettes? And what is the range of fair compensation, which obviously involves the questions of what are the real economics of that industry? The result of the absence of that framework in video cassettes has been that it has adversely affected everybody. It has severely impeded the development of the video cassette market. There is absolutely no question of that, and if you talk to any of the producers, they will tell you that. The result of that is the public is denied the use of that channel as an access to copyrighted material. And both the producer and the creator, the copyright owner, are denied the revenues that they should be realizing from delivering that material to the public. Everybody loses. I would suggest, first of all, that you can't deal with that with a compulsory license. And I could go into why I think that, but I think I'm going to...
I prefer you didn't.
Yeah, I've already run out of time. My suggestion for dealing with that is that there must be an environment created where the knowledgeable people on both the user and the owner side can sit down together, listen to each other's problems, practical problems that they have, learn the economics of the industry together, and arrive at patterns and ranges of consideration which can then be disseminated to the rest of the industry and can produce the framework for individual negotiations which can then be carried on. It has worked. Dr. Spurlin said this morning that the major suppliers were the people he had been able to work out effective and workable licenses with. The closest example was the one that Tom Brennan referred to, which was that when Congress passed a compulsory license for public broadcasting, they were smart enough and wise enough to put in an antitrust exemption. And what actually happened was that the public broadcasting people and the owners of the copyright sat down and worked together and listened to each other's problems. And in fact, the licenses that were granted, at least for music, went far beyond what was required with a compulsory license. Tom and I think, would disagree with respect to that one only in that he thinks, I believe, put words in his mouth, that that negotiation would not have taken place successfully in the absence of a compulsory license. I don't agree with that. I don't think the compulsory license was necessary. I think the compulsory license wouldn't have worked if it hadn't had the antitrust exemption, and I think with the antitrust exemption, it was totally unnecessary. It's not for every situation, and the economics of the industry have to be known. The satellite owner situation that was raised this morning might be one. I don't know. I don't know enough about that industry. If the compulsory license for cable is removed, maybe that's a place for an antitrust exemption. But I suggest that that is an approach that should be considered more often in trying to deal with these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Bud. Our next speaker is Alexander Hoffman, Senior Vice President at Doubleday & Company. He earned his BA at Dartmouth, MBA at the Amos Tufts School of Business. He has served with the Navy, been a member of the Executive Committee of Doubleday since 1969. He was Director of the Association of American Publishers in 1979 to 1980, and in 1979 was a member of the AAP delegation to the USSR and the People's Republic of China. He is Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Direct Marketing Association and a member of the Board of the Copyright Clearance Center and the International Freedom to Publish Committee. Alex?
Thank you. I'll try to make this very brief, and I bring you good news. I think I can tell you of a concrete example of solving some of these problems. I'll speak to you from the perspective of my role as chairman of the board of the Copyright Clearance Center, but I must confess I inevitably speak also from the perspective of a book publisher, so you'll have to pardon that. Now, the Copyright Clearance Center is a collecting society. And a collecting society is a kind of entity that's been made necessary by the new technologies that make possible mass, uncontrolled reproduction of copyrighted works. There are 12 of these in the world now. The Copyright Clearance Center is the one in the United States. They all meet regularly, at least once a year, now twice a year, with the long-term aim of an internationally workable scheme. But I'll just deal with one concrete thing now to try to show you how this works. Now, you've heard it said that the new technologies make copyright obsolete, but fortunately, I really believe that is not true. And it's very fortunate that it's not true, since copyright really is the only workable means for a free society to foster broadly based creative effort. But rather, I believe the problem stems most often from uninformed attitudes and fears, and that these are solvable problems. In the few minutes that I have available, I'm going to try to persuade you this is true with one concrete example, which embodies principles that I think are applicable in most other technological fields. Now, the Copyright Clearance Center came into being at the request of Congress. When they passed the new law, which placed limits on systematic multiple photocopying made necessary, they said this makes necessary the creation of a workable means to measure copying, which goes beyond fair use, and then to collect and distribute royalties for such copying. So they urged the parties who were involved to work this out together. Now, mostly this applies to technical, scientific, and medical publishing in the present instance, but let's not talk about the applicability of various kinds of material. Let's just deal with the principles. So Congress asked the parties to get together and work out a means to solve this problem. So via their respective associations, authors and publishers asked the library and academic communities to join with them in creating such a system. But apparently, because the latter had come to view unrestricted photocopying as a birthright, or perhaps because they really believed it posed no economic harm to writing and publishing, they refused to do so. Nonetheless, the Copyright Clearance Center was created through the efforts of authors and publishers, and with the greatly valuable help of one renegade corporate librarian who apparently had an extremely active conscience. And in a nutshell, the system that we set up originally worked like this. Publishers enter their titles into the system. As I said, this is mostly technical, scientific, and medical journals at the start. And they set fees for the copying from these journals, and they print the notices in the publications. And the Copyright Clearance Center publishes periodically a catalog listing all the material. Users enter the system and use it by recording and reporting the copies they make. Copyright Clearance Center then sends them a single bill. They send back a single payment. Copyright Clearance Center distributes the money to those who have it coming. Now, this system, unfortunately, had very limited acceptance, both because of the attitudes that I mentioned and because, in the eyes of many users, it required of them what they viewed as unsupportable, burdensome record keeping. It was used mostly by about a handful, let's say 10 to 12 large corporations. Aside from that, this law has really been largely honored in the breach, raising the question that many of the congressmen wrestle with constantly. Do you leave a law on the books which appears to be unenforceable? Well, let me go on and tell you that this problem has been solved, I think, because after years of futile entreaties to bring about a cooperative effort to build a better system, if this one wasn't adequate, and to make it work to everyone's satisfaction and benefit, publishers finally took the step they had probably should have taken earlier, but were reluctant to take. They went to the courts. The first actions were brought against 4 large corporations which were doing high-volume, unreported systematic copying, and these efforts were uniformly successful. That's the dark side of it. It's too bad to have to do that kind of thing. Wastes money and creates bitterness, and it's bad all the way around. But now comes the bright side of this tale, which has been rather sorry up till now. We said to ourselves, surely, now that these court cases have established that the law is enforceable, a cooperative effort to solve the problem should be possible, since presumably no one should be interested in getting involved in a series of lawsuits with a predictable outcome. But we tried a new tack. Instead of again approaching the corporate librarians, where we had really been faced with a stone wall from the beginning, we went to the chief executives of a number of large corporations. And we said to them, sir, you run a business here that's based largely on your patents. So surely you can understand the philosophical concept of copyright. And they would say, of course I do. And you'd say, well, now, are you aware of the obligations that your corporation has under the copyright law? And most of them, I think quite honestly, would say, well, no, I hadn't really thought about it. So we'd explain it a little bit. And usually through this entree, we'd wind up talking to the Chief Corporate Patent Counsel. Again, a man who would understand the concept. The according to intellectual property, the same rights you accord to material property. And they would sign, then we describe our existing system. And they would say, gosh, if it's a big company particularly, I can't imagine assuming the responsibility for educating and overseeing the fact that hundreds of thousands of employees keep the records that your present system requires of them. We recognize the law, we would want to obey the law, we want to pay, but don't you have a more workable system? So we'd say, well, what would you like? And he said, well, we'd like, ideally, to make a single lump sum payment, an annual license that would cover all the copying we do. We worked out, now we said, okay, fine, let's both work together to see if there's a way to do that. And miraculously, after all these years of recriminations and fighting, once we were able to sit down with people and cooperatively try to figure out a way to do it, I think we've done it. And briefly, it works like this. With the user's cooperation, we've developed a form of using sampling. We will go into an enterprise for a finite period of time, monitor all the copying that they do on a title-by-title basis, and then we will project that to a longer period of time, a license term. Publishers will enter their titles into the system the same way as under the old one, title by title, and they'll establish a copying price that's reasonable. And it'll be on a base plus per page basis. And then you've got it. You simply have the results of the survey multiplied out, and you get the cost of a license. And it's on a title by title basis so that the money can be distributed very accurately. And then, once that's done, the user needs to keep no records at all. He is licensed for all the copying that he does for the period of the license. It can be reviewed periodically. We haven't got the time to go into the details of the rest of how this system works, how we update these audits, and so forth and so on. Suffice it to say, all of these are solvable problems and are being solved. Also, in the longer run, we will be able to use mathematical modeling to greatly reduce the need for the periodic surveys. We cut the fuss down. This kind of system appears to have been embraced as reasonable and workable and fair by the same people who, through misunderstandings, used to fight with each other. And I hope that the first license under this new system will be signed within the next couple of weeks. This is very close to actual reality. Future. This is still dealing now with just paper copies. When copies are made electronically, record keeping and billing can be fully automated. But the collecting society, such as the Copyright Clearance Center, will still play its same service role, a single efficient means to collect and distribute, so that the user has just one place to go, doesn't have to go to a million different things. In fact, the automating will make it more accurate and make it more simple. In this case, technological development will improve the situation rather than make it worse. and we'll still preserve the economic underpinning of independent writing and publishing. So I think there are two lessons that have been learned from this experience. One, the importance of education and attitude. Just as John was saying, if both sides understand and respect the principle involved, workable means can be found with a constructive joint effort. And secondly, since human beings are apparently almost infinitely resistant to change, it takes time. We must not be hasty to conclude that a carefully balanced law, which was constructed over seemingly endless years of hearings and redrafting, does not work or is unenforceable. But it does take time. We may periodically need adjustment to deal with some new technologies, but by and large, I'm convinced we can make the law work and that our society will benefit from that effort. Thanks.
President for Corporate and Legal Affairs at King Broadcasting Company, a major television and communications corporation in Seattle. A graduate of Stanford Law School, he practiced law in Seattle for 15 years before joining KING. He is a member of the Seattle King County Bar Association and other bar associations. George?
Thank you. I want to make a couple things clear right at the outset. I'm here on behalf of our company that's in radio, television, and CATV, and we represent a user of the creative product. In one sense, we're also creators because we do create our local programming, but I want to address my remarks as a user or a payor, or as Jack said earlier, a victim perhaps. And I mean that not seriously, because I think that we have good systems going. The other point is that we believe, as everyone else has expressed, that you need a system for administration of the protection for the creative rights that will encourage their use without stifling it, without infringing on copyrights, without infringing on antitrust laws. This morning, there were a couple of references to a model, which is the consent decree, the ASCAP BMI music licensing situation. And I want to address my remarks to this. I realize this is fairly narrow, but it's something that I think is practical and important for consideration of other types of administrative setups which would allow for some kind of larger scale protection for copyrights. And particularly, we're talking about the ASCAP BMI is a blanket license. It's significant to television and radio. Television industry, for instance, pays in about $100 million a year. It's been in existence for a fair amount of time. Came out of a consent decree in 1950. It's probably the only single that I know of really large scale and reasonably effective type of organization that is protecting and covering both the collection and the payment for creative rights. And so I think it's a logical place to have to look for other areas of protection. But there's you have to have a few cautions in there. For one thing, it's a blanket license. And at least from a television standpoint, we're not certain that a blanket license is any longer needed for local television. And I say this as a caution because if this was ever used as a model for other industries or other situations, the blanket characteristic needs to be examined closely and decide whether there's an access problem, whether people really need access to a lot of whatever the product is that you're protecting, whatever this creative right thing is. I think that back in the old days of television, when live orchestras were involved and there's a lot of spontaneous music, that the blanket license made a lot of sense. And since that time, we've really changed. I think our industry is much more involved with pre-recorded, and therefore, the need to have a blanket and have 2 million or 20 million songs available maybe doesn't exist. But that's my point. I think I'm not going to take a lot of time, but I just feel that it's essential that if the ASCAP model is being used and being considered, and it has to be because it's the only thing out there that's really has been effective, you have to keep in mind that there are maybe ways in which it could be improved or ways in which maybe it doesn't have to go quite that far. For instance, for television, what we're seeing is that we could certainly end up with a per-use type situation where computer technology, the improvements that we all have heard about, would allow us to single out and pay for and obtain rights on an individual creative product basis. That's my point. I think it's worth being considered, and this is from the user standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Our next and final speaker is Harlan James Cleveland, Director of the Hubert H. Humphrey Institute of Public Affairs at the University of Minnesota. Mr. Cleveland served as Executive Director of the Economics Section of the Allied Commission in Rome in 1944 to 46, Director of the China Office in Shanghai 1947 through 48, and U.S. Ambassador to NATO in 1965 through 1969. He has taught at Syracuse University, at Princeton, and at the LBJ School of Public Affairs at the University of Texas. Winner of numerous awards, including the Woodrow Wilson Award at Princeton, he has also written several books on international affairs, management, and ethics. I might add that in the interest of keeping things as brief as possible, Mr. Cleveland has kindly put copies of 2 of his writings on the podium, which you might want to pick up later on as you leave. I can recommend them to you. I read them last evening with considerable profit. Mr. Cleveland?
Thanks very much. Your staying power is extraordinary. I expect it of the members of Congress, because they sit there all the time listening to witnesses, but for the rest of us, I think it's admirable. I had a call a few weeks ago from Hong Kong, from a young Chinese, a nephew of a friend of mine that I worked with in China many years ago, to tell me that he had just translated a book of mine and was going to market it on the mainland through one of the university presses. And I thought that the next sentence was going to be, "Is that all right?" or "Who should I write to?" or something like that. Not at all. The next sentence was, would you please write the preface for the Chinese edition? So a few weekends ago, I sat down and wrote my first preface to a pirated edition. I'm not clear whether that makes me a pirate or a co-pirate or what. But it's some indication of the parlous state, the near nervous breakdown, it seems to me, that the copyright laws are in. It seems to me that the trouble may be quite fundamental, and it's pretty late in the day or in this session to suggest anything quite so fundamental, perhaps. But it does seem to me that the notion that facts and ideas are owned is what's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. And if we can focus on what we're trying to do, compensation for creativity, public access, broad dissemination, which is what the Constitution makers seem to have had in mind, without tying it to the ownership idea, we might actually get somewhere. It may be reassuring to note that in the puzzlement that's been evident the last couple of days over this subject, that we've got lots of company, that we're in the midst of what I've been calling the great theory gap of the 1980s, Keynesian economics, we describe our whole era with references to where we've just been, post-Keynesian, post-industrial, post-New Deal, and so forth, which means that we don't really know how to describe what we're in. We've got inflation and recession glued together in a possibly non-cyclical fashion, and the economists don't know what to do about that. The military strategists don't know what to do with now that we've invented the ultimately unusable weapon. The management theorists are only gradually accommodating to the fact that most of the world's work gets done by what the Japanese call consensus and the communists call collective leadership and we call committee work. And the law, trying to catch up with the fast break called information technology, this explosive convergence of computers and telecommunications that's been converging since the 1950s, but that converged for real in the early 1980s. The trouble, I think, was suggested by something that Judge Breyer said when he warned us against making policy by analogy. We have carried over into our thinking, it seems to me, our thinking about information, which is to say symbols, concepts that worked okay for the management of things. But things are now, the manufacture and the mining and the farming of things is now rather less than 1/4 of our economy, whether you measure it by GNP or by labor force. So we are the primary resource, the key resource in our business economy, Peter Drucker calls it, is information. It's a peculiar resource. It isn't depletive necessarily. It's often expandable, grows with use, it's not scarce. Aubrey Branscombe of IBM speaks of the chronic surplus of information. It's shareable. It doesn't give rise to exchange transactions as such. The service may be an exchange transaction, service of delivering it, but not the information itself, as Colin Cherry said in the last thing he wrote before he died, the great world communication theorist. And it's diffusive, that is to say, it leaks. It has an inherent tendency to leak, unlike things, as the CIA keeps finding out. Now, the new technologies which produce new kinds of works, software, new techniques of piracy, XEROX, videotape, the backyard dish, new means of delivery, microfiche, computerized databases, and so on, is producing what I call in one of those articles a whole lot of Canutes in our society. That is, people who remind you of old King Canute who stood on the beach and told the tides to stand still and then got wet. It's a bum rap, actually. The Viking historians, not the historians of the football team, but the historians of the Vikings, say that what he was really trying to do was to convince his stupid courtiers that he wasn't all powerful. And therefore, he was going to put on this demonstration, which was successful in that he got wet. But his name has gone down in history as a metaphor for people who try to prevent the inevitable. And I have, in recent years, been giving out the King Canute Prize. 1981, it was easily won by Alexander Haig for saying, "I'm in control here." It was interesting, the reaction of the American people. We were neither reassured nor were we angry. We laughed nervously, as in watching a theater of the absurd. For 1982, it was quite difficult because there were so many candidates. There was the Association of American Publishers for the NYU case, and there was HBO trying to chase around preventing people from putting up the backyard dishes. And there was CBS News, which had already, that was an earlier case, but they tried to, to prevent Vanderbilt University Library from lending out copies of CBS News. But the senator from Tennessee took their out with a special law on the subject. And there was Universal City Studios versus Sony. So we finally gave a prize to the Ninth Circuit for hitching their wagon to what Congress meant to say about technologies that it couldn't yet imagine. The Supreme Court proved, by what to me was a surprisingly narrow majority, that horse sense is not necessarily incompatible with the law, at least not in that case. The problem then may be the very concept of information as property. Just as in the accounting field, the accountants are going to, and the tax writers in Congress for that matter, are going to have to take a new look at the concept of depreciation in an economy that's 3/4 or maybe half information work. It's a great bonanza. That's why the information companies are making so much money, I guess. It's partly that they're able to pay depreciation when they're not incurring it. I mean, they're able to deduct it without incurring it. But it's still, it requires a rethink. And similarly, I think in this case, it requires a rethink. It can be retarded, this nervous breakdown, by some technological fixes, and we've heard about a number of them these last 2 days. Scrambling signals and codes of various sorts in software, although the teenage computer hackers seem to be equal to almost everything that has been invented so far. But the leakiness of the information resource seems destined to overwhelm Canutish efforts to imprison it. The history of arms control and the recent efforts of the computer pirates teach us that there always seems to be a technological fix for a technological fix. But we've really abandoned already, haven't we, the idea that intellectual creativity has to be rewarded with ownership. That's really a minority of what's going on these days. Most U.S. patents are held by organizations, corporations, universities, government agencies, not by the inventors. And many copyrights are held by the publishers and promoters, not by the authors and songwriters that the founding fathers probably had in mind when they sewed that provision into the Constitution. In universities, creative work is rewarded mostly by promotion, tenure, and tolerant attitudes toward minimal teaching loads and outside consulting. As a result, we generate quite an innovative research and development effort in this country without most of the scientists and technologists involved having to own the ideas they contribute. Some leaders of industries on the high-tech frontier are already saying that their protection from overseas copyists doesn't lie in trade secrets, but in healthy R&D budgets. John Rollwagon in Minneapolis, the chief executive of Cray Research, which produces the world's fastest computer, puts it this way. By the time the Japanese have figured out how to build a Cray 1, we have to be well along in designing Cray 2, or we're out of business. And that's what's made this country right along, isn't it? Always doing something that had never been done before, not just rescuing the things that used to be done well. So the notion of information as property is built deep into our country's laws, into our economy, and into our political psyche. But we must continue to develop, it seems to me, better ways of rewarding intellectual labor without depending on laws and prohibitions that, it seems to me, are visibly disintegrating before our eyes, very much as the 18th Amendment did in our earlier efforts to enforce an unenforceable prohibition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleveland. In the interest of getting you out of here in time, I'd like to make a couple of proposals. One is that we take questions until 6:45 from members of Congress and staff first, of course. And second, that we, following that, move directly into the summation by the rapporteur. There will not be much of a transition there. I'll just quickly change hats. So if we could start with questions. I take it that indicates the hour rather than a lack of provocative points raised. Mike?
Mike Remington, House Judiciary Committee. I have a question for Mr. Cleveland. Traditional copyright has criminal penalties. It is treated as property. We've seen, as you suggested in your statement, that some of the new technologies are transitory, they leak, they're microscopic in size, and so forth. My question is, how equipped are our government institutions, et cetera, prosecutors and courts to treat copyright in the context of the criminal laws?
Well, it seems to me that the courts are already trying to do far too much. And there's all this talk about alternative dispute settlement and so on. The notion of loading on the courts a whole new generation of cases, 1,000 Betamax type cases on various technologies, is just appalling. They can't handle the business they've already got. And we're doing probably a worse job in criminal justice than any other industrial country today. So it seems to me that we simply have to work out intermediate systems. And I think some of the discussion about the Copyright Center and the ASCAP formula and so on are interesting ways of getting at an intermediate formula. It seems to me that the vast majority of this kind of business of making sure that the creators are compensated for creation, which is an important objective. Treating information as property isn't, but compensating creators is. That we just have to look for those intermediate formulas, and I would opt for every possible formula that would keep all but the occasional sort of policy-setting case out of the courts entirely.
I think John Taylor would like to respond to that question as well. Oh, you didn't?
I wanted to ask the question if nobody else did.
Okay, well, let's hold on to that then for a moment. Yes.
Hand-fish. Mr. Cleveland, just a point of clarification. As I understood, you were challenging the concept of information as property. And do I interpret you correctly that you're talking about assembled information and not original authors or artistic works?
Well, I think you probably could make a distinction between, say, a poem or a piece of music or a romantic novel and the other 99.5% of the knowledge industry, which is everything else we do, and everything that everybody in this room does. We're all information workers. And it may be that is the way to go on maintaining a very narrow construction of the constitutional mandate, which is there after all, and but working out a different system that doesn't require us to contort ourselves to think of all the other kinds of knowledge and information that are crowding our desks as belonging to somebody. I mean, to me, the notion of owning an idea or even owning a fact is, very hard to grapple with intellectually. And much of what is talked about as being owned and protected is really as was said by several other people, is really assembly work and not like the databases, and not the original, not creativity in the constitutional sense.
All right, thank you.
If there are no other questions from members of Congress or staff, I know that Mr. Cleveland's remarks are going to prompt some questions both from Bud Taylor and from Alex Hoffman. But I think
Well, actually, I'll respond to that question because what I was going to say fits closely enough where I can fit it into that mold. I think that Mr. Cleveland has begged the issue right away when he talks about ownership of information. Copyright has never attempted to protect or give exclusive rights to facts or information, and anybody that's ever practiced in the copyright field is always facing that problem. And when you get a work which is the packaging of facts and information, it has always created difficult problems in copyright. The typical example is a biography. If somebody writes a biography and then somebody else does another biography, how close do they have to be and how much do they have to appropriate before they're infringing that copyright or just making fair, legitimate, unprotected use of the facts that were in that biography? What is creating the problem today is that with the growth of computer technology, the accessing and the accumulation of data and facts has become so important and has become so expensive to create that it's beginning to get the two areas all mixed up together. And I agree with Mr. Cleveland. I think that you can't deal with data banks and that kind of fact accumulation within the traditional sphere of copyright. But because you can't deal with that, let's not destroy and do away with a copyright system that protects artistic works and original thought and the creation of new ideas, which has worked so well for so many years. And
Alex, I think you had
saved me from saying that, and just repeat, we're trying to protect original creativity. Nobody has ever talked of ownership of facts and ideas. That's an absurdity. Of course you don't own facts and ideas. You own, what you're trying to protect is the ability to create unique expressions in whatever medium. And you talked about the Association of American Publishers winning your Canute Award. Wait a minute, this is very important. Okay, runner-up. Because this gets at the very point of what is the concept of copyright. Now, what was involved in the NYU case? Publishers had sat around for years trying to avoid doing this, taking this action, because it's very distasteful. But what was the action? The exhibits in that case were 43 homemade anthologies, where a professor would go into a copy shop and say, I've got 60 students in sociology 12. I want you to make 60 sets of this material. I want you to copy 2 chapters from this book, 3 chapters from this book, 1 chapter from this book, these articles. I want you to bind them. I want 60 sets. And then they would sell them to the students, say, for $35 or $40. All of this without permission, all of this without payment. Over the years, we have published lots of anthologies. We can't do that very much anymore because they are all stolen. That's pretty important. Now, that case was so open and shut that it didn't go to trial finally. That is simple, pure stealing. And it will undermine the economic underpinning of a whole category of publishing if it isn't stopped. You may call that Canute, but God help us if that sort of thing is accepted behavior. And a whole lot of writing and publishing is going to go away.
I think we have time for a response from Mr. Cleveland, and then just one last question. I noticed that Deborah Levy had.
Well, my point essentially is that is not that I'm not trying to make a moral point or even an economic one. I'm just trying to make the point that if a rule is unenforceable, then trying to pretend we're enforcing it is bad news for governance. And I think that this rule has, for most cases, this may not be true of the poem, for example, but for most cases, it seems to me that this rule is unenforceable, and that simply to try to make a more and more complicated piece of legislation, requiring more and more recourse to the courts about something that is going to be widely honored in the breach anyway, is the way to give disrespect to the law. There's one other angle of copyright that hasn't been mentioned at all since yesterday afternoon, at least when I got here, and that is the right of the author to have his material be considered with integrity. My right not to have somebody reprint taking out all the best paragraphs, for example. I think that's even more unenforceable in any court sense, but has a moral position, which I think is perhaps more sustainable than the compensation one.
I believe Deborah Levy had a question.
Yes, I did. Chris Burns put a slide up this morning showing at the top of the slide an abstract that had been prepared at some expense, and the fact that through the dissemination of that information it therefore lost a great deal of its commercial value. And I think that we've seen as information has a higher commercial value as property, whether it's the facts that have the value or the presentation of the facts, that it comes into conflict with a First Amendment value of access to information. And when the newspaper up there that publishes the information in that abstract is then considered to have devalued that information, I think that's where we start to get into problems, and that's where I see the tension coming as the information has more commercial value. I'd like someone to comment on that, Dr. Cleveland.
I read his chart rather differently. It seemed to me that he was showing the way information turns up in all sorts of different forms, the total value of which is more valuable than it was when it got started. I mean, that's what the whole advertising agency, that's what the government propaganda industry is doing, that's what public relations industry is doing. They're enhancing the value of the word by spreading the word. And that's what the economics profession is having such a time with these days, because they don't know how to price information, because they've all been brought up in the same economics courses that I took, that economics is the science of the allocation of scarcity. And when you get the allocation of abundance, they don't know how to deal with it. And that's it's got to be one of the new breakthroughs in economic thinking.
Well, if I could just follow up, it seemed to me that that when Chris Burns put that slide up, he said that the end result, after this information had been widely disseminated, would be that the company that had published the abstract originally or commissioned the study would try and keep it more secret next time. So that's the reason I had drawn that conclusion. And I guess my question really is, will restrictions on dissemination of information increase or decrease creativity, since it's all a process of feeding one off the other? That's the First Amendment value involved there.
Well, I think it goes beyond the First Amendment, though. It's really the value of dissemination of information, which is one of the main motivations for the constitutional provision on authors, has a social value in itself. And even if the company that started the chain finds that it can't make as much out of the information when it's spread all around, the total social value of that information having been spread around seems to be a bit greater. And from Congress's point of view, that's the side of the fence that they have to try to protect.
Okay, I'm going to exercise my moderator's prerogative and be slightly immoderate and close off questions at this point in the interest of time. I'd like to thank our panel very much for providing it. You're certainly welcome to stay here. I shall not be too long. Let me quickly and invisibly shift hats from moderator to rapporteur. In my role as reporter for this session, I have been asked to synthesize this weekend's proceedings and to try to distill some important lessons learned, although an extraordinary amount of information and knowledge both have been laid before us. I think that I can condense it fairly briefly. From all the things that have been said here, one can identify, I think, three basic themes that run through the concerns of these proceedings. And in the spirit of this symposium, I will deal with these three concerns, but since the symposium is aimed toward taking a highly objective and policy-oriented look at copyright and the new technologies, I shall express these themes not in terms of solutions, but rather in terms of options, not in terms of answers, but rather in terms of questions. To begin with, Hans Gaffner, in his presentation yesterday, accurately capsulized the first two of the three themes that have dominated this symposium in referring to two polar concerns of policymakers in this area: software on the one hand and transmission and access on the other. The first theme, the theme referred to in terms of software, is really the theme of what should be protected subject matter. To what extent should computer software and allied subject matter be protected along with the other traditional subject matter of copyright law? I think that the questions underlying that theme were graphically demonstrated to anyone who had the joy, I know I did, of using the various terminals in the Plato display yesterday, which left me with the question, I think others who have used it, how much did this thing cost? We got the answer, not only the ones we saw, of $1 billion for the entire Plato library. And then the question, well, given that it costs $1 billion to produce this, how much protection, if any, did Control Data Corporation need in the form of proprietary rights to be induced to produce this? How much direct subsidy from government might have served as an alternative? The second theme, the theme of transmission and access, bears on a quite different subject, the subject and part of this last panel. To assuming protection of subject matter, to what extent should we attach rights to that subject matter? The particular question here is, to what extent should we attach rights as against uses, new uses of copyrighted works that have been facilitated by the new technologies that are so often undetectable, uncountable, and completely decentralized? Those two themes can be further boiled down to the following. The subject matter theme: to what extent should producers be protected? The question of rights: to what extent ought consumers be protected? Now, the first question, the first theme of subject matter, protection of producer. How, if at all, should copyright be deployed to protect computer software? However the software is expressed, and in whatever tangible medium of expression it is embedded, can be broken down in turn into three sets of subsidiary questions. I think the comments here over the last 2 days did break them down into these three subsidiary questions. Number one, are market conditions in this field such that some form of protection or subsidy is needed to stimulate investment? I refer back to Gene Harris's figure of the $1 billion it took to put together the Plato Library. The figure is certainly a suggestive figure that some form of protection is needed in order to enable CDC to recoup its expenditures. It's suggestive, certainly, but not necessarily conclusive. Two, if it is determined that producers need protection, should that protection take the form of a property right, or will technical self-help measures through such efforts as encryption be more cost-effective? Dr. Greenberger, in his remarks last night referred to the fact that the producers of WordStar have not attempted technical encryption of the sort that the people at VisiCorp have with connection, for example, with VisiCal, and that nonetheless WordStar has produced considerable returns to its producers. Is encryption necessary? How well does encryption work if it's perceived as necessary? I think that the display of the VisiCorp display, the VisiCal program, suggests the limits of encryption, since one person encrypts, the next disencrypts, if there is any such word. I noted, it must have been with gallows humor, that whoever was producing the disencryption program addressed to VisiCal called it, if you looked at the diskette, copyright, C-O-P-Y-W-R-I-T-E. That's gallows humor, if ever there was any. Now, on that point, even if encryption does work, even if testimony would be presented that encryption does work and that legal protection is not needed instead, that doesn't necessarily resolve the question. The question then becomes, ought we to encourage a system in which very fine minds are devoting very valuable time to hiding subject matter, to secreting information? Also, fine minds and valuable time being devoted to disencrypting. Perhaps if we could avoid the requirements of encryption, the technical requirements of encryption, those same minds would be free to apply themselves to the more creative task of creating new positive programs. Again, just a question. The third point, under the subset of subject matter issues, is if any of this would suggest to you that legal protection is desirable, what form should that protection take? Should copyright cover software? Should software include baseball teams? Now, copyright's traditional design evolved over centuries to meet needs quite different from some of the ones that have been expressed in this connection. It may not be the appropriate vehicle for providing protection, for inducing the appropriate sort of investment aimed in the appropriate directions. As Register of Copyrights David Ladd pointed out, assuming, and he did make that an assumption as well, assuming that protection is needed at all, it may be necessary to go outside the copyright system in protecting databases. Now, that leads to the next set of questions, and that is whether or not copyright protection would be a desirable approach to take here. The question there boils down to one of, do the costs and benefits of the copyright route net out to be more or less favorable than the costs and benefits of either adapting some other body of law, trademark and patent fall within your committee's jurisdiction as well, to take care of this subject matter, or the costs and benefits of enacting some entirely new system of protection. Those are social costs, social benefits that need to be weighed out and netted against each other. Let me turn to the second major theme, the theme of access, consumers, and the administration of rights in both traditional and new subject matter. What have we learned with respect to the rights that attach or should attach to copyright? Now, one thing we have learned, to the dismay, I think, of some of us, is a new word to put in our vocabulary: downloading. Now, from the examples given, I think, though, that we've also learned that downloading is just a new way of describing an old and central quandary of copyright law. The question of what uses of copyrighted works are to be proscribed, what uses are to be left free. Copyright has traditionally protected not only against the making of hard copies. Copyright has traditionally protected as against such non-tangible uses as performance and distribution of the work, and since the 1976 Act, display of a copyrighted work. Now, although this might seem a minor quibble over the choice of a word, I think it illustrates a much larger problem that underlies much of what has been said here, many of the questions that were raised. The problem is this: the danger will always exist, particularly as the experts presenting their fields to you use the jargon of their own field, that the Congress might become distracted by new terms, mistaking those new terms and that new jargon for some new problem. A problem that could very well, in some cases, I'm not saying in all, in some cases be treated better according to old principles. I think the spirit behind many of the questions that came from the participants that asked people to define their terms, tell us what those acronyms stand for, is a spirit that will help expose when we're talking about something new or when we're talking about new wine in old bottles or old wine in new bottles with the case of downloading. There's a larger problem there as well, a procedural, a process problem. It's the one that Judge Breyer alluded to, is that if you go for the wrong word, if you're distracted by one word, you may also go for the wrong analogy. And as Breyer put it, the analogy that grips the Congress's mind is also the analogy that controls its decision. Now, put in this context, the question of liability for downloading does, however, helpfully exemplify a main challenge that, as has been discussed here, the new technologies do pose to the administration of copyright. Should we extend rights against uses facilitated by the new technologies that are widely dispersed and frequently undetectable? The examples that are most familiar to us have been referred to again and again: home videotaping, home audio taping, photocopying. Managing copyright, then, in a world in which everyone is his or her own publisher, the Marshall McLuhan phrase was invoked, everyone is his or her own record or motion picture producer. Now, it may be helpful there to refer back to an historical point that was made, and that is, even from its very beginnings, copyright has never attempted to follow a complete market model under which every user of a copyrighted work is required to pay for the use of that work. Contrast the buyer, a woman, husband, and a large family, of a single novel, who shares the novel that she purchases with her entire family and then with neighbors and friends. Compare that situation to the situation of the lonely bachelor who buys a novel and doesn't lend it to anyone. They have each paid the same price, the price of the novel, and there has been no requirement, and copyright has never attempted to enforce a requirement in the first situation, that each user, in addition to the woman who bought the novel, pay for its use. Now that could be compared to the situation we are talking about in the present, in which the issue becomes not must everybody pay for a use, but where do we draw the line between those who pay and those who don't pay? I think the issue today is different. Tomorrow will probably, given what we've heard, be far more different, in the sense that the numbers and the complexity of monitoring have been multiplied. I think there's much more at stake based on the evidence that has been presented to us. Now, given that, what kind of approaches have been suggested with respect to rights? One approach might be to follow the present scheme of copyright, under which full rights are accorded to some kinds of works and other works have more limited rights applied to them. Some situations dictate a carving out of rights under compulsory licensing procedures. That certainly is one model of adapting copyright to the new technologies. There is another model that recognizes that. I think it was Mel Harris who made the point that copyright can, in many respects, be self-policing, which leads to another theme that has been sounded here, a third theme under the traditional model, that one wants to be careful about enacting laws that you're going to have a hard time enforcing because of the general disrespect for the law that may arise as a consequence. What other mechanisms? We heard several described in our last panel. One can have collection systems. The question then becomes, are they to be provided by government monitoring systems provided by government, the CRT that Tom Brennan described to you? Are we to have private marketplace clearinghouses, ASCAP, BMI, the Copyright Clearance Center that Alex Hoffman described to you? To what extent does the position of any of these require that they be regulated in the interest of free competition under the antitrust law or otherwise? What other mechanisms can be used to help reduce transaction costs? We've heard some of our technical experts and marketing people talk about notions, I think it was Don Devine, as volume discounts, the concept of dual pricing, which requires no monitoring, no infringement actions, no licensing at all, but rather charging one price, presumably a higher one to libraries and a lower one to private consumers. One other theme that was sounded in connection with the second question of rights is that the problems created by the new technologies should not obscure the potential that the new technologies have created with respect to reducing the transaction costs associated with distant, dispersed, and decentralized uses of copyrighted works. One can imagine database retrieval systems under which every user of a copyrighted work, every time he or she used that work, effectively made a record, involuntarily, voluntarily, of that use. There you have a situation where technology and the marketplace could work to a result, though again, other concerns need to be attended to. Mr. Bearman's concerns that were raised in a couple of questions, that this may trench more deeply than Congress would wish to trench on issues of personal privacy. Finally, with respect to rights, although the problem of decentralized uses, the problem I just described, has occupied center stage in the discussion of rights, I think that the discussion, the presentation by Jack Kernighan, as well as Bud Taylor and Joseph Lash, focused on quite another issue, one that, although attended to, I think, very well here, tends to be ignored in public debate on the issue generally. What are the implications of the new technologies on the interests of authors? Not the collection of fees by intermediaries or publishers, but rather their distribution to authors. In what ways can the new technologies be harnessed to achieve the more equitable distribution of royalties to their creators? What steps need lawmakers take, if they believe in that distribution being improved, to facilitate that kind of move? I might add that Joseph Lash's example of his photocopying activities in the Russian collection of Columbia University should remind us of a far larger, quite critical theme. The two questions, production and consumption, have historically been very closely related in copyright. To produce knowledge, employing Dr. Borston's distinction, to produce knowledge means using the information produced by others. Knowledge, once produced by Mr. Lash, then becomes, I take it, information which in turn will be used by still others. Producers of many sorts of works are also users. Users are also producers. Not all works, but many. That might deserve separate attention as well. Finally, let me turn to the third theme, which I haven't mentioned to you or described to you expressly yet, because it hasn't been expressed directly in any form in the symposium. It's been implicit throughout everything, though, that has been said. Indeed, it marks the very occasion for the calling of this rather remarkable symposium. How can the House and Senate subcommittees charged with responsibility in this area, how can the Congress generally best position itself to monitor the new technologies and to adjust copyright and other intellectual properties to maintain the needed balance between incentives to production and the use of new information, between production and consumption? If any one point has been made clear during these last 2 days, it is that technology is advancing at a pace that is far greater than the rate and pace at which deliberations by the Congress can possibly proceed. I think Congressman Kastenmeier poignantly reminded us of this in his introductory remarks to this session, in which he pointed out that Congress, in passing the 1976 Copyright Act, quite frankly perceived the need to temporize with respect to emerging but already problematic technologies in order to resolve the business that it had been dealing with for so many years already, putting off the resolution of those issues to some later point. By the time those issues were resolved, needless to say, they were almost completely overcome by yet another set of issues. I was struck in this respect by Haynes Gaffner's bromide respecting problems in dealing with the new technologies. When you are working on the cutting edge of technology, the main thing is to stay behind the blade. I think that applies doubly to legislating in the new technology. When you are working, legislating on the cutting edge of technology, it is doubly important to stay behind the blade. I say doubly, not for rhetorical purposes, because I think it is a major and substantive concern. Let me just identify a handful of the variables other than technology and legislation that you will have to attend to, you will want to attend to in the course of dealing with these problems. One, Senator Mathias's point raised in the third panel. She focused on the matter that the crucial issue is one of timing. The concern that in the time that it takes the Congress to engage in deliberate decision-making, by the time a decision is reached, economic forces may well have accumulated to a point at which the issue itself has been concluded and principal decision is precluded. I think we saw as well through, I think it was William Lilly's remarks, how the dramatic changes that are occurring in the industry involved can change the rules of the game right while legislation is being considered. Second variable is what economists call distributional effects, what Dr. Spurlin, far more graphically and effectively for me at least, pointed at as the possibility that the decisions that will be made as a function of copyright law and the new technologies can very well widen the gap between the rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots. Who has access to these databases, who has access to the hardware, may very well become a crucial issue. Yet another issue that has been touched on during these last two panels are the problems that arise from the fact that copyright exists in this country in an international setting. That raises several issues. One, what are the effects of protection on incentives? What are the effects of incentives on production? What is the effect of production on balance of trade? Second, piracy, thanks to the new technologies, will increasingly become an international matter. We were already given the example of Caribbean, I wouldn't use the word piracy, that's a conclusion, carrying of signals off the air. There will be increasing facility then for infringement, potential uses, loss of revenues on an international scale with a facility that would dazzle anybody who thought about the issue 5 years ago. Third, there's a technical question and one that needs to be addressed. I believe it was Congressman Smith who made some suggestions pointing in the direction, or questions that pointed in the direction of, might it make more sense to break copyright down and have one system called something for some kinds of works, another system for another kind of work, yet another system for another kind of work. Exclude from copyright, and I don't want to put words in his mouth at this point, the thought has been suggested, exclude from copyright this non-traditional subject matter and adopt some other technique. To do so might be cost effective. The suggestion I made earlier, it might not be, but if cost effective, there still needs to be attended to what our obligations are under the international treaties, the Universal Copyright Convention specifically, with respect to other nations that do not break copyright down in that way. Would we be in default of our obligations under the UCC? Finally, and I will observe the half-hour that was allotted to these summarizing remarks. Finally, the question arises in connection with that third theme: what institutions can Congress employ and encourage in order to facilitate the kind of oversight, measurement of effects, consideration of effects in a very systematic way? One possibility, of course, is more meetings such as this. They would certainly be productive, but they are also incredibly taxing, and I don't know how frequently the members of Congress, already preoccupied with other matters, will be willing to pay that tax. There may be better ways to do it, given the costs of this approach. Another approach is the hearing process, certainly another possibility for monitoring change in the area. I would remind you that Thomas Macaulay made the seminal remarks that were alluded to both by Professor Kernigan and Judge Breyer. Thomas Macaulay made that seminal statement on the floor of another great deliberative body, the Parliament. And the possibility certainly exists, it has occurred in the past, it should continue for such oversight and examination through the hearing process, both in the Senate and the House. Another example would be the broad-ranging, very imaginative hearings conducted by Congressman Kastenmeier's subcommittee this past July on copyright and the new technologies. Certainly a more immediate example of how the hearing process could be deployed in this direction. Yet another possibility, governmental commission, is certainly one thing to be considered. CONTU, the Commission on New Technological Uses of Copyrighted Works, chartered by the 1976 Copyright Act, certainly provided some guidance in the areas we're talking about. Perhaps another commission would help on a closely focused area. An example in that connection, of course, is Senator Mathias's bill, 2192, to establish a commission to study the concept of the public lending right. That notion points in this direction. Fourth, and last possible thought, I'm sure you can multiply them after this, is the possibility of looking outside the walls of Congress to objective investigators, foundation-supported, university-based, could be devised in any number of ways, to provide the information gathering, analysis, and knowledge-producing functions that are needed. I don't mean to suggest by laying out these four suggestions so briefly and as well encouraging you to think of others, I don't mean to suggest by this that the task of designing the appropriate oversight institution, recall I'm not even talking at this point about designing new laws. I think the main thrust of so much that we said here is how can we acquire a capacity, a capability to consider what the right questions are. I don't mean to suggest that this design is a task that will be easy or quick, only that if the evidence presented here in these last 2 days is correct, the task is certainly an important and possibly a necessary one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. That was an excellent summation, if I say so myself.
Thank you, David.
I just want to remind you that we have a reception beginning in just 15 short minutes, and then the dinner to follow at 8:15, where we will have Frederick Pohl as a very illuminating guest speaker. This concludes the second day of this symposium in terms of the panel discussions.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're here again for another evening following a very, very heavy day, and I hope that everyone has had a chance to enjoy their dinner and to get started on the dessert. We're privileged this evening to have with us one of the great writers of the science fiction world. I guess I feel uniquely privileged to be able to make this introduction for our speaker this evening, being someone who reads every science fiction book who comes out. There are about 5 authors that I think are really the great ones in the field, and we are privileged to have Frederick Pohl as our speaker this evening, a science fiction writer who has won virtually every award that a science fiction writer can achieve. his achievements lie not only in the second part of that term, fiction, but in the first part. He's been recognized by the American Association for the Advancement of Science for the accuracy of the predictions that he's made concerning the science in his science fiction stories. And he's graciously agreed to speak with us this evening and to share some of his ideas about the future with us and what may be happening. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Frederick Pohl. Thank you.
I have to put this on, and it's going to take a minute because I can't figure out how to do it. I enjoyed what Mike was saying very much. I was hoping he'd go on at a little more length. But we can't have everything. Am I doing this right? Does anybody know? Why don't you talk among yourselves while I... Anyway, this afternoon, that's hard for others than me. That's good to know.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you. A couple of times in my life I've had the experience of being on a panel in an afternoon and then giving a talk in the evening, and sometimes getting so carried away with the sound of my own words on the panel that I blew my whole talk for the evening. Today I had a somewhat different experience. There were 3 other panels that seriously worried me because they were touching on the subjects, some of the subjects I wanted to talk about. So, those of you who don't like long-winded speeches will be happy to know that this is now 4 pages less than it started out to be because you heard part of it in the panels today. I asked Mike Keplinger to mention the AAAS and the Encyclopedia Britannica when he introduced me. That's a ploy to entice you into believing some of the things I say, because for some reason or other, science fiction writers are not universally regarded as wholly authoritative all the time. On the other hand, you've heard an awful lot of really authoritative people today telling you all the copyright aspects of high-tech media, about the production of software, not to mention the ever-popular downloading, which I used to think was called freeloading, and all of their manifestations. So I assume that you all know all about all of these subjects already. Anyway, if there's anything you still have to learn, you're not going to learn it from me, because I have neither competence nor incentive to add to your knowledge or your confusion in these respects. What I would like to do is to discuss the question of copyright from a somewhat different point of view. That is to say, from the point of view of the raw materials end of the production and copyright of consumption chain, the person to protect whom the copyright laws were first devised. Because I'm one of these people, I'm a writer. My excuse for standing before you tonight is that if it were not for us writers and others like us, the composers and the artists and so on, there just would be no reason for this conference or for copyright in the first place. Before I came here, I read a paper by our host, David Ladd, the Register of Copyrights, which had some flattering things to say about us raw materials producers, particularly a quote from Count Alexis de Tocqueville, who said, "From the time when the exercise of the intellect became a source of strength and of wealth, we see that every addition to science, every fresh truth, and every new idea became a germ of power placed within the reach of the people. And," Mr. Ladd goes on, "it is to provide the resources to reward and thus sustain and motivate authors," and I presume other people who create things, That is the central idea of copyright. Now, as a writer, I think that emphasis is very well placed. In fact, I might go even farther. You see, from the writer's point of view, the entire mechanism of publication and copyright and distribution and vending books in a quite different way than from the point of view of a librarian or a journal editor. My job is to put words on paper. The reason I do that is so that they can be read by hopefully some millions of people who want to read them, most of whom I will never meet, many of them in countries I will never visit. Now, although I am a writer, I am not wholly lost to reason, and so I know that there are many people who will have to be involved in getting my words to that reader in Tulsa or Edinburgh or Tokyo, the one who wants to read it. I spent a lot of time over the past 40-odd years working as an editor, a literary agent, copywriter specializing in book advertising, assistant circulation director for a couple of large magazines, and so on. And so I am aware that there is an enormous superstructure of publishers and editors and proofreaders and promotion departments and salesmen, warehouses, libraries, retrieval systems, and all sorts of other people and processes involved. But from my point of view, these are what I describe as the software which I maintain at great expense to myself just to get my words from me to the people who want to read them. Now, I suppose that if I were a hog in the Omaha stockyards, looking across the street to the slaughterhouse, I might feel about the same way. I could convince myself that all those farmhands and veterinarians and butchers and sausage makers were just my personal servants, having no purpose in life except to see that my juicy chops were served up on somebody's table. Fortunately for me, that process is a lot less painful for a writer than for a hog and somewhat less terminal. On the other hand, the act of getting ready to be published, or in the case of the hog slaughtered, is easier for the hog than for the human. All the hog has to do is eat. The writer has a harder job, and I would like to explain some of the technical aspects of it with, as my scientific friends say, with the numbers in. The method of generating a novel is very simple. If you want to write one, all you need to do is get hold of some paper and a typewriter or a word processor or a pencil, several pencils. If what you wind up with is a typewriter, say the sort of Selectric 2 that I've been using, you will see when you sit down at it that it has 57 keys staring up at you. All you have to do is hit one or another of those keys, one after another, 500,000 times. Now that's not hard. If you're a fast typist, you can probably do it in a 40-hour week. The trick is that you have to hit them in the right order. And that means that you have a lot of individual decisions to make. In an average 60-character line, about 3,200 choices to pick among, and you have to do that for your novel about 12,000 times. It isn't really as hard as it sounds, or not quite as hard, but making decisions is the hard work of writing. It is why writers who sit at their typewriters for an hour or more manage sometimes not to produce a single word because they can't make up their minds what that word should be. I try to write 4 pages a day, and a couple of months ago I set an entire record for myself that I hope never to surpass. Trying to do those 4 pages, I sat there for 10 hours, and at the end of the 10th hour, I had not only finished a page or even a word, I had typed 1 letter. That was very painful. However, the decisions about which key to press don't have to be made as laboriously as the numbers might suggest, partly because some of the key combinations are meaningless, mostly because a lot of that decision-making is done at a subconscious level. When I'm writing, I don't think about keystrokes. I think of words and sentences, and my fingers know what to do. Of course, the reason my fingers are so smart is that the exigencies of my profession have forced me to become a pretty fair typist, sloppy but quick. If you happen to operate by the hunt and peck system, then you do have to make all those 40 million separate decisions. At present, at least, but relief may be just over the horizon. Computers are getting smarter all the time. Perhaps one day soon you will be able to buy a smart computer program to substitute for the smart fingers you don't have, and so become an instant master typewriter operator. You can already buy word processors, programs that contain a dictionary. This file will convert you into a mediocre speller, providing you have begun as an absolutely abominable one. Program, unfortunately, takes no notice of context, so if your misspelling converts the word you want into another real word that isn't what you want, the machine won't challenge it. There are non-technological solutions to this problem for many writers. Traditionally, what they do is marry somebody who can spell. Some find the word processor is cheaper in the long run. And there are other ways of eliminating a lot of those decisions through the kinds of creation that are called stochastic or aleatory, respectively, random art or found art. Years ago, I shared an office with a stochastic artist. He did his work with a toothbrush and a comb. First he'd tack up his canvas on the wall, then he'd dip the toothbrush in some paint, and he'd pull the back of the comb across it, and it would splash on the canvas. Sometimes on me, sometimes on my manuscript. And the result was a stochastic painting, constrained by the fact that he chose the colors and aimed it more or less where he hoped it would go, random in that he couldn't really control the individual droplets. He got some pretty effects on his canvases, and now and then he actually had some hung and people bought them. And he was only doing, in a primitive way, what a whole generation of video artists are doing in more high-tech and complicated ways today. Around the same time, I used to play poker with a bashful young fellow named John Cage, who is today perhaps the world's best-known practitioner of the aleatory school of music composition. Cage takes music where he finds it. One of his, I don't know if compositions is the right word, one of his performances takes place on a stage with 10 radios on tables across the stage. Each one has a man, possibly could be called a musician, standing by it. And each radio is tuned to a different station. And the performance involves each of these people turning the volume on his set and his station up more or less at random to volumes that they like. This is not the sort of art that most people enjoy, but it is interesting. And there are several reasons why I'm me instead of the Register of Copyrights, and one is that I would not like to face the problem of whether John Cage's compositions are copyrightable or not. For that reason, for that matter, I'm not too sure that some of the compositions that most of us regard as pure music are wholly copyrightable, because quite a few of them contain found themes, such as Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture and so on. Now, writers don't make much use of aleatory composition because we sort of frown on it. We call it plagiarism. Stochastic composition does exist. William Burroughs is supposed to have written one of his novels by typing it all out and then slicing it in half and pasting the lines back at random. I don't know any other writers who do that, although I know some whose work looks like it. But other stochastic processes have been used for a long time. In the days of the pulp magazines, when I began writing, you could buy a thing called Plotto, which was a deck of cards, and you'd deal yourself out a story. The first one would tell you the name of the hero, name of the heroine, and so on. Look at a different part of the card, tell you the color of their hair, what they do for a living, electrical engineers, or highwaymen, or garbage collectors, or congressional aides, or various things. And if you just dealt them all out, you would sooner or later have a story. Not a good story, but you'd have a story. Of course, that sort of data store is easy to work into a word processing system. If you add to the stochastic function of generating random plot elements one of picking up appropriate sentences and paragraphs to embody them in, you have a machine to write short stories. And such programs do exist, although on a very rudimentary level. I have seen both machine-generated stories and machine-generated poems. They're not very good on the average, but on the average, most stories by human beings are not very good, and the computers haven't been practicing as long. There's actually a fairly easy program to write a stochastic or random poem. It's so easy that you don't need a computer to do it. All you have to do is, next time you have time on your hands when you're in an airplane orbiting LaGuardia or O'Hare or Miami, and you have nothing left to read except the airline magazine that you've already looked at and somebody has torn the best pages out of anyhow, what you do is select an article and you write down the first word in the article. Then you look through it until you find that word again and you write the word next to it. Look through till you find that second word and repeat the process until you have what you are able to convince yourself is a poem. Now, here's an example of one I did last week between LaGuardia and Detroit, using a book of short stories published by a friend of mine. This is the poem. It was the door, and terrifying before, just darkly toward a thick, bubbling air, and the sun grew deeper. I've read worse. If I had worked longer, it could have been a longer poem. Not necessarily a better one. It even has a rhyme, although, of course, that's only by accident. It took about an hour, and I'm not really sure that the effort was justified because I probably could have written one myself almost as good in that time. But computers read much more rapidly than I do. If you have one at your disposal, after you've written the program, you could probably do a poem just as good as that in 3 or 4 seconds, and you could probably do a lot of them. And then at Christmas, you could give them to all your friends. There is another reason for which I'm glad that I'm not the Register of Copyrights, because granted that these poems can be called creations of some sort, it strikes me as pretty hard to decide just who created them or what created them. I suppose the problem has already come up, not only in prose and poetry, but surely in music. When my friend John R. Pierce was the research director at Bell Labs, he and some others put together a record of computer-generated music called Music from Mathematics, and I think that was copyrighted. Now, so far, I've only been talking about the copywriting of modes of supplementing or distributing kinds of artistic creation that have already come to exist, specifically those created works which are designed to be read by the eye or heard by the ear. But we have a lot of other senses, and there is no reason why some of them cannot be added to a work. In fact, some already have. The nose is the beneficiary of the thing called smell-o-vision, when you can see a film with a scent track of perfumes and odors blown through the ventilating system of the theater to match the story on the screen. And also with the scratch and sniff patches that sometimes appear in magazines to promote a new perfume or toothpaste or deodorant. As far as I know, no enterprising publisher has yet inserted scratch and sniff pages into a novel, though it's easy to see that, if you got a strong aroma of pipe tobacco, you'd know Sherlock Holmes was around somewhere. Might help the story along. Same could be done with taste, with every volume carrying in a little packet at the flyleaf a time-release capsule with all the flavors of the Elizabethan banquet that they were eating, or the one we ate tonight, so on. And that only takes care of the 5 known senses. Thank you. What about extrasensory perception? Most people who know me would be surprised to hear that I have voluntarily brought up the subject of extrasensory perception. I usually stay far away from it because I happen not to believe that it exists. I hate to say this because every time I do it, I make some enemies. People I don't know generally assume that as a science fiction writer, I'm supposed to believe in everything, not just telepathy and clairvoyance, but flying saucers and dowsing and the tooth fairy. And I would like to believe in them, or at least some of them, but the evidence is simply not any good. Still, if ESP does exist, and I try to keep an open mind, then it's fairly likely that sooner or later someone will find a way to record it. And then the next stop is to create new works in it and sell them. Whereupon they will need to be copyrighted to prevent some unscrupulous telepath from passing off somebody else's mind emanations as his own. And actually that may not be entirely preposterous. I said I didn't believe in extrasensory perception, that is, the communication of one person with another without the use of the senses, as in telepathy. But I'm not beyond hope entirely. I do believe that it is possible for a human being to communicate in an extrasensory way with some things that are not human at all. By things that are not human, I don't mean elves or ghosts or aliens from the planet Mongo. I mean machines. You all know about brainwaves. Some of you may have had, or certainly may know someone who has had an electroencephalogram, which measures tiny electrical pulsations within the brain to check how well all its parts are functioning. Some of you may have had the experience of seeing your own brain waves, particularly the kind called alpha waves, displayed on a CRT or a television monitor. Unless you have sophisticated electronic equipment, you have no way of knowing these waves even exist, which makes it all the more remarkable that some years ago, some experimenters discovered that a good many people could exercise conscious control over the frequency and amplitude of these brain waves. On command, they could make them go faster or slower, they could make the peaks higher or flatter. None of them knew exactly how they did it. Some said they held their breath. Some said they tensed some kind of muscles. Others envisioned particular kinds of scenes, or most of them couldn't give any explanation at all. But they could, in fact, change the display of their alpha waves at will. And someone else realized that it would be relatively easy to hook up a machine to read these alpha waves without ever displaying them in any way, or at least in any form that human beings could perceive. And that the machine could then be taught, or programmed is a better word, to respond to these unseen, unheard electrical emanations by going faster or slower, by turning itself on or off, and so on. As far as I know, no one has yet made any practical use of this phenomenon, but it seems to me at least possible that one day you will have to add to telefacsimile and optical scanning and all the other things that we've been discussing, the alpha wave transmission of information. Well, that's the obligatory fantastic imagining that you have to expect of a science fiction writer, although since the U.S. Court of Appeals ruling in Apple versus Franklin last September, it may not be entirely fantastic. I doubt that much of what I have said will be of direct help to anybody in the deliberations. At least a part of the reason for that is that I did not want to be accused of lobbying for my own point of view, but on thinking it over, I kind of would like to lobby for my own point of view. Because there are some things that I would plead with you to keep in mind, and foremost among them is a special consideration that I think is due to the original creator of copyrightable material. I had much more on this, some of which you have heard today in earlier panels. I don't deny that publishers have rights, and they wouldn't let me deny it if I wanted to, but there are many cases of an author losing his rights to a publisher, and I can't think of even one that went the other way. Even today, when writers have battled to achieve better standards, better status at the bargaining table than in the bad old days. It still happens all too often, sometimes with the writer for hire contract that we heard discussed this afternoon, in which many writers simply sign away all rights without knowing what they do. One major magazine publishing company still automatically sends a writer for hire contract to every contributor, and experienced or halfway intelligent contributors, or those with good agents, send them back indignantly, and then they send the real one. But those who are not experienced or have good agents often sign them, and then they are down the tube forever, can't get the rights back. Some book publishers offer similar contracts. A writer who has been around for a while usually can deal with that too, but an inexperienced writer, or a hungry one, is under strong pressure to sign, and thus his rights are lost to him. In short, publishers can readily take advantage of writers under some conditions, and unfortunately, some of them do. This is a fact of life that has been recognized in statute law. It is, in fact, why under the old copyright law, the second term of the copyright could be obtained only by the writer himself or his heirs. And I think the creators of copyrightable material are in justice entitled to, and in fact often desperately need, such special protection still. So what I would urge on you, if I might, is to keep a special thought in your minds for the originators of the copyrightable material. Heaven knows the task of framing copyright legislation for the new high-tech media is complex and arduous enough already, but very large sums are potentially involved, and my plea is that in providing for proper payments through royalties or licensing fees or whatever, some of that money get back to the creators. Whether that happens or to what extent it happens is, of course, a matter of copyright law. Copyright is dear to my heart as a writer because it is the only thing I own that is all mine. Let me give you an instance of how important copyright can be to a writer. Nearly 30 years ago, a young writer who is a close friend of mine died suddenly of a heart attack as a result of injuries received in the Battle of the Bulge, leaving behind a widow and 2 small children, and both of his children were handicapped. His widow had no choice but to stay home and spend her time with the children. My friend's entire estate, apart from a mortgage, consisted of his copyrights on about 8 novels and 20 or 25 shorter pieces. If they had not been protected, his family would have been wholly without resources. It is only the income from these copyrights that has kept them off welfare for the last 20-odd years. Heaven knows, sometimes very poor, but never quite penniless. Of course, copyright means more than money to a writer, and we had some talk about that this afternoon. It gives him the right to tell a prospective publisher that he can't publish a work at all unless he publishes it in a way satisfactory to the author. The only way he can do that, really, is by writing it into the contract, and that sort of hard bargaining, that sort of clause usually takes a lot of hard bargaining. But it can be done. 6 months ago, I was in the People's Republic of China, which does not honor copyrights. That isn't just a peculiarity of the communists. In all of China's 4,000-year history, they have never had a copyright law or anything resembling it. Even from the point of view of the present government, there's not much incentive to change. Nothing can be published anywhere in China anyway without the smile of the state. And there is no reason for them to protect a writer's residual rights in a literary property, since the writer's income is subject to a cap. No matter how good his book is or how many copies it sells, he cannot make quite as much as $1,000. The payment of royalties simply does not happen. One of the heads of the Writers' Union told me that every few years the subject of the royalty payments comes up and is discussed and rejected. Perhaps, he said, at some future date they might institute some sort of bonus for certain writings, but not right away. On the foreign side, They see no reason to join the International Copyright Convention because that would force them to spend scarce foreign exchange on rights that they now simply take for nothing. Worse, it might involve them in the arduous problem of writing contracts with the foreign authors who might well demand that what they wrote be published the way they wrote it. I'd like to give you an example or an idea of how free the Chinese feel to alter the work of Western writers they pirate. The byline on a translated story, instead of being by John Smith, translated by Yen Yao Dao, may well appear as by Yen Yao Dao, based on a story by John Smith. Just how much the translated stories are altered to conform with the views of the Chinese authorities, I cannot say since I can't read Chinese, but while I was in China, I was given a copy of an anthology which I was told contained a story of mine, and I am now having it translated back into English to find out just what it was that I said there. On the other hand, the last time I was in the Soviet Union, or at least I hope it was the last time, I spent some time in the office of one of the largest Soviet publishers talking to their editor-in-chief. He showed me a new edition of a novel called The Day of the Triffids, which was written by an English friend of mine named John Wyndham, now deceased. I remembered that there was a section in the book that suggested that the deadly man-eating plants that the book was all about had come to plague the earth as a result of some illicit biological warfare experiments carried on in Soviet Russia. And I was curious to know how they dealt with that, and since I could not read the Russian, I had to ask the editor if it had given them any political problems. He grinned and shook his head. He said it was no problem at all. We just left it out. The other thing they left out, I didn't have to ask him this because I knew, was paying John Wyndham royalties for the publication of his novel. They had not yet signed the Copyright Convention at that time. Their practice, they said, was to pay lavishly in rubles for everything they published and deposit the money in a Soviet bank to the account of the author so that when he came to the Soviet Union, he could draw it out and spend it. That's what they said they did. In practice, it was a little different. When I first visited the USSR in 1971, I came with bright hopes because I had a couple of books published in the Soviet Union, one of them in more than one language. And it had been told to me by a Russian friend that I could live elegantly for a long time in Moscow by spending my accumulated rubles. Unfortunately, my friend had neglected to tell me that it was fairy gold. It evaporates before your eyes. When I asked for my rubles, the publisher said apologetically that there was a law that said that if they weren't claimed within 3 years, they reverted back to the state, and I had missed the deadline. Of course, since then, they've signed up with the rest of the world, and now they pay in dollars and sign contracts which they are obligated to carry out, which may be the reason why since then none of my works have appeared in the USSR. All of which suggests to me that the passage of a copyright law or treaty is not enough to protect the writer's interests by itself, but it certainly is the very first step. My colleague and fellow Authors Guild council member, Joe Lash, said many of the things this afternoon that I had planned to say myself. I support all he said and enjoyed his talk a great deal, even though it cost me 4 pages out of this one. Now, that may not be a bad thing. So let me share with you just 3 specific points that I would like to mention. First, the economic interests of authors and publishers, electronic and otherwise, are not always the same. And where they differ, it is usually the author who needs statutory protection more than the publisher. Second, the author has also a moral right in his work. Judge Breyer pointed out that the courts seem to concern themselves more with economics than with morality. In fact, not at all with the moral rights. Neither do our statutes, although in some countries, in particular France, there is a statute on the books which specifically enforces the author's right to see his work published in the way he wants it or not at all. I wish we had such legislation here. Third, the need for copyright in the work of authors as against in, say, software is not the same. Last night's speaker said quite truly that for much software, a 3-year term is plenty because long before that the software is outmoded anyway. But I think it important to realize that this is not true of works of creation. George Orwell's novel 1984 is only about a dozen years from going out of copyright in its second term, but it is at the present time, or was last week, #1 on the bestseller lists. So when it comes time to amend the copyright law, I hope writers' rights will not accidentally be lost in the commendable effort to safeguard the rights of others. Of course, it might be that all this would take place in the proper form without any nudging from any writer or any other person, just by the natural workings of the legislative process. I might believe that right after I start believing in ESP and flying saucers and dowsing and the tooth fairy. Thank you very much. I may be here indefinitely.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank goodness we have managed to finish up this evening a little bit earlier than we did last evening, because we are getting started early tomorrow morning. We've arranged to have breakfast available at 7:45 in the Coral Springs Plantation Room, the room where we had breakfast on the first morning. And for those of you who are going on the tour to the IBM facility in Boca Raton, the bus will be leaving at 8:30 sharp in front of the hotel, and we'll be proceeding directly from that tour to the airport. So thank you very much for your participation this evening. Mr. Pohl, thank you very much. Mr. Fish, you have a question?
Yes, the notification we got earlier today talked about checking out in the morning. What does that involve?
We have arranged with the hotel to have checkout for you available in the morning. A special desk will be there, or a special arrangement will be made to expedite the checkout because of the shortness of our time. I'll be ready for you in the morning. I've asked them to have that at 8 o'clock.